Sure. Hey fam, welcome. Sorry we're late. And
Voyage, Bert.
yeah, bon voyage. Bye bye, Bert. That was yeah. We're gonna be talking Severance season 1, episodes 7 and 8, including Bert's goodbye party, which is pretty cold actually. The bye bye Bert sign. Wow, it's dark when you think about it.
I
It's
like
kind
it
of
when he
dark.
like blew the horn. He was facing the other direction.
Yeah.
He's talking at the other direction. Oh, it's pure
Yeah.
comedy gold.
It was comedy gold. Yes. And we have a new name for the live. This is now the Waffle Party. So welcome to the Waffle Party, everyone.
I love a
Um
good waffle party.
yes. Yeah. Waffle Party time. So it's a little freaky. It's a little freakier than you might have expected at the Waffle Party,
I kind of
but
like the freak. I was into it. That goat was on.
yeah, it's I was not, that's the last thing I was expecting. I don't know. Like I should have expected weirdness because it's this show, but I just thought it would be waffles. The biggest,
It was waffles.
it was
You saw the plate of
waffles.
waffles, didn't you?
Yeah, it
It
was
was waffles.
waffles with a side of a kinky Illuminati eyes wide shut kind of stuff.
Is there a part? There was a part 3 that went missing that had to do with the Nine Tails that we didn't get to see.
I don't know. What was gonna? That's a good point. Like what would have happened next if Dylan hadn't
Yeah.
taken off?
I mean, are you supposed to? Because hasn't he had waffle parties before? So is he supposed to be the Punisher, or the receivee?
I don't know. That's something I didn't think of that. That's a good point. What would have
Do they
happened?
all crawl into the bed?
Oh my God, that's crazy. Why didn't I think of that? There was a cat of nine tails right
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
And we know from that kinky weird painting, it's like it's supposed to be biblical, but it's
Uh-huh.
now we know
Well,
it's
he's whipping them in the painting, so maybe he gets to do, like Dylan gets to do that.
honestly, I'm guessing, yeah. I think so. I think that he would probably get to, yeah, use the
Yeah.
cat of nine tails on those four, just like Kier, just as
Uh-huh.
Kier intended. Just
Yeah.
just as Kier intended. We got
Praise
Jamie.
here.
Freeze Kier, yeah. Kier was a kinky dude. Kier was a freak, apparently.
You know, that's for a good party. That's all I'm saying.
Hey guys,
Hey, Jamie.
Hey,
I
Welcome.
Jamie.
figured I'd stop by for a couple minutes. That show is crazy.
Right? Yeah. Are you glad that you watched it now?
Yeah, I'm really glad I watched it. I'm glad everybody told me about it. So thank you for all the Fromely who told me to watch it.
Yeah, I'm just glad to be able to introduce more people to it. It's one of my favorite shows. I think it's genius and it's so creative. So yeah, I love getting more people to watch this show, and I managed to convince a few other people to watch it, and I know you've gotten recommended it by a lot of people. Rightly
Yeah.
so. Everyone should be watching the show. I'm telling you, it's genius. This
They
age of
should.
reboots and remakes. What a creative idea, creative concept.
Yeah.
So
By the
good.
way, I just wanted to say, so you know, in case it popped up on you, I'm not used to being on the other end of StreamYard, and I put join the chat. I think it tried to add your StreamYard to your StreamYard. Sorry, just ignore that.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was in YouTube. I didn't realize what it was doing, and I'm like, wait a second. So sorry.
No, it's okay. No worries. Um, Vanessa Wicked's here. Hey, Vanessa. Best episode ever. I love Severance. I'm so happy that you love Severance, Vanessa. I'm so glad that you decided to watch. Thank you for I just want to get as many Fromely as possible so that I can keep hanging out with all of you awesome people, and not just for From, but for other shows too. This is awesome, And Dieter just recently watched it for the first time too. Good morning, Dieter. Thank you so much for coming, my friend. Thank you. So yeah, we just watched episodes 7 and 8 in the Discord watch party, and we are only going to be covering that. We did kind of cheat and play the finale, but we're not going to talk about that with Scarlet because she has not seen it. So
cheated. You cheated on me.
Yeah, we couldn't.
Yeah. So we're gonna be careful. Episode 8 ends with Mark getting to Devin's party, and Irving is at his place painting, and that's Dylan is at the controls, and that's how it ends. Dylan flips the switch. That's the end of that. So that's where we'll stop discussing it. So hey Doc, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Looking forward to you joining the From Live tomorrow night. It's going to be a good time. And Infinite Umbra was in the watch party. Thank you so much for coming, my friend.
So we're supposed to do John Griffin research for Friday?
Yeah. we're gonna be diving into some John Griffin background, other shows he's worked on. I'm gonna catch up on the interviews of him that I missed. I still have to watch some before tomorrow night, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how his mind works. And hey, Amy, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to the watch party in Discord too. Thank you, appreciate it. Yes.
This scares my cat, so I have to do this in the basement.
Oh no. I bet the cat wouldn't like that. Mine would just not care, but yeah, my mom's cats wouldn't like it.
I was born in darkness.
From
I
your
blew the horn in
bell?
darkness.
You've gotten rid of your bell, or is this just for Severance? You got the horn.
Bon voyage.
Oh, okay.
Or bon voyage. I'm trying to do my best Christopher Walken. I can't.
Yeah.
Voyage.
Yeah. That's fitting for this live.
I mean, I want to find a goat noisemaker, but those are kind of hard to find.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be.
The old-fashioned ones that you turn upside down and then turn, and the little voice thing goes down, and it makes a bleeding noise.
Oh yeah, like they also made them in like a baby chick noise for Easter, like that kind of thing. Yeah, I had those as a kid. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine it's hard to find now. Doc says, I can hardly wait for the season premiere. I won't spoil anything, but oh man, I can't wait. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're not going to spoil anything, but yeah, it's coming. It's coming soon, the 17th. We'll start doing midnight watch parties in my Discord for that. First, I've got to subscribe to Apple TV, and then I can stream it in there for you guys. So that'll be fun. And hey, Butcher, welcome, Butcher of Blaviken, and Butcher.
That one sounded a little dead, Scarlet.
How about that one?
There you go.
That one's for you. Just for you, Jamie.
Okay, good.
Take request.
Butcher hopes you're feeling better, Scarlet, after the stomach problem.
I woke up with the same kind of rosemary madness I did when I went to bed.
Oh no. Ugh.
It's weird. I eat it in a lot of things. I eat it in baked goods and what else is there? Nut mixes and chicken and everything else. I don't know what. A little bit too much rosemary oil or something.
Maybe, yeah. But
I'm feeling better now. So thanks.
Well, that's good. Glad to hear it. Welcome, Just Me. Thank you for coming. Doc says, am I one of the dancers with the mask?
If you want to dress up, we could have a dress up party on Friday.
you Doc likes dressing up.
A little dress up, you know what I mean?
You got a goat mask you can wear?
You'll find a goat mask in a couple days.
Just Me says, I will not be attending any waffle parties. It's not for everybody.
Waffles. I mean, they got waffles.
It's not
that was not a lie.
Still a normal part.
It's it's not it's not for everybody, that's for sure. It's maybe it's not your thing. But um, Doc says I had a feeling something was going to be odd about the waffle party. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't expect it when I first watched it. I didn't.
I thought they were going to get their own goat to sacrifice, so I'm happy that no goats were sacrificed during the waffle party.
Oh no, yeah.
I thought it was going to be like priest here, and then you got goat waffles, like like chicken waffles, and said it's a waffle with some goat on top.
Oh god.
Or you had to slaughter your own goat.
That would be horrible. I'm so glad they didn't do that. So the mystery of the goat room lives on, though.
I hope there is a reason for it, and it's not just something to be weird.
I gotta think there's a reason for it. I hope. Yeah, that's something we can't spoil. No one can spoil it because we don't know. No one knows.
Yeah. No.
Didn't reveal that one. So Amy said, I imagine a group thing would have happened with Dylan. Oh yeah, with all the masks on. I think so. Yeah, the cat of nine tails. Yeah, some freaky stuff. What the heck? My phone is making noise. Sorry. Hey, CT5V, nice to see you. Hello, Fromely. Yeah, we're all Fromely here too. Yep, the Fromely is in the Severance mode now. Yep. Yep.
I was just gonna say it was weird because I remember earlier that we watched one of the other ones before, they had told them like to stay off the bed and like they weren't allowed to touch anything. And I don't know, I was really surprised that they wanted them to interact with that room at all.
I know, right? That's a huge privilege. They weren't even allowed to sit on the bed. They said no beds. Were you bed sitting? That was what Irving said.
It's just for kinky rituals. That's all the bed's for.
Yeah, it's just for rituals.
That's crazy to me. Yeah, that's a good point, Jamie. Like, why did they allow all of this? Just I mean, he got this perk given to him. I guess you have to achieve like a certain level of productivity to get it, and he did it. But it's pretty wild. Yeah, like you're gonna desecrate the bed of Kier. I think I don't know what would have happened next, but
you're gonna praise the bed of Kier.
Yeah,
praise Kier.
Praise
Kier and all his melon parties. If you know what I mean, when a melon party.
What? I wonder kind of, and I don't mean to get weird about it, but I was just thinking, how like that woman, she gets severed so she doesn't have to be there during her pregnancy. I was just thinking they do all those rituals. Like, what if they get somebody pregnant there? Like, they would end up pregnant in the real world and not even know what happened.
That's right.
Well, that was already covered a little bit. There was that when Natalie was on a TV debating that guy, and they said that a woman came, like an hour discovered she was pregnant.
Yes. Yep. There was a big scandal about it on TV. They were talking about
it. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It was just a quick news report where they were talking about it.
You guys have watched multiple times. You have that benefit. I've seen it once in a chat. Oh.
I watched it once.
I tend to chat too much, I think, rather than watching it sometimes.
You miss a lot of things when you're watching and chatting. I do it too. So I always watch it by myself too. Otherwise I'll miss so much. And especially the episodes we just watched, there were a lot of details. That's why I replayed the scene with which we'll get into. Harmony, we're going to break down both episodes, but Harmony trashes her altar and a lot of stuff happens quickly. So if you're not looking at it, you're going to miss something important possibly. So that's
like the carnival, how you say it? Caraval, like carnival, caraval.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that something said carnival on it. That's right. Yeah,
that's what I think we should call our fan base. The carnival.
The carnival. Yeah. Because we don't have a name. We know there's the Fromely, the Fromaholics, the Fromilia. It's all From fans, but like, what about Severance? We don't really have a fandom name. So, yeah, maybe Carnival. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a little ticket on the mirror that says that, like, they had a fair and they named it How do you say it, Carnival?
Carnival. Yeah.
Carnival.
Yep. I
big
took
party.
stills. I took stills of everything so we can really dissect it. And also, the security room. There's some stuff in there that we need to look at. That you need to actually pause to see. Some interesting stuff that could potentially give hints about a certain character. Just saying. I don't know if you picked up on it, Scarlet. If you paused it, but there's something in there. Hopefully, my stills are good enough that you can see what I'm talking about. But because I didn't take HD stills, but
Yeah.
I did what I could.
Well, I wrote all my theories into your Discord just in case somebody spilled the beans, and I already had my theories intact.
Nice. Good call there. Oh, and welcome with Alice. With Alice came to the watch party too. Thank you so much. And also, is his Audi married? Like that's the thing too. They don't know if they could be married on the outside. It's so weird. Imagine like you don't know. You could have kids. You could be married. And the same with the innies and it's crazy. Hey, Big Heck.
I watched a little bit of Shining Vale. I didn't really get into it.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
I can't remember if I seen the very end. I think I did, but it's weird. It's got a lot of comedy though. It's definitely a different tone, but
this has tons of comedy in it.
No, I know, but I mean
it's
hilarious. More. Yeah, this is comedy too, but I don't know. It's still a different tone. It's definitely a different tone than this.
Is it a recent show? I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, it's with Courtney Cox.
Oh, I love her. I mean, I'm a huge Friends fan, so
yeah, it's on Stars, so you have to
interesting
have a subscription.
So look into it.
Yeah, I watch it when they have free weekends. So if they have a free weekend, I catch up on a little bit.
Yeah, we went a little crazy here. Big Heck, thank you for being in the watch party too and coming here. Big Heck we went crazy after the finale. We watched the trailer for season 2, and then we were going to try. And then
very hard to get that.
Don't worry, we're not going to talk about it. But we're going to watch the first 8 minutes of the season, but we couldn't do it. I tried. Big Heck tried, and it was just a black screen. They do this thing where they block it Apple TV, so we didn't watch that. But thanks for trying, Heck. Apple TV, MGM does the same thing. I managed to stream it for people. Oh God, I hope I'm going to be able to stream it from Apple TV.
I'm going to get a trial first, so you're not paying for it and then finding out it doesn't even work, because that would suck.
Oh, that would be terrible. And I've been telling everybody I'm going to do that. I'm going to try.
Yeah, I would get a trial and test it.
And if that doesn't work, there are other ways. There are other ways to do watch parties. So I will find a way. Hopefully I will find a way. I'm so glad I thought of it. I'm glad that we tried this with Heck tonight, because I wouldn't have even thought of it. And I would I could have found out at the last minute that it might not work. With From, actually, my friend BK was shocked that I was able to do midnight watch parties. He's like, how are you doing that? And I just got lucky. If you stream from MGM on the website in the browser Chrome, it works. Otherwise, it's a black screen. So hopefully I'll find a way for this too. I will do my best, because I really want to do this.
Yeah, it probably depends what you use to stream it. Yes. I don't know. I didn't use an app. I just downloaded the video, so I can't help you with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Really, so. That's the thing. I could wait and I could download it or something, or play it from this site I shouldn't be using. But I want to do the midnight. It's fun, midnight watch.
If they have it blocked, though, you may not be able to get it. I mean, they probably know people are doing that in Discord, and they've probably blocked it for that reason.
I'm going to see what I can do. Like, I've seen people use other things, other ways outside of Discord to do it. So I'm gonna mess around and figure it out. Hopefully. But Just Me said even Cobell had that checkerboard floor at home. Yes, she did. Maybe she took part of that ritual. Wouldn't surprise me.
I have something to add.
Oh, yeah?
Which mask did she have by the mirror? Anybody know? It's a little bit trivia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, wasn't it the
Anybody in the chat know?
Yeah, I don't remember.
She had a mask.
I remember. I just wanted to know if anybody else remembered.
I think I know. I think I remember. But I could be.
Chat saying anything?
Anybody remember which mask Harmony had at the shrine in her house? I think I remember. But
Let's see here.
I'll only keep track of my own.
I only keep track of my own mask. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We can probably say the answer. What's your one, two, you want to go 1, 2, 3?
Was it the jester?
Jester's mask, yeah.
The jester's mask. I wonder why. I wonder why that.
Because she's a fool. Harmony is a fool. Fool for love. Fool for fear.
She is. That fits. She's completely drunk on the Kool-Aid. She's to me that's clear. She's a true believer. Either that or she's severed in some way too. But I think it's more that she's brainwashed into the cult. That's what I think.
Yeah. I think so too. But I don't know. I almost thought that, or actually still think it's a possibility that like she could be so mad at what happened that she goes against them, because she still seems to, I don't know. Right now she's still drinking the Kool-Aid. So
yeah, she does.
Let's see.
Yeah, she seems to be. Just me said, I wonder if Bert retired because he was getting close to Irv. That's what I think. Or because he became curious, like, what if the person is married, but they get freaky with someone down below? It's probably happened, I'm sure. I think that's why they
get freaky with somebody down below is funny.
Yeah.
Here, wait a second. That was a great joke.
Double entendre there. Nice. Yeah, I think that he was getting too close to Bert, so they had to get rid of him. They didn't want them fraternizing like that. Because of the timing. Yeah, the timing of it. They definitely got rid of him because of Irving, and maybe because he allowed the MDR people to come to that O&D, and they weren't supposed to do that too.
Yeah.
Peter said the brain splitters, the split brainers, or the severance. The waffle's not blue. Oh God. Yeah, I know. I didn't even know what a blue waffle was before until recently. I'm so innocent there. It's nasty. I wish I didn't know now. And welcome, Decipher. Thank you for
I don't
coming.
know what that is.
That was a reference to Shining Vale.
Yeah.
I don't know what a blue waffle is.
Oh no, I meant that.
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know.
I don't really care to know.
Yeah. Hey, AAMM, nice to see you. Dieter said the severed zone, the split life, the split shift, duality diaries, mind partition. Nice, Dieter.
The waffle partiers.
The waffle partiers. Yep. Let's see. Oh God. Let's deep dive
Keep it down below.
Oh God. Yeah. It's all Kier's fault. Kier was freaky. Now we have our minds. Now he's got our minds in the gutter. Hey, Harrow.
That a party.
Hey, Harrow.
Now I gotta go Google what that is, because you guys keep talking about it.
God, no, just don't do it. Just say no.
I probably don't want to know, do I?
Yeah, you don't want to know. No, you definitely don't want to see any pictures. Don't look up any pictures.
Geez. Unless it's not true though, but still, ew.
It's gross.
Yeah. I don't need to know that.
I only like things that are real.
Hey, Trace. Nice to see you.
Waffle party's real.
Thanks for coming, Trace. CT5E. Yeah, blue waffle scared me in high school. Ugh, yeah, that'd scare me at any age. Hey, Uncle Fletch, have you watched Severance yet? He pops in here, but I don't think he's watched it yet. If you haven't watched it, you're gonna hear spoilers. I highly recommend you watch the show. Seriously, Fletch, you won't regret it. Hey, Zapton.
Totally worth it. I wish I'd watched it sooner. I kept putting it off, but I guess at least I've watched it now, finally.
And now you don't have to wait for, one hell of a cliffhanger. We're not going to say what it is, but one hell of a cliffhanger. Now you don't have to wait long for a resolution. So there's that. Most people had to wait 3 years. This is nuts.
Yeah, that part's definitely a positive.
Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Nice to see you. Yes, say no to awful waffles. And just me says, what's up with Herb's paintings? Well, we're gonna get into that. That's definitely not the break room door. No.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's
Yeah,
shown. It's
it's
shown.
yeah.
No.
It's the testing floor. It's the hallway to the testing floor, rather, not the testing floor itself. But yeah, how does he know? How does he know? What?
Mhm.
How does he remember that and paint it? So his self, his innie self, is bleeding into his outie self because he remembers that, and vice versa. Now we know what the black goo is, why he's dreaming of black goo when he's inside. It's the paint.
Probably saves a lot of money on paints.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A ton of black. Just a little dot of red.
Yeah.
A little bit of white.
You got black on sale.
Yeah.
Mhm. I gotta say, I was a little disappointed that that's all the black goo was. I don't. His dreams were so ominous and creepy. I was hoping it would be something better than
and
just.
they have that in the beginning too, in the main titles as well.
Yeah, it's weird that it's in the main titles if that's all it's supposed to be.
Right? Yeah, I gotta say that's the only thing. That's the only reveal that kind of disappointed me. I was just hoping it would be something a little more interesting, and it was just paint the whole time.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
there's more to it. We just don't know it yet. I mean, there
It could be like a weird
herring.
state of
It's a
coffee.
black herring.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever watch Twin Peaks where the coffee changes and it's frozen and then it's really thick? It reminds me of the Twin Peaks coffee at the very end of Twin Peaks, the second season.
I gotta finish Twin Peaks. I
Well, I
barely.
mean,
I
is
Yeah, I do too. I'm like, I really am somebody who should have watched it and never finished it either.
Because there's imagery of coffee in the main titles too, like the coffee cup that spills over and all the people come out of it.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, maybe. Just me said, so Irving has been to the testing floor, right? He must have been, and what is it? It's a mystery. That's one of the big mysteries.
Better or worse
Maybe
than
I'm
the break
mixed
room.
up then. What is specifically the testing floor? I assumed it was just a hallway.
No, it's a hallway. The elevator leads down to the testing floor, and
Even more down below.
Yeah.
The below, down below.
So there's like a sub basement.
That, though. It's just you're saying, okay, it's not something we've seen. That's what I was trying to.
Nope. Thanks.
Okay. I thought you meant it was something we've seen. That's why I was confused. Thanks.
No, the painting, what he's painting is something we've seen. We've seen the long, thin hallway.
Yeah, that's what I thought you're talking about, is the hallway.
Yeah, that's what he's painting.
Okay. Well, then. Okay, I thought you said he was painting the testing floor. I'm missing something. Something got wrong.
That's the long walk to the elevator that gets you down below into the testing floor.
To the testing floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I misspoke. I said, oh, he's painting the testing floor. No, I meant to say the hallway to the testing floor.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying he remembers the testing floor, which means he's probably been there.
Yeah, he's probably been there. I mean, he remembers that hallway, so I think he probably was there at some point. Irving is the one who has been there the longest. I wish I had written down how long everyone's been there. I think Mark, it's like 2 years or something. Irving is the longest, and
like 30 years or something like that.
Was it that much?
It was a long time.
He's the victor of
It was like either 20 or 30 years. It was a long span of time.
He's the victor of Severance. Yeah, and it also, I think it explains why he's the most pious and conscientious of all of them. He's been there the longest.
He was starting to drink the Kool-Aid. Now he hasn't been, but
I think he was the most brainwashed because he's been there the longest. But that's why he was so reverent. But now, yeah, I think
that's because he knows that he's read all those books. He's spent so much time there. He knows all the doctrine.
But falling for Bert, that's what. I think that's why they had to get rid of Bert, because look what happened. I mean, he fell for Bert, and he started to rebel. He started to sneak off and go meet him, and he wasn't supposed to be doing that. So they got rid of him.
But Kieran and his wife met at work and had, of the heart. What was it called? Of the heart.
Yeah, I forget.
Feelings of the heart.
I think that is what's going on here is like Lumen perverted the original message of Kier, I think. And I think Harmony is like an adherent to the original message of Kier. Lumen.
So there wasn't a waffle party before that? Or there
I
was a
don't,
waffle party and it was just waffles, and then Lumen decided to add a little extra spice?
I wonder. I don't know.
Maybe.
But I do think that I think Lumen is, took it as a corporation and twisted it. And so, yeah, like this is originally, like they've talked about in the show how Kier actually intended for the departments to mingle. That was the original intent, but Lumen changed it. So, like they
I want to ask you guys about that. What do you think about the fact that they made like the fake paintings to make them hate each other? I mean, because they did it to both of them. I think it's hilarious that they found out, but
I know, right? I think it's all about kind of divide and conquer, keep them separate, make them afraid of each other so that they don't mingle and get information that they don't want them to get. It's like they don't want information sharing.
Since they can't get out of like that part of their severed brain, since they can never leave, that it wouldn't even matter if they figured out what they did. Like, other than the fact it's, for a story, like what does it hurt if they find things out? They can't tell they're outie anyway.
That's the thing. I don't know why they can't just tell them what they're doing. Maybe the board is so adamant that it's not possible to reintegrate. So they're obviously
so why does it matter? Yeah.
They're so convinced Severance works, so you would think they would trust it enough to just tell them what they're doing, unless they're actually not. They're maybe they're worried that the Severance might not actually work.
Yeah.
Or it could be an experiment, and they're testing to see if Severance works effectively, and then they can spread it to a wider population, have them really exposed to sensitive information and whatever it is that they're doing. But I think it's likely to be some kind of experiment, but I mean, who knows? They could be actually doing something with those numbers, the scary numbers. I don't know.
I think if they kept their employees more happy, they wouldn't be causing problems like they are for them.
Yeah, they really should do better than finger trap perks and
time with the baby goats. Let them spend time with the baby goats. That would be a perk I would want.
There might be a goat party. You never know.
There might be. Hey, ever since the podcast, thank you for coming. Nice to see you. And easier said with Meg. It matters because knowledge and information is powered. Yes. It's power. Yes. And Just Me says to control them. Yeah, it's definitely like a situation where they don't want sharing information between departments, and it's a way to keep control over them. Meg said they are not at school. They are an employer. They don't need their weapons to be intelligent, just productive. I like that. I like that analogy. Yeah. Harrow is saying the brightness on Silo is so terrible. Yeah, there's a new Silo. AA, I haven't read the Lexington letter yet, but I'm gonna read it for next week because we're gonna be talking about the finale, and we'll talk about that too. But let's get into the episode. Let's talk about Defiant Jazz. So I liked this shot a lot because this is a location. This show does a lot with symbolic imagery. And this is a location where people get reintegrated who have been severed. And notice how there are 3 windows and they walk from left to right. And I think it represents this, the severed self on one side, the other, the innie, the outie, and then the reintegrated part.
I thought it would be the first one. I thought the first one would be the outie, and then it'd be the separation in the middle, and then the innie at the end.
Well, it could be that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was talking about like in the main themes how it starts with the innie, like Adam Scott's character with a suit on, and then at the end when they're both in the bed, the red and the guy in the suit, it integrates and the suit guy's on top. So I wonder if that means the innies are gonna like eventually win. If there's winning in this show. If there's a concept like that.
I always wondered what that meant. And that could very well be. I always wondered why there's just one little red Mark, Red and Mark and Red rather, and all of the innies. Yeah, it could mean that. I really liked how they did this too. So they go around a bunch of winding hallways and corridors and stairs, and it's dark, which I think kind of represents the repressed mind of these people. Like it's like the brain, it's like their brains, the part that they can't remember, the repressed innie self. And so like they're kind of going down into it. This is a place where you could get reintegrated, so it's symbolic, like the way that they depict it, which is cool. And yeah, we have Ragabi.
Isn't this where Mark used to work, the school?
Yeah, it is. He used to teach at this school. Yep. And she's saying that if Petey should have followed her post-op instructions, and he ran away when he started to get sick, and if he hadn't run away, he wouldn't have died. So I don't know why Petey did that, but he just took off. And now we find out her role. She created this. She's the one. I mean, maybe not. I don't know if she created all of it, but she's the one who put the chip in Mark's head. I think maybe it's possible she helped develop the chips in the first place and then regretted it. Probably regretted it.
It's possible that she's the one that told him he can't take them out too.
Yeah.
Like maybe she lied about it, and that's why they think you can't reintegrate. Or they just don't want to admit it, one or the other.
I think they're probably lying. I bet they know, and they don't want people to find out that it's even possible to do it.
Yeah, because then they might decide they want to retire or whatever, and they want it out.
Right. Exactly. So I don't think they'd want anyone to know, even management.
I mean, when they make their innie army, that is, they flip all those innies on.
They flip the innies on.
Well, yeah, they got them all there. They're all retired. You flip them on. You make a little innie army.
Yeah. That would be. Imagine that if they did it. If they did this with all of them, that would be crazy. Like, just activate all of them at once.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. She says that you ever wonder what your innie thinks about all this. You wonder if he's happy. And this is true. It's infantilizing because they're like children. The term innie, it's infantilizing. And she says you've been severed for 2 years, right? So your innie is really just a baby. They are like children.
Do you think you made me wonder when you were saying about the army? Do you think that maybe the ultimate point is for them to take over something, but like they could during the real world switch on the innies if they could brainwash them and control them the way they wanted? Like maybe it's not so much about getting the outies working for them so much as they intend to, once they're done with the experiment, like control the rest of the population.
Well, that's what I meant by innie army.
Okay, I thought you were just joking, though. I didn't realize you meant.
No, I mean they would control people. I'm not kidding. Where's my non-kidding voice?
Okay, sorry. I thought you were joking. That's why I'm like that.
No,
actually
I
makes
mean
sense.
they could make a whole population, turn them all on. I mean, I feel like on the map there's people where they say that people are living there all the time. I think they're just on innie mode all the time. They just become permanent innies. So they could just basically program anybody. There could be something in that implant that says, hey, attack anybody who isn't severed, and they turn all the innies on, and then you've got a war going on.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Okay.
Serious.
Well, it was a good idea. How's that? I should have just said that's a good idea. So I replaced what I said.
I know I did that with From. People didn't understand my theories from my joking, but there's a little bit of theorizing that I do eventually.
Yeah, you have a deadpan voice sometimes, and it's hard to tell.
Deadpan? That's nice.
Well, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying, like the way you joke, you're very.
I have no inflection when I speak.
You got the dry humor.
I let the horn do the talking for me. Down below.
So anyway, Mark Mark is kind of justifying his decision to sever and the fact that his innie has no rights. But he says my innie lives his own life, and as a result, I get to live mine. And this is an interesting philosophical quandary here, because she says he only exists because of you, and for all intents and purposes, he is you. Do you really think he's different down there, combs his hair differently, laughs at different jokes? Maybe he loves it, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he dreams every day about clawing his way to the surface. But you'll never know. You'll never know. You brought him into this world without his permission, based on your own desire for emotional convenience. So, really interesting concept there, like it's his inner self has no rights. He did this for his own emotional convenience, but it's like he created another version of himself who has no rights, who could be desperate to get out, and he'll never know. So I liked that. I liked that a lot.
It's like cloning yourself and sending them down there.
It is a lot like that. He brought him into this world, as she said. It's like another version of him. It's the same person, but
it's kind of like cloning. It's kind of like a clone.
It is.
Some of the parts are gone.
It's a lot like that. Because they each have a different set of memories. Yes, there's a bleed over in between the two, of course. We've seen evidence that they bleed into each other, but they have a different set of memories. And memories, so like, you can get into the concept of what is the self, or are we the sum total of our memories? Like, that's a big part of who we are. So it's like a different version.
But they leave like general knowledge, and they leave their sense of humor, because their sense of humor is intact.
Yeah, they do.
What they leave in. They could have just taken the sense of humor out and just made them drones.
Yeah. I wonder just how much they leave in. How much do they know about current events, like things that are going on the outside? How much about history do they know? That's unclear.
They know where Delaware is.
They know where Delaware is. But yeah, I wonder, like, do they know about like what's going on in the government right now? Like, the news, or is it just like general history? We don't really know.
It's just current history.
That is weird. Is there like a cutoff between what they know and what they don't know? Is it like just the stuff maybe that they learned as their real person?
Yeah. Yeah.
At that point. Well, no, because clearly they know. That's I think one of those things that's like a little nitpick that's never going to make sense, because if you think about it, like you could say, well, they stopped learning things after they were severed, but if that was the case, then they would remember wanting to be severed. So where do you cut off what they learned as like a person, like history, versus what's happening in their lives? Like there's no.
Well, they also left the imagination intact too, because Dylan has a huge imagination about living on a riverboat and thinking that there's just a big like sea now because there's apocalypse. So everybody has their imaginations.
Yeah, they just somehow targeted memories related to that person, I guess.
It's gonna be crazy. Some crazy tech.
Yeah, definitely. Which I still think the fact that all the tech in the building, though, within Lumen, that it's all like old analog stuff, has to be important, because all the TVs and computers and everything, the clocks, none of it's like new digital stuff.
Yeah, that's so strange. The cars all look old. The clocks, the computer monitor.
It's this world building. I think it's world building, so they don't have to, use new tech.
Well, but they have like when they had all the screens with oh wait, never mind. That didn't happen yet. Never mind. Sorry. But yeah, it just seems like on the inside at Lumen, when they everything's, I don't know, it's all old stuff. Yeah, you said their cars are old. Their cars are old?
Yeah.
See, I don't know enough about cars. I would think they'd have whatever cars they wanted, so I don't know.
No, they all seem to be about the same year. I don't really know when. 90s? A lot of 90s tech?
When they must supply the cars and say to the employees, drive an old car. You know, I don't know.
I don't know. I thought they were just trying to world build kind of something that could be their own, kind of retro futuristic.
What's cool?
I just wonder why, in the context of the show, like what, you know, because it's not realistic. In the real world, you don't have a giant parking lot full of old cars and nothing.
But do you mean that people don't get severed in real life, Julie?
You know what I mean? Like,
there's no waffle party, Judy? Is that what you're telling me?
But like within the world of the show, it's like
here.
There's got to be a reason why within the world of the show everything is old. The cars, the TVs, the computer monitors. It's just so. I just find it so odd.
Beyond aesthetic, those aesthetic choices.
Yeah, I think it has to. I don't know. There has to be a reason.
I think when we've seen like the Audi versions, I didn't notice that, and I guess that's my point. Like, I didn't notice that the houses we've seen in the real world look like that. At least I didn't notice that they did. Like, it didn't seem to stand out that it wasn't current. I'd have to go back and like look when they show Mark's house or his sister's house or whatever.
His sister's house looks more like a cabin. Cabin-y.
Well, yeah, when they're at the retreat.
Well, their actual house, not the cabin of the retreat, but their own house has wood and stuff in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what their house looked like, to be honest. I was trying to think if we actually see. The only thing I can remember is the stuff
you see it in episode 8
in his basement. No, I'm sure we do. I'm trying to remember. Like, it didn't stand out to me as being old. I guess is the reason where, like, when you watch Lumen, it stands out to me as being like really old tech. But I didn't know. It's not to say it isn't in their house. I just didn't notice it one way or another.
Yeah.
In the outside part.
Yeah, their house seems to be a little bit more warmer feeling than Mark's house and the Lumen housing in general, which is kind of bluish and kind of, like, do they have a little graveyard by Lumen too? When you see an outside shot and there's like it looks like people have died there, like they lived there and died there.
They probably bury their people so they can't even in death now. I don't know.
So like, yeah. even with the snow, it looks like it's like the landscape is kind of bluish and white and gray and black.
Yeah, it is like more of a cool tone, right?
And then in contrast, Devin and Rickon's house is kind of like a little bit more warm, like woods, and I think some red, like in their kitchen and stuff like that.
So you're saying that even like Mark's house was bluer too?
Oh yeah, like this blue and dark, like this bluish tone, like cool colors, like grays and dark.
Yeah. So I don't know, unless it's like meant to represent. It's got to be meant to represent something. I mean, but
loneliness, isolationism, existential dread.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas Rickon's kind of hopeful, he's written those books.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's on his fifth one or whatever.
He's funny. I like him.
So did we lose Julie or what?
Yeah, Julie walked out for a minute. Sorry, I'm like.
Oh, okay. I was just like
quiet too tonight. No, yeah, she walked.
I thought this was like a trio, and I was like, okay.
No, she just stepped out for a minute. She's coming back.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just I'm quieter because I'm being careful what I say because I don't want to say anything else I shouldn't by accident. So.
Yeah. See, I thought with this scene, that maybe the doctor knew that the manager guy was going to follow Mark. Because it seemed like she had a bat and everything ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Like maybe it was a setup to get him there. Yeah, I kind of wondered that. Somebody said that in the chat when we were watching the episode, and I wondered that. I don't remember who it was. But, yeah. It did kind of seem like that, because she was ready. And he seemed a little bit horrified.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little intense. We probably won't show those photos here, but it was a little intense. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I wasn't either. And she kept going. I thought they were gonna like tie him up or something. Nope.
Nope. Oh no, you get the job done. That's what she was doing.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess it kind of reflects on how they, that's what they got to do.
I still can't.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to cut. But I was just gonna say, I still can't help thinking that somebody that's like within Lumen, that there's like a, a spy or whatever, that one of the people in Lumen is one of the ones that's working to reintegrate them. I've been saying that from the beginning because I thought maybe it was their boss, but I just think one of them somehow is like not who they're pretending to be.
Yeah, it's true. Like Harmony was never severed, right? Is that a point?
Yeah, I don't think she's been severed. So I kind of wondered when she got fired if maybe she's gonna like try to get revenge on them.
Yeah. She certainly want to get revenge on that mirror and everything that she had of her shrine.
Yeah, she got mad at it, but I don't know. She's so strong, brainwashed, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. But I just feel like somebody there is, like a double agent, whatever you want to say.
Mole?
Yeah, a mole. That's a better description. I'm like, I can't think of the right word.
Mole's Donna. Is Donna working on Lumen?
Yeah, there could be a mole. That's a good point. And I don't know.
Maybe thought it was the guy that got killed in this one. If he hadn't got killed,
right?
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Ragabi here said, he says I'm not
Ragabi. Okay.
Yeah, she's Ragabi.
Okay, yeah, right. I'm gonna watch these on Monday. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm caught up.
He said I'm not a bad person, and she says I think you want to do what's right, both of you, which is an interesting way to put it. It's like he's two people in one.
But what if you're and he's having a good time though? Don't you ineffectively kill your any then? Who's having a good time?
Honestly, well, you know what I think? No, I think what would happen is I think what reintegration is supposed to do is I think it would allow you to keep both sets of memories. So it wouldn't be effectively killing your any self.
But that didn't work well with Petey's plan.
No, it didn't. But I do think Julie's right, because that's why he was remembering like things and seeing flashes. I think eventually if he had not died, he would have remembered everything.
Yeah, apparently
why they don't want reintegration.
Yeah, apparently, I mean, they definitely wouldn't want to acknowledge that it exists because imagine if they start using this for jobs where they actually know what they're doing and it's something messed up. Reintegration would allow them to keep all those memories and then tell everybody. So I can see why they don't want anybody to know, but Petey just took off. Apparently, if he had stayed with her, maybe she could have kept him alive. I say he had some kind of sickness and he took off, but I so did not expect this random killing of Grainer. That was a shock.
Yeah.
Grainer, that's his name.
It's intense.
Do you think it's possible there could be spies on the other side too?
Yeah, it looks like a lifesaver.
like what if one of the people on the outside world are actually part of Lumen, like his sister or something like that?
Some people have that theory that maybe his sister is in on it somehow.
She looks like a Jedi.
I wonder, because I just wonder how they can. I don't know. I think the biggest question is why, did they fake his wife's death, or did they somehow get her body and save her partway or something? Or I don't know.
That's like the biggest mystery of the whole show, really. What happened with his wife? How did she get down there? What is her deal? Like, she doesn't ever leave, apparently. So
yeah, because I kind of wonder if maybe like she's brain damaged and like she only has like an any self. Like maybe the rest of her is gone because maybe she was almost dead and they saved her, and that's why she's like not in the real world.
That's entirely possible. Like, they may have faked her death, and they
cremated her or something. Cremated another body and gave him some ashes.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know if he was in the hospital at the crash too. He could have been out, and they could have been like, "Oh yeah, your sister said we could cremate her body, and here's her ashes."
Yeah. I never thought about I mean, we don't know what the funeral was like because they haven't shown us.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, some people think, well, okay, maybe Lumen, it has all kinds of things. Like, they have a pharmaceutical company. Like, maybe they also own a hospital, and they were able to fake her death and keep her alive in some fashion, but there's something wrong with her. Like, it's there are all kinds of theories. Like, maybe when she's not in her awake state, maybe she's laying in a coma, and they can somehow animate her, and like she's very robotic. Like, this is something so strange about her robotic mannerisms and her face. I mean, so I don't know. Like, I don't know what. Honestly, like, it's very hard to understand, like, what is the deal with that. And was Mark the original target of this place to work there, or was she? Like, did they target her to get Mark to work there for some reason? Like,
It seems strange there's such a few amount of people working there in the first place. So maybe they need something. Maybe there's specific people they need.
Right, and now they have no security guy, because they have one single person working in security when this operation is supposed to be so important, whatever it is they're doing. It's very bizarre, but it's like a skeleton crew. And now they have no head of security, no security at all, because Grainer is dead.
Yeah, but they just assume that everybody thinks things are real, and that's why they are scared of it. It doesn't have to actually be there. And clearly we find out that, that didn't work because they figured that out.
Right.
You would think they would.
Right. Yeah, this was nuts though. I mean, I saw somebody in the chat before saying, like, did she ask Mark to come there knowing Grainer would follow him so she could kill him? I don't personally think so. I think she just reacted because Grainer
just had that bat handy.
Yeah, it is kind of suspicious that she happened to have a bat.
She looks like a Jedi with that bat. That bat looks like a lifesaver in that one shot. It looks like she's got like some serious business going on. Like, she knows how to use it.
Yeah, I don't know, but it could just be that she figured he'd be followed too, and she was like hyper vigilant. But it does kind of make you wonder.
It does, yeah.
I want to see more of her because she's like an important part of figuring out the mystery.
Yeah, and I like. What is she going to do? How is she going to dispose of this body by herself too? I wonder. She's only one down here at the moment, and initially she asks Mark. This is so strange. She asks Mark to help her drag the body, but then, oh no, don't throw up. Your DNA's in that.
Yeah, like touching it isn't putting DNA in it.
His DNA's all over him from touching him.
Yeah,
that was weird, but
maybe she just didn't want him to throw up.
Maybe, I don't know.
Just extra clean, extra cleanup.
Yeah, or she's one of those people that you see somebody throw up and you throw up.
Yeah.
Just me saying, if you put on her quote saying that isn't that in her lab, wouldn't be surprising if she had weapons there. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Umbra. How long were you backstage? I couldn't see. I was in the photo tab.
Long enough for him to be missing.
Oh no!
Can you guys hear me? How well can you guys hear me?
I hear you just fine. I am so sorry. How long were you there? I didn't see you.
About the same time as last time, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. I was just sitting here, listening to you guys prattle on. I'm joking. Listening to you guys.
That's probably on. You're probably honest.
Nah, I'm messing. No, I was just listening, and I was actually strolling near Twitter, so I wasn't even paying attention all the way.
Okay. Sorry about that. I have a bad habit of it when you're not in the StreamYard tab, you can't see. So sometimes.
No worries. It's all good. No deal.
So could people just walk into this place, or does she have keys?
Yeah, I don't know. Mark just showed up.
Is the school still schooling? Is this a school that's still working or not?
I don't know. That building looks pretty deserted. But
yeah, I think he just followed him.
Yeah, but sometimes schools kind of look like that.
Yeah. So she
high
gives
schools with the concrete brick walls.
It is a very odd looking school. I thought the same thing. Like, that's a school? Looks like some type of, I don't know, janitor's.
Well,
dungeon or
there's not any
something.
bright lights in here either, so we can't really see what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like something that's under construction or something like
Yeah,
that.
some kind of abandoned.
right.
thing.
Right. That's what it looks like to me too. She gives him Grainer's security key and says, "Take it to work tomorrow. He'll know what to do." So it's interesting that it's at the same time his Annie and Outie self are both kind of rising up at the same time. So like she has a lot of confidence in that. Maybe she knows that since he's kind of starting to rise up and rebel as an Outie, his Annie kind of it'll bleed over and his Annie will act on it. She's so confident about it. He'll know what to do.
She was way too confident. That's a good point, because when she said that, my thinking was that once he got into and transitioned over to Indy, he's like, "Oh, this is for this. Let me do this," and it was like that wasn't the case at all. He had to get to that point
like, hey,
before he realized it. Yeah,
I left the key anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was odd, but. And I don't know why she screamed at him here. Like she didn't have to scream. Like if you have a dead body that you just killed right there, maybe don't scream. Like what if there's like a janitor who's somewhere in there? I don't know. I found that so weird. She's like, "No, get the F out of here." Really loud.
she was tired of his shit.
Yeah.
Turn him into listening, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, it was funny too when she was like, "Don't you throw up right there, your DNA." And as soon as he gets outside, he's like, "Bleh." Like, you just defeated the purpose, Mark.
Yep.
But you touched the body anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It's still a scene of the crime outside too. So his DNA is everywhere. It's on the body. It's outside. Yeah.
You know what else is odd too? If you all pay attention, if you go back when they said they found the guy, I forgot what's his name, the guy that she smashed.
Oh no, Grainer.
Is it Rainer?
Grainer.
Grainer. When they said they found him, they mentioned Ragabi. They said, "Oh, it must have been Ragabi." Like they know that Ragabi is rogue, and that she was there at this spot, right? So if they find his DNA there, like that'll be like a pretty open and close, open and shut case, I would think.
Mm-hmm. It would be, yes. Seems like that could be a problem. That's definitely going to be an issue, I think. We don't know what the hell year this is based on the weird old technology, but
See, like he's got a microwave. That microwave doesn't look and stove like aren't standing out to me as being like really old.
No, they're not.
I think on some deep dive video I saw, they said it was basically in 2020 because his state ID showed it, I think.
But so yeah, that's why I said I really think it's only in Lumen that they have the old computers and the analog clocks and the old TVs and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Strange. We had this awkward scene here. He's throwing away his clothes, and
don't mind me.
Yeah, I totally forgot she was still there.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
she's been in there the whole time.
She was still there.
Yeah.
So, says, "Do you want me to go?" He's like, maybe.
I was like, you screwed that up.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't paying attention to this part when I first watched it, because when she walked out, I'm like, "What the hell is she doing there?" In my head, that's what I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "Lady, get out."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I had forgotten she was there too with everything going on, but so the next day, he's about to go to work, and she's Harmony.
I love the way she says Mark. I'm sorry. Richard Arquette says Mark.
Mark, what are you doing? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love it. But now she
usually dispose of your waste in the earlier afternoon.
She snoops on him that much.
She speaks in this kind of weird 1950s elegance.
Yeah,
if you noticed,
like
right?
a Hollywood Scarlet.
Yeah.
Like
Mark,
Tallulah
is
Bankhead.
darling.
It's like Tallulah Bankhead or something. Like Disney
Right.
classic, like Gloria Swanson kind of deal.
Yeah, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Tallulah Bankhead. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you know who she is.
I do. I used to watch old I Love Lucy stuff all the time, and she was on
Yeah.
it. Yeah. As a guest, but
Yeah.
She's trying to be invisible, and I think sometimes she makes herself the opposite of that because of the way she acts.
Yeah, I'm gonna disguise myself as a normal person.
yeah.
Yeah, she's so
With a
odd because
normal
she'll sit there
shop.
right in the window. I'm like, if I was your neighbor, and I would look and see you over there looking at me from your window.
Well, I guess she's just supposed to be a busybody that you're supposed to ignore.
Right. Yes, he's just over there in his own world, but he doesn't see her. She's looking directly out of her window into his with little pigtails. I'm like, you don't see that?
Yeah, that was weird.
It's not exactly inconspicuous the way she spies on him. it's weird.
It's blatant and obvious.
It is, and even just saying this, like, you usually dispose of your waste in the early afternoon, like so she's monitoring even when he throws out his garbage. He doesn't find that strange.
Well, I think that partially has to do with him telling her that she took the wrong trash down or whatever. Remember in one of the other episodes, like the phone conversation they had. So that might be connected to that, which was still a very weird conversation. But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Why early afternoon? Wouldn't he be at Lumen in the early afternoon?
You would think.
Yeah. Is it just the weekend?
On the way to work, he drops off his trash.
In the early afternoon? He goes to work in the early afternoon.
Yeah, what time does he go to work?
I thought it was in the morning.
I was going to say, if he gets out at 5, I would think he would go in the morning. That is weird.
He doesn't get a lunch hour.
Well, that was the day. Was that the day he took off work, I think? It might have been. But he called then to say he wasn't coming. So clearly he wouldn't have been at work yet. So that's weird. He would go in the early afternoon if he gets out of work at 5. That's very bizarre. I think that's a mistake that they didn't think of.
It's probably a mistake. She says, "You look troubled, Mark." So she's snooping on, like, what is he troubled about? Is he worried about? Maybe we should talk later over a nice hot cup of lavender tea. She's monitoring his moods too. It's very clear, and he doesn't commit. I love this line.
I almost made my icon Jack Frost until I realized the maracas are probably cooler.
Yeah, good choice. But Jack Frost certainly needs some new dandruff shampoo. Oh yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Yeah. nice one there.
At first I thought she was wearing a turban, which would be even more a Tallulah Bankhead move, but it's not.
It reminds me.
Like it, yeah.
If you had one of those like 1930s kind of Hollywood turbans.
Yeah, I can see it.
I was thinking that too, actually. Okay, so he installed these doors to lock them in for MDR, and this was a cool shot. See, they do a lot with mirroring in the show, with the playing with that concept of the duality of the selves, and you got the mirroring of him here. And then
they're staggered. Alex is saying she's right, but 9:30 isn't afternoon though. Like they would have to really be staggered, I think, to be afternoon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He just throws his garbage out once a week on Saturdays or Sundays.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I have to say, well, I would ask you ladies, who would you say if you had to do a top 3? Who are your top 3 favorite characters in this show? I gotta say that Tramiel here playing as Milchick, he's one of my favorites in this show.
He's one of the best, I think, for sure. God, I would have to say Harmony. Harmony is my favorite, and
this is a problem.
Harmony, because she is amazing. What an amazing, fascinating character. I really love her performance. I would say Harmony.
Why she's stalking Mark. We still got to figure that out, though.
Yes, and Milchick too. He'd be in my top 3, and then oh god, it's so hard. I love Dylan. Dylan has the best lines. He's the comic relief. I would say those 3 for me.
See, the problem here is that I have to go Patricia Arquette and Christopher Walken, and then only leaves one
Can't
more
go
spot.
wrong. Can't go wrong with them. Yeah. Who
But
would be the
there's only
third?
one spot left. There's only one spot left.
Who would you pick?
What I pick? Let's see. Yeah.
Now, for me, of course, Christopher
Okay, you didn't give me
Walken's a
time to
legend.
answer.
No, I'm just going to say that Christopher Walken is a legend, so I can see why you would automatically go with him. But he didn't have enough like lines or time in here for me.
No, he didn't. He was underused, so that's the only reason I didn't include him. But
I can't not include him.
He's amazing.
I mean, I would take a comedy relief one, which would be Dylan or Milchek, tie for third.
Yeah.
But I like
Yeah,
Helly. But I like Helly as well. I like Helly as well. So
I like.
I like all, but I like Dylan. But also, yeah, I think Irving and Bert though are kind of like I like them when they're together. So maybe that's like one.
I mean,
character.
Irving's good too. They're all good.
1A and 1B for you, maybe.
yeah, I like them, and I like Dylan too. I think.
I mean, I like all of them. I like Rick. I can't. I would have to have a top 10. I'd list all the characters.
Because I like Mark
Devin,
too. I mean, I don't dislike Mark. But yeah, Milchek's awesome. So it's hard to pick.
It is tough, and they did a good job of just making all these characters really likable, I would say.
Yeah.
Outside of, well, maybe not the outside people. Some of those people that's around, like Rickon, they're just weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they're so funny though. Without Rickon, there'd be so much humor lost.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like Rickon. It's just the people around him. They're like, what's wrong with you guys?
Yeah,
that'd be funny too, and intentionally so.
They all seem like cultists.
Yeah, I don't think I could have a top 3 of this show. This show's pretty solid.
Every single character is fantastic. They really are. I love all of them. It's so hard to even pick 3, but and
good cast.
With Alice said Mark, Irv, and Helly. You can't go wrong with anyone you pick. They're all fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, because they also have all different plot lines, you know? If you take any of them out and you said you could have 3 and then other ones are less, it's not really that way because Helly has a solid plot line. Mark has another plot line that's kind of different than Helly's, but pretty solid. You know, Irving has a plot line that's pretty solid.
I look at it like I want to see, like, I guess for me, I look at it like, who do I want to see their story explained and explored finally and get answers.
I like Helly's because Helly
1.
hasn't had anything except for like a 2-second thing at the end when she's got a champagne flute or something. I know nothing about her. Absolutely zero.
Helly for sure.
Like Audie's a hard ass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Helly for sure. I want to know about Helly. I want to know about Mark and Irving. I think those 3 are the most intriguing to me.
Definitely.
Yeah. But as far as people in the show, I think Milchek is like top tier villain.
Yeah, he is. There's so many things I want to say about that finale that I want to talk about. I keep thinking, whoops, wait, no, can't talk about that.
Yeah, we can't say it.
When you were saying something about Irving, I'm like thinking there's something I want to say.
You know, I could give you some time at the end where I could just leave and you guys could talk the finale, you know.
Yeah, I think that was the plan. We were going to wait toward the end while we talk everything 7 and 8. And then, that was the plan, I believe.
And then next week we'll do the real deep dive into the finale, of course.
Yeah, I was gonna say it depends when your end is. If your end is 6 hours from now, I ain't gonna be here.
Gonna try not to do that. Really gonna try. But yeah, Amy, Rickon's totally normal. Yeah, he's completely normal. And Amy can't choose.
Geez, some of the people that are in their friends groups are weird.
Yeah, there's a comment. Some lady talks about in episode 8. Is it? I think it's episode. I can't remember if it's 8 or 9 now.
I was worried it was 9. So not that it was really a spoiler. Just one of their friends is weird, but
it's just a weird quote about a bird. Yeah, she's weird, but we won't talk about that one yet.
I think she might have been in sooner, though. I think she was one of the French groups that was at that dinner, wasn't she? Or maybe not. I don't know. She wasn't anybody important, so it wasn't like it mattered.
Friends, but what is this card now? What in the hell is so important about this card that he felt the need to break protocol, go rogue, wake Dylan up on the outside to get this back? Doesn't it kind of look like a self-defense technique being modeled?
Is it just because
A
they
flash
come from,
card
like,
or something.
the other part of the world or whatever? I wonder if maybe it's just because they're like those are supposed to be being made for the Audis or whatever. So like it's kind of like how in Silo, like they're not allowed to have anything from the past. Like they don't want him to have the book, his father-in-law's book, because it's from the other side. I don't know. Because it is weird that they do that.
It's really, really odd. And it's like it seems so harmless.
Mm-hmm.
So what could it be?
Unless they think they'll start punching each other, maybe.
Right. We taught them karate.
That's what it looks. It looks like some kind of martial arts technique or something, and they're able to smuggle these out because there's no text on them. That's assuming that the code detectors are not bullshit, and you know they say you can't bring out anything.
I still think they're bullshit, and they're watching them on the videotape, like trying to sneak it out, and they can tell. Like maybe there's like a lie detector type thing. Like they can tell they're hiding something.
Maybe.
I think it's like we don't see exactly what happens when they get in the elevator, except for them blinking and all of that. It could be a point where they shut them down and they search them and then
like
trigger them.
Thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, maybe they turn them both. Maybe they turn the innie and the Audi off.
Yeah, that's my thinking. Like they just shut them off and do whatever search and delousing or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
I never thought of that, but that's a really interesting idea, and it's possible that we just don't see that there's a part in between where they shut them down and search them, because it doesn't sound like anything real, these code detectors. I mean, this is sci-fi, obviously. There's no such thing as severed minds, so it could be real. But
I like that idea that it's like a that it's just words that like a picture can get through. Because you think about when Petey had like the maps on the outside, I kind of wondered, like, was he supposed to have done that all from the sort of memories he was flashing when he was reintegrating, or was it something he snuck out? They never really said. And I know there was a more detailed map in the place, but I'm talking about what he had because he had something drawn that he showed Mark at one point. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he
drew that from memory when he was on the outside. He recreated the map and he drew it, showed it to Mark. But he was
supposed to have so little memories from his life inside yet. That's why that kind of made me wonder if maybe he snuck it out. It wasn't. They didn't really say, but you might be right.
Yeah. But yeah, he finds it under the toilet where Dylan said it was. This is one of the biggest mysteries as to what these, I forget what they're called, pictograph cards or something.
I don't know, but you would think that Dylan would have been like, how could I take it out? Like he asked him if he took it outside. So clearly, whether it's because it's pictures or because it's bullshit, they're able to take that outside of Lumen.
Right. So now we know that it's possible, even though he didn't actually take it, but he brings it back to O&D here. Busy, I don't know what they're doing, touching up these paintings, I guess. And he says the missing 7199G. Oswald will be so delighted. Okay. So apparently they have a lot of these cards, I guess. And we don't know what they're for. I'm very curious.
They make hatchets and they make martial arts cards. So yeah, maybe it's like a violence thing.
I hope they explain it in season 2 because that really bugs me. But
some Audi is going to read it like, well, I know kung fu.
Right. Apparently they sent Bert to the break room. I don't remember them actually showing that in episode 6, but he said, yesterday was quite enough. It's not a trip to the break room I'm getting, right? So
yeah, they mentioned it.
They did send him there, and now they're making him retire. So and he greets Dylan. And for Dylan, this feels like moments after for him, waking up in the closet and seeing his kid. That's what it feels like.
I just wanted, before you went past that, I was just going to say, the one thing, and this is where I keep saying they should keep them happy, they might listen. Like, I almost felt like Bert and Irving being together was a good influence, because Irving wanting to get to Bert actually stopped him from helping them a lot of times, because he was more like, no, I'm going to see him, and completely ignored them. So I think by them pissing him off with Bert, they obviously, I don't know, in their way, I think it made it worse.
They screwed up, I think. They definitely made it worse. They radicalized him even more. That's when he was like, he's Breaking Bad now. Irving is Breaking Bad.
Yeah, because I think if they had kept Bert there, he wouldn't have even wanted to go outside into the real world.
I think so. Yeah, they screwed up with this, but that he explains to Dylan that what happened was the overtime contingency, and they can employ it to awaken workers off-site for emergency use only. And he admits that he did this on his own. He didn't consult Ms. Cobell, so he went rogue because he's been so stressed. I don't know about that. I don't think he did it for her. I don't know why he didn't get permission or tell anybody, but I don't think he did it. I don't get the sense that he cares if Ms. Cobell is stressed, honestly. Like,
maybe he didn't want her to see it for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't tell her, but he I think he could get in trouble for this too, based on what we see later. But he tells Dylan not to mention this to anybody. The OTC is pretty neat to know, and tries to bribe him with stuff. He wants to know his son's name, and of course he won't tell him. Says not knowing is probably for the best, but hey, how about some perks? Yeah, that'll make up for the fact.
More finger traps. I don't think he cares.
That'll make up for the fact that you found out you have a son now and you'll never be able to see him again. Like, let's get you some finger traps, maybe a caricature.
Well, he got his waffle party.
He got his waffle party. He has the creepiest smile, doesn't he? Good man, Dylan. Good man. So creepy. Reminds me of Get Out, the lady in Get Out.
Yeah, he's very. You talk about Dyson's character being robotic. He's often really robotic and odd too. Like
he
is something else up with him.
I swear to God, he seems robotic, and I keep looking at his face, and I've compared it to how he looks off of this show in interviews. I swear, I think they're doing something to his face, like doing CGI to make him look perfect. He looks like he just came off an assembly line of robots. His skin is too smooth. Everything is too perfect. It's
makeup, maybe, yeah.
That's that black magic, baby, and nothing you can do about that. That's just how we come. Then we come packaged like that, Julia. No, but his skin is actually really gorgeous. I have to give him credit. He has good routine. And I've noticed, I saw him actually having an interview. I'm like, this brother's skin is in pristine condition. You can tell he takes care of himself.
It is. I felt like, I don't know, the interview I saw, I thought he looked different, but still very nice. He needs to drop his skincare routine for sure. But,
for sure.
There are people though who have theories about him, like maybe he's a clone or something like that. One thing we've never seen. Well, actually, no, I take that back. We've never seen him where he lives. That's what we've never seen. We've never seen him in his own life. We've only seen him in work mode. So it does make you wonder.
Dancing. Sorry, he's funny when he dances.
Like maybe he lives there. Maybe he doesn't even have an outside life. I wonder. He's just always in work mode. He fascinates me.
That's a good point, because clearly he can go outside, and we saw that with him. With him going to Dylan. Right. So him and Cobell are clearly, I hate to say it this way, innies and outies. They're clearly not like severed in that way. Right. So I don't. It's really interesting. I want to understand his story too, his and Cobell's.
I want to know more about him, because they showed that he can leave and he was at Dylan's house, but they've never shown him outside of work mode. They've never shown him in his personal life. and the way he acts so robotic with the smiles, and it just makes you wonder. Maybe he
he's had his anger severed or something like that, or his you know, like his negative energy. I don't know how else to say that because he does get mad, but
right.
like, he always smiles and like, so maybe part of him's been severed. Who knows?
I think they may have altered his brain in some other way. There's something else going on with him. He's not severed the way they are, but there's something else that we'll get into more of like what other things they could possibly do to these people based on what they show in the security room at the end of episode 8.
You know what? I think you're right about that too, because if you look at him and you look at Cobale, neither are quite severed in a way that they don't know that, you know, there's the other side of them or whatever. But they both have this weird kind of fealty, right, to Kier, and this kind of almost innocence, because you know, when certain things happen and Milchick is talking to them, he speaks in such a innocent way, like, "Hey, you're gonna get this, you know, I don't know, coffee cozy or something like that, right?" Like he'll mention something like a prize for them, and it sounds very juvenile almost.
He does. I swear to God, like there's something off about both of them. So it does make me think that their brains are altered in some way, and they have this blind fealty to the company. And in Harmony's case, more to Kier than the company, I think.
Just completely brainwashed. But yeah, she cares about Kier, which is what they're supposed to at the company care about, but they don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like that.
Like they say they're all about Kier at the company, but I think that they're perverting Kier's message, and she goes by like the original word of Kier, you know.
Right. He also seems to have a bit of fear of Miss Cobale.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, so he walks Mark. He says new protocol. He escorts him. They lock him in, but that sure doesn't last long. They've got the key to get out now. They're locked in, but they have Grainer's security key. And Dylan is not acting right. Mark asks if he's all right. Dylan is just kind of zoned out. And so yeah, he's saying that Grainer's not here. Everything's fine. Just wondering where you are. And I'm pretty sure he's calling her because she's not at work. I think she's actually going rogue again. This wasn't something.
Nurse?
Yeah, this is not
seeing her do this reminded me of Hand That Rocks the Cradle. You all remember that movie?
Yeah. Oh, I never saw that one.
No. Oh, you got it. Oh, Julie, we got to put that on one of the watch parties then.
Definitely, yeah. I know that's supposed to be like a classic, so I gotta. There are a lot of movies I've never seen that I need to put on the list for sure. But yeah, this is creepy as hell, and she's going rogue doing this too. The company doesn't know. Milchick doesn't know what she's doing. She's snooping again. This was hilarious. She's got the doll and she just slams it down. Like she's treating it like a real baby that slams it down. And then they're just kind of laughing, and she's telling stories about helping other mothers latch as if this is really her job. She's so full of it. She's not actually a lactation consultant, of course. And then what's her name? Devin says she met this lady whose husband is a state senator, and she didn't remember her after, and so she's suspecting that maybe there's severance going on outside of Lumen, even though it's supposedly just Lumen.
Clearly accurate.
Yeah,
it seems to be these people, like you said, Stepford wives, as we were saying.
Yes. So yeah, she doesn't seem to really like that. She kind of dismisses it. I don't think Lumen wants people to know that severance is already going on outside of Lumen. And this is where she really starts to pry for information. Why do you think Mark did it, as in Severance? And Nevin says it was after he lost his wife. he started to he tried to teach at the college, but he couldn't anymore. And she says, does he ever talk about her? When my husband passed, I thought I saw him everywhere. Does Mark ever think he sees her? So that, again, she's trying to figure out if he could possibly remember his wife. Like if he's thinking he sees her because she's actually alive down there and remembering. So like he would be remembering stuff about his innie, and she's trying to figure that out. Is it possible he's having bleed over from the innie to his outie self? Mm-hmm. It was really really cunning of her, actually, to do this. Oh, Scarlet, you still there?
Well, I was just wondering. I was wondering if like Devon's not a mole then because of that. Because when they know each other, wouldn't Harmony and her know each other?
Well, but she could be a mole and she could not know she's a mole.
Oh boy, not that.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
Because she's going rogue to begin with. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think Devon is not a mole, but yeah, who knows? Her reactions to things just seem so genuine. They do. But
it would be a good twist. Well, not a good twist. I don't want her to be a mole, but you know what I mean. It would be a surprising twist.
It definitely would be.
As much as I think it's a possibility, I still would be really surprised if it happened, I guess.
Yeah. With Alice said, sex slave or submissive wife? The senator's wife. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. Yeah, Amy said, I don't know if there's MK Ultra, but there's mind control in this show. Absolutely. Yeah, they could totally use this for something like that. Hey, Quan Solar's here, and thanks for liking the stream. I appreciate it. If people could hit the like button, that would help a lot.
I forgot to hit the like button on the episode there.
Thanks. Yeah, I often forget too, unless I get reminded. So, yeah.
It's weird that they reach every time I see Sienna, I think Sierra because Sierra was the name of
the game company.
No, it's the name of the character in Dollhouse that
okay. I said that because when they were there was something that made me think of a game before, but
yeah, because her code name was Sierra.
You're right, it was Sierra.
But I keep on thinking Sienna because of this and vice versa.
Right. I don't know what that means.
Don't reset my brain, dude.
He says, by reaching 75% refinement on Sienna, you have earned for you and your fellow refiners a 5-minute music dance experience. I love it.
I'm assuming those are just all last names, right? The Sienna.
I guess. Yeah. Quan Solar said Mark Severance is a hardcore test for Lumen. Yeah, I think it may be like some kind of experiment to test Severance. Hey, Mr. Frogman, thanks for coming. If everybody who could hit the stream, if you haven't yet, I would appreciate it. Hit the like on the stream. Dieter says hit the like or we reset your brain. Amy says, I used to be into all the conspiracy stuff. I remember that about Katy Perry video. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. They can be kind of...
Did she mean Love Shark or another one?
I'm not sure. But I don't know.
I'm going to go with Love Shark then. Love Shark conspiracy.
Dieter said they're just playing with numbers. What is that? Yeah, that's a big mystery. Hey, Ty Briggs. The premiere is midnight on January 17th. And I'm going to try to stream it in my Discord. Hopefully I can find a way and they won't block me from doing it. And if I can, then I'm going to be doing that January 17th. Anyway, because I would love to do those midnight premieres every week, like I did for From. It was a lot of fun, the watch parties in the Discord. So yeah, music dance experience. I still wonder what the hell Sienna means. Like refinement on Sienna? I don't know. But everything they do for work is a mystery.
They're blowing up a small town named Sienna.
Yeah, maybe
they are. And apparently, she's not actually at 73% completed. She's only at 73%. We got Dylan here with the 1,000-yard stare, losing his mind, and he apparently just maybe he actually is capable of feeling stress, because he says that
he'll stress when he bites him.
Yeah,
Like, you bit me.
Yeah, yeah, and he said it's been a rough week for everyone. And someone asks why for you, and he doesn't answer. So I think he wanted the music dance experience too. He did this partly for himself, even though they're not quite at 75% yet. So Milchick isn't completely robotic. He does have feelings based on this, and he sure enjoys his dancing, as we're gonna see.
Yeah, I love that little bird thing he does with his arms. I love his dancing.
Oh, it's the best. Yes. This is the stuff they've got in the drawer.
Oh, they have some of these.
Castanets. There's the what is that thing called that you just blew? The
Oh, that's a blower thing. Yeah.
A blower.
Yeah.
That's
And
a blower.
maraca.
Party horn.
Oh.
Party horn. Maracas and whatever this flute like thing is.
I wonder if there's a significance to the red and blue.
Oh, definitely.
That's lumen blue.
Yeah. Everything's red and blue with this show. Yeah, I didn't even notice they did that.
Oh, you can choose the red party horn or the blue party horn. It's very Matrix.
I know, that's what I was thinking. That's why I said that. I'm like thinking red one or the blue one.
It's very Matrix. I think they probably picked those colors for that exact reason. Now, these are the options. So they have body funk, bouncy swing, buoyant reggae, defiant jazz, which is what they pick. Let's see, effusive C,
ska,
yeah. Exalted choral, exciting rap. That would have been fun. Hootin' tootin' country. Let's see, lofty orchestral. What does that say underneath it? I can't read it. Spooky ambient, reckless disco, tearful emo. Tearful emo. That would have been good. Thoughtful grunge, wholesome big band, wistful pipes. And then there's one I couldn't read. It was like,
yeah, you got a really shiny point. I had one that was really clear.
Yeah. It's I can't read this one, but the rest of them I got. But yeah. I would have liked tearful emo. That would have been interesting. Or hootin' tootin' country. Or
so they know what emo, the indies know what emo is.
Yeah, they do.
The good and the bad.
They do. What does it say? Maximized rhythms. That's what it says. Maximized rhythms.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, too bad they didn't pick. I would have liked the rap one, exciting rap. That would have been interesting too. But I liked what we got.
Fun to watch Milchick dance to, I think.
Oh God, yeah. She picks the maracas. I don't know why. I think Irving is the one who says this should have gone for the castanets, or someone says it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's Irving.
It was Irving. Because sometimes I take a screenshot and the thing on the screen is not what the character is saying, but somebody else.
Well, it seems like a very Irving instrument.
Oh yeah, it does kind of actually. Yeah.
They have a lot of records though.
That's a lot of records. Look at that. Jeez.
I'm gonna log out and back onto my iPad because my back's hurting really bad. I'll be right back.
Okay, Jamie. So yeah, he encourages everyone to take advantage of the opportunity presented. It's so formal. It's so formal. Like the way they call it a music dance experience too. Everything is so formal, and yet they let loose like crazy with it.
Yeah, the way this actor dances is so awesome.
It's easily one of the best parts of the season.
Oh God, yeah. This right here.
The bird position.
That right there. Oh my God.
The funky bird.
So they only have these lights just for this occasion, these disco lights in the ceiling.
Apparently. Yeah.
Right. To set the mood. Milchick was getting it though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, yeah. Look at that. Look at him go. That was like the bird motion. And Mark looked surprised that the lights do that. Maybe they don't do this very much at all. Mark was like looking around in surprise, and this is so good. He's just popping on either side of Dylan. It looks hilarious. I don't know why he's doing that, but
he's trying to get him to dance.
He's locked in.
Trying to get that experience.
He's locked in.
Juan Solis had the Milchick Dirty Bird.
Yeah, Milchick Dirty Bird. Nice. I mean, this actor slayed this scene. He really did. Let me see. Let's see. Does Milchick stay in a box?
Don't take.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, they don't take the art, away from him. The art of the dance.
No, they definitely don't. Milchick's Dirty Bird's the best. Yeah. Oh, the Substance. Hey, I don't think I've heard of that one. The Substance.
It has Demi Moore in it.
It's a movie. I've not.
I think it's a movie on Netflix. Is it on Netflix?
I don't know. It was in the theater the last time I saw, but I
it was.
Seen it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know it was in the theater. I thought it was straight to streaming.
Oh, okay.
It was in the theater. I don't know. It looked too scary for me.
Okay. Quan said tearful emo is the cure. Yep. Oh yeah.
That's Scott, not emo. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Or madam.
Right. I wish I could have gotten better.
Panic at the Disco if you want emo.
Yeah. My pictures aren't the best. They're not HD, and obviously he's in motion, so it's blurry, but I did the best I could. And you can see, I like how you can see Dylan's reflection in the thing too. He's just staring at it, like he's staring at the numbers so hard, just completely losing his mind and ready to snap. You could see it building up, and then the lights change to all red, which is so fitting. The red represents the Audi. Mm-hmm. He's now found out about his son. And
well, not only that, but the anger he's feeling too.
Yeah,
all the
rage,
all the reds.
Yes, it fits with that, and he's probably looking at angry numbers at this point too.
Yeah.
I love how they did this with the lighting. It was so good.
Mm-hmm.
When they were dancing, I think it was a lot of like reds and blues, which was again fitting the color scheme. But yeah, just brilliantly done with that. Oh wait,
Milchick is just locked in. Look how he's looking. He's like, oops, side your head. He's just like feeling it.
That's what I'm saying. If he's severed, they still gave him the art of the dance.
They didn't sever his dance moves, right?
He was feeling it. Yeah, he was rocking that white turtleneck shirt or whatever. Yeah, it's a turtleneck. Yeah,
it's a turtleneck.
Yeah.
By the way, I got to give them credit too with that pristine, manly mustache they had him have on his show.
Yeah, they did a great job with that. Yeah. It is.
He's got the military grade mustache.
Everything is pristine about him. His hair is perfect too. It's very retro. It's like, I swear, it's like he just came off an assembly line. Perfect.
Yeah. There might be a whole bunch of them in a testing room.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
A whole room of Milchicks.
Remember, the last time we talked, Julia, we were talking about the GOAT theory, one of them being that it could be a possibility that they're cloning people.
Yep.
What if it possible. If it turns out to be a bunch of Milchicks?
Yeah. That could be, there's a theory out there on that. I've heard people say it. Maybe they're cloning. He's a clone. It's possible. So, I want to learn more about him in season 2. It was funny to see each of them attempt dance moves, even Irving. How he dances. Mark is he's got 2 left feet. Mark's not so good at it, but I went back and I got more pictures. That's a better one. He was like popping his head on either side of Dylan's head. Like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, so dude, having
it. He is not having it. No, like,
I wonder
at the time.
Just thinking about it now, and I hadn't thought about it till now, but I wonder if, like, has anybody taken like a screen capture when they've shown them do the numbers and like see if the numbers like seem to be code for anything, like if you put letters to them or whatever.
Yeah, some of the files have letters.
Not that I
I
know
took a
of.
picture of it because there's some of the files are like WO is a file. They all have like 2 initials on them, and I was trying to figure out what those initials would mean when they put them in the file.
Yeah, I just wonder if somewhere, for all we know, though, it could be even just like a joke hidden in one of them. I just wondered because it made me think about it.
Oh, yeah, I never thought of that. I never really looked at that. It's a good point. Interesting. Oh yeah, Dylan hears his kid in his head saying "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." He flashes back to seeing the child's face. It's like this is a game changer. Finding out he has a kid, like this changes everything for him. He's not going to just be satisfied with some kind of perk or dance experience or anything. And
no more waffle praise for him.
Yeah, this changes everything. He snaps, tackles him, and like it's very much like a toddler. He bites him just like a toddler would.
Yeah,
because Annie is young. You know,
It's like he bit.
screaming, "Tell me his name! Tell me his name!"
Even when he was bit, he was like, he broke the skin. Like he said it so innocently.
He did. He did. Like Milchick seems innocent too. He's said he broke the skin. That struck me as so odd. So there's something up with Milchick. I am convinced that they did something to his brain. It's not normal. He broke the skin. Yeah, right there. They had to, all of them pulled him off Milchick. They all had to, like, he was just out of his mind. Like,
Dylan looks so like accomplished right there. Like, yeah, that'll teach you.
Yeah, he does.
Right.
He does. Yeah. And Milchick, I love Irving's comment too. He needs a full tetanus toxoid panel. So they know stuff about science.
Yeah.
They know that they have knowledge that stays with them. And this was great.
It might be some of that Kerr knowledge though, because he had the knowledge of like the camphor or whatever that was. He was stirring that pot.
Yeah. Yep.
I can't remember what they were doing with that, but it was like, you know, they used to be a health company. Then they used to do solves.
Yes, they were making in like pharmaceuticals too. Yeah. Yep. He says that he's got to report this to Ms. Cobell, but Dylan says, "Yeah, you want to go see her together?"
Yeah.
I mean, he told Dylan that it was a threat. He told Dylan that she didn't know about it. So, yeah, little threat. They get each other's faces. And so he backs off and he's not going to report it because he'll get in trouble too. He went rogue for some reason. He didn't get permission. And
yeah, I don't get that at all.
I don't either. I don't know why that happened, why he needed to do that and keep it a secret. Wake him up on the outside like that secretly, but the music dance experience is officially canceled.
You know what I was just thinking? Who helped Milchick do that? Because I was thinking he did it himself because he doesn't want her to know or didn't tell her. But somebody had to be in that room to turn the switch.
Right.
Which they didn't bother showing us. I don't know if that was something they forgot about, which would be pretty big to forget about. It's like he's the only one that did it, but there had to be, supposed to be 2 people in the room. I know clearly they can reach it, but
yeah, it's definitely someone there. He was communicating with them, so he was definitely talking to somebody there.
Yeah,
but like you said, there had to be 2 people there. That I had that thought as well. And they never show us.
No, they don't, because they don't have very many people. I mean, the only ones we really see most of the time are Milchick and Coble.
Right, exactly. So who was he talking to on the phone when he said...
I think the other guy's already dead, isn't he, at that point? Or no, maybe not. That was before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was before. Yeah, he was alive at that point.
Yeah, so I guess he could have been helping him. But still, you need 2, and she didn't know about it. It's weird.
Right, so who was the other person? They never showed us anyone else, so I don't know. It's so strange. But
It was one of the goats.
One of the
One of the
goats.
goats.
They train them to do that.
Yeah. Claude said wearing a turtleneck is such a statement. Yeah,
Oh
it
yeah.
is. He's
Especially
rocking
with
it.
one.
He's rocking it. Yeah. Butcher says I love it when shows use color theory. Me too. I'm glad because sometimes I think maybe I might be boring people when I geek out over color theory, color symbolism in From and Severance, but they use a lot. So yeah, it's fun to dive into.
Well, most people pay attention. Most showrunners and producers of shows pay attention to those sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like even down to like in Breaking Bad, there was a color of nail polish that Skylar wore that the showrunners made because they wanted it to be a very particular color.
Okay, interesting.
And it's just stuff like that. I mean, people have a lot of they world build and they want their world to be a certain way.
What show was that?
Breaking Bad.
Oh, Breaking Bad.
There was a lot of purple and a lot of other colors used for certain characters.
I feel like recent shows do it more and more. Like shows
they probably took a clue from Breaking Bad and Mad Men and those innovator shows.
Right. Because I really do think that shows from like the last decade or so really have ramped up this kind of thing. It gotten more artistic with color symbolism and stuff like that. You didn't see that.
They realize that viewers aren't stupid. They finally did.
Yeah, I feel like shows are getting more artistic and less dumbed down, which is nice.
Because when like David Lynch did Twin Peaks, that was like about the only show that was out there like that, and everybody thought it was so weird and everything. But now a lot of people do the same things that were in Twin Peaks now.
I love it. That's what this channel is all about. Shows like this. That's so great. Yeah. Makes him look like Carl from Family Matters, Amy. Yeah. Dieter says such a weird show, yes, but the mystery keeps me hooked up. Absolutely. Doc here said my fiance had the military mustache when I met him. I didn't know it was that. I thought it was supposed to be like 80s gay. Nice. Yeah, you don't see a lot of mustaches like this anymore. It's not really in style so much.
Yeah.
Ty says I can't wait until the reveal of Signorina, what being Mark's wife. Who's the I don't know what that is.
Probably was translated.
Signorina?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's that?
He's got 2 wives.
Yeah, I don't know.
Other wife.
I don't know what you meant there, Ty.
I think he means Miss Casey. I think it looks like maybe it was a translation.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, it was probably that. Amy said Dylan was like that mom that was about to bust from screaming kids. Yeah, just about to completely snap. Totally. Just Me said the files seem to have people's names as the file name, so I'm assuming the numbers have to do with keeping someone severed or data on the severed person. That's interesting. I like that theory. That could be. Doc said Dylan reminds me of my brother, kind of. He's my favorite character. Yeah, he's got to be in my top 3, like I said. I absolutely love Dylan. I hope nothing bad happens to Dylan in the next season, because I love him. Let's see. Ty said I feel like Melchick has killed some people before.
I kind of do too, honestly. Yeah.
With a smile on his face.
With a smile on his face. Remember.
Off you go now.
Off you go now.
Off you go. Off you go. And let's not forget what Mark said to Helly about what would happen if she swallows that pen cap with the note in it. I think it'd be better for both of you if he knows which end to start looking for it at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So has Milchick
takes pride in his job.
Has Milchick like searched people down below before for
and the down below and the down below. Yeah, plus he doesn't seem to mind listening to somebody say the same thing 1,000 times.
Yeah. So something's up. Yeah, he doesn't mind. He does that whole thing in the break room. You'd think that would kind of break him too after a while, So Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Signorina is Miss Casey's first name. It is.
What?
Wait. We know her first name. I'm
I was gonna say
confused.
it's news to us.
I don't recall that.
What's her name in real life, Scarlet? It's not that, right?
It's Deech and Lackman.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We're lost there, Ty. Amy said he's probably.
Casey.
Amy said he's probably done a full cavity search. He probably has.
A smile on his face.
With a smile on his face the whole time. Decipher the top 5 best rappers. You think, yeah, maybe Dylan can rap? I don't know. Dieter said if Dylan is like porn stash and from, something is going to happen. Yep. AA says maybe the numbers have to do with the people who don't leave. Maybe they're keeping them alive while they're in a coma. But I also think they are dropping bombs. Yeah, that's a big theory. Those are 2 big theories. Like maybe people like Ms. Casey are in a coma when they're not awake, and somehow maybe the numbers are keeping them alive or something. Or the numbers could be dropping bombs.
That makes sense. Some military thing, yeah.
Yeah, Oh, yeah, no worries, Jamie. Thanks for being here. I appreciate
getting
it.
ready to jump. Thanks for having me. It's been fun. I've enjoyed the show, and I'll have to come back to your watch party for the finale. Even though I've now seen it, I'll still come back. I'll try to.
Yeah, if you can make it, that would be great, Jamie. Thanks for being here.
Fun. All right. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Jamie.
Bye-bye.
So, and that was Jamie of Sci-Fi Vision, by the way. I totally forgot to have her shout out her channel, but I'll shout it out for her. Check out Jamie's channel, Sci-Fi Vision. It's an awesome channel, and they cover all kinds of shows they've covered From. They have many, many awesome From interviews. If you haven't checked them out, definitely do that. I'm going to try and grab her link so I can drop it in the chat.
Well, the best night to show up there is Sunday nights when we're here. We're with her talking about From.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the best week for that.
Yeah, on Sunday nights we're on Sci-Fi Vision's channel, breaking down our From Rewatch there. Sunday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but now it's going to be, I think the next 2 weeks will be 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
So starting Sunday, it will be at that time. But yeah, check out Jamie's channel. Check out her interviews. And I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm tired and in pain, so I forgot to have you promote your channel. But yeah, I'm gonna find her link and put it in the chat. In the meantime, AA says, Julie, they're calling Ms. Casey Senorita so they don't drop any spoilers. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Her name is Senorita Casey. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Dieter dropped her link. There's the link to Sci-Fi Vision's channel. Check that out. She's got so many amazing interviews for From. I know most of the people here are From fans. So, and they cover other shows. I think they're covering Silo. They have a live on Tuesday nights. So definitely check out Sci-Fi Vision's channel if you haven't already. And we'll be with her on Sunday too. Anyway, and she was kind enough to let us be there with her and interview Smiley, which was amazing. Mm-hmm. Scarlett and I got to help interview Jamie McGuire, who plays Smiley from. Such a cool experience. So,
have a good one, Jamie.
Yeah. Mr. Grant says that screen pause makes him look scary AF. Seriously, right? Yes. Let's go on here. So Dylan tells them that they can wake us up. He explains that overtime contingency and what happened. Saw his son. And yeah, this is a game changer. He hugged him. Milchick pulled him off and it was over. And he's traumatized by this. He keeps trying to remember more. And I mean, this, of course, is going to mess him up. I mean, he says, now I'm just supposed to have that in my head every day here, and I never get to see him again. Just crazy. Notice the 3 colors they've got. It's always red, yellow, and green highlighted in the show. So the paper is all red, yellow, and green. I think that's printer paper.
Oh, yeah.
they say he's not your son, Dylan. He's your Audi's son. And he's like, that's bullshit. He's my son too. So it's crazy. It's like, yeah, it is his son too. You can't think of it that way. No, he's literally the same person who, you know, gave life to this kid. So it is his son. But now
same
he never
DNA.
The same DNA. It's just two different people inside of his brain, basically. And Hallie here says, you know, if they wake us up on the outside, what's to stop us from doing it to ourselves? So she's immediately thinking, like, how can we use this? You know, like we can actually use this and try it on ourselves, commandeer it. So we can all see the outside, find out who we are. And, you know, Irving resists at first, and he says that's perverse. We're innies, and the controls are surely somewhere we can't access, but ta-da, Mark just happens to have, I mean, the way that this came together is just so serendipitous. Mark just happens to have the security key right after this has happened. It's the way the events came together. It's crazy, really, because Mark on the outside getting that key because Grainer was killed. It has no relation whatsoever to what happened with Dylan. It's just serendipitous, the timing of it. Yeah. Happens to have the key card.
So the elevator doesn't reads anything with writing on it, but a card can go through pretty easy.
Apparently, yeah. I guess there's nothing written on it.
They should write something on those employee passes.
They probably should, yeah. Right. So yeah, it's time for a field trip. Yeah. So yeah, Dylan assumes that there's a whole fleet of security guards. You know, like that's a great idea. We're gonna show up there, and I think it's Hallie that says, Hallie says, "Who's to say there are security guards? I've only ever seen Grainer." Dylan asks about Milchick, and she says he can't be everywhere at once. So yeah, where are the other security guards? Who helped Milchick wake up Dylan is the question. And why is there such a skeleton crew? Now they're starting to point it out. Where is everyone else? Why is there no one else working here? If what they're doing is so top secret and important, it's so bizarre.
It's mysterious and important, Julie. That's the mystery.
It's mysterious and important, I guess. And when she says Milchick can't be everywhere at once, it's interesting because he does seem to wear so many hats in this company. He does so many things that's another reason why people think he's a clone, because how is he managing to do all this? Popping up everywhere. He's with them. He does training things. He does little team building activities. He has parties with them. He consults with Harmony. He goes off and wakes up Dylan. He's all over the place. So it does make you wonder.
Because that's Milchick 5, and Milchick 4 does other stuff.
That I'm just saying, yeah, it could be. It could be that there's more than one. I don't know if I'm not really committed to that theory, but I keep an open mind to it, so it's possible. So they're going to go execute their plan, and she points out immediately, no cavalry yet. They've used the key card and left the room. No one's shown up. They're supposed to be on camera all the time. When is it that one of them says, like, maybe they just want us to think we're being watched? I think one of them says that in this episode. And I think that is the truth. They self-police because they believe they're being watched. Which is interesting, but it's an interesting experiment if that's the case. But yeah, Irving takes off because he says, I have to go make sure Bert's okay. And he's like, I'm sorry, Mark, I can't hear you. I'll be back.
Right. I can't hear you. You're like 5 steps away. You heard him.
He heard him. Yeah. Yeah.
He's in love. The guy's in love.
He's in love. Sweet Irving. Yep. So I took screenshots as best I could of everything I could in the control room from this episode and the next one too. And some of it is just, obviously nothing important. We just have some names here. We don't know these people. But I took screenshots because I heard that there's a name in here that is surprising. So I'm gonna hopefully I have it in here somewhere. It's either in this one or the next one. Nope, not here. Let's see. Frank, Jonathan, something's Nick, Joe. Nope. Maddie, Eliza, Jonathan. That's too blurry. And there's our people right here. And they have numbers assigned to them. They each have a 4-digit number. That's, I guess, their employee number. The green light apparently shows that they're active as innies, I'm guessing. And, so they find that. This control room is
I wonder if those numbers are in order, because, like, Irving's number is kind of lower, and then it's Dylan's, and then it's Mark's, and then it's Helly's.
Right. So
like Irving would have been in the early days of the 1112.
Yes, that makes total sense because Irving has been there the longest, and that's the lowest of the 4 numbers. The next lowest is Dylan, so he's probably been there like second longest.
I wonder if that's a number of severed people.
It might be, yeah. And so Dylan is not that far behind Irving, so apparently Dylan's been there quite a long time compared to Helly and Mark. We know Mark's been there 2 years. He's got 6,709 here. Helly is the most recent, 9,012. So Dylan, I mean, how long has Dylan been there? Since he was a teenager?
Don't know.
Irving's been there for like 30 years, and they are only like 100-something numbers apart here. It's an interesting point, Scarlet.
Or maybe the severing thing took off really slowly.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it was just a few people, like a small number at once at the time when Irving got severed.
If that even means that.
I bet it does. They're all, I wouldn't be surprised because that's the lowest number, and Helly's the most recent. That's the highest. We know Mark's only 2 years, so it makes sense that he's third, in line in terms of like the, you know what I mean? He's second lowest or second highest number, whatever. You know what I mean?
Third highest number as far as those who have been there. Yeah, it looks like his would be the third most time spent.
Yes.
At Lumen.
Yes. So yeah, interesting. I wonder if that's how many people are severed. Yeah, we got
Julia B.
This one is zero. This one is oh my god. Oh my god, Julia B. That's so close to me.
Oh my god, you're severed and you're one of the early ones, early adopters.
I knew something was off about Julie.
And your light is red and not green.
It was you all along, Julie.
I just remember your mom wanted to name you Julia.
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah. Oh my god. I've been severed all along. I didn't even know it. Oh man, that's hilarious. I didn't catch that. That's so funny. And she's off too. She's not there at the moment. I'm not at work right now. That's me.
Who's the Matthew person below with 0 numbers?
Right, it's all zeros. That's odd. I wonder what that means. That's very strange.
Prime.
Maybe he's the first one that they ever severed. Interesting stuff. All of this stuff, I was like, oh, I gotta get pictures as much of this as I can. So this is nothing. Server health monitor. It shows when there's someone descending in the elevator. So it'll actually show you if a severed person is going down the elevator. This is the security office protocol. So she pulls that out. Okay. Now this has been a big subject of debate right here. This might be the thing that I heard about that might be a clue. Why does it say Cobell descending? Doesn't it only shouldn't these elevators only be tracking severed people?
It says non-severed at the top, so we know she's not severed.
It says non-severed. Okay.
Yeah, there's a non-severed and a severed.
Non-severed and severed. Okay, because people, I don't know, people have been pointing to something on here saying that maybe she's severed, but this says it looks like she's not.
Would she be over in the right?
I don't know.
She'd be to the right in the severed section, not in the non-severed section.
She should be in the severed section if she's severed, for sure.
So she's not.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was gonna say, but is it talking about her non-severed half and the severed half? Maybe I was looking at it wrong, but yeah, no, I guess she's non-severed.
Yeah. I don't think they would make it that difficult.
I don't think they would either.
Right.
So, I read something online that people were like, "Oh my god, this means she's severed." But you're right. I'm looking at this now. And no, she shouldn't be severed then.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm looking at says non-severed right here.
Yeah, I don't know what the people online were on about that I was reading, but it looks to me like she's not severed. But that doesn't mean they didn't alter her brain. I think they did something to her brain. There's something not right. Either that or she's just completely brainwashed.
I was going to say, I think the cult did something to her brain. Dancing around doing those waffle parties at the Juster kind of messed her brain.
And we know that she went to some Egan school for girls from her shrine picture. That's most likely her, I think, unless it's her mother. I don't know.
Well, I think she has pigtails too, so you're just supposed to insinuate that they're the same person from that.
You're supposed to, yeah, definitely. So I think she was brainwashed, but in terms of Milchick, I definitely think they did something to his brain. Not necessarily severed, but something, some alteration.
Well, she had all those years of schooling to be indoctrinated into the, praise care.
Yeah.
They probably start every day singing the Cure, Chosen One, Cure.
They probably did in school. I bet they did.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of Cure.
Yeah. I bet you. That's how you get them young. You brainwash them when they're young, and that made her a true believer. Kids are sponges. Gotta be it. Dieter says, "I don't even know you anymore, Julie." Julie B. Right. Let's see. Where am I? Trace is here. I'm just trying to see what's going on in the chat. Hey, thanks for coming. Let's see. Yeah, Doc said I had to pause and look at that. Maybe some kind of brainwashing then. Reminds me of the corporate propaganda at the hotel companies I worked for years ago. Right. Yeah. Amy said Cobell going down into secret quarters. Yeah, maybe. Did the cult put her on those teacups at Disneyland? Decipher.
No, that's the cure. What is that? The curable? The
curatable.
The curatable.
Yep.
There's 5 teacups in there.
Yep. What does this say? Departing executive suite. Destination severed. Capacity low. Energy. And then I don't know what that says. But anyway. So they've got ascending, descending. So they have apparently separate elevators for the severed and the non-severed, and they're tracking them, whether they're severed or non-severed. They're all tracked. Dylan looks at the manual. Okay, so they have cameras everywhere in this room, so they can see Cobell. And so they're looking at the protocol for the overtime contingency. Irving is going to see Bert, and he combs his mustache.
Yeah, I know. That's sweet. That was really sweet.
He's so cute. I love Irving. So
I love Natalie. She's one of my favorite. She could have been my top 3.
She's a scene stealer, but she doesn't get used enough. She's
like the Trudy.
She's like the Trudy.
Hopefully nothing will happen bad to her.
Maybe she'll have a bigger role in season 2. I don't know, but she's so good at the evil, creepy smile, just like Milchick does. And yeah, so she says Doug Rayner is dead. the board finds this deeply troubling, and she wants to know if she's spoken to the police, if she knows about it. And Harmony says whoever killed Mr. Grainer is probably the same person who reintegrated Peter Kilmer. If they would just listen to her, she could help them. Like, if they would just listen to her instead of denying that reintegration exists, I mean, you can trust her. She's a true believer. She's a cultist. Like, I don't understand why they keep all this from her. They won't even let her directly speak to the board. It's always through Natalie. And she's like, the board reminds you that reintegration is not. Harmony cuts her off. Reintegration happened. I have the data to prove it. And this was
She's
such a badass
script reader, which I love. I love this script reading because it's so true to life.
Oh, really?
No, like when you do customer service or something, and then you want them to do something else, and they're like, "Oh, well, this says that the package was left at your doorstep." Well, is it left at my doorstep? No, this tells me that your package is left at your doorstep.
Yes. Yeah. I know, right?
Yeah.
And she says, I love this. This is such a badass move. She leans in really close to the earpiece. And I would be happy to share my findings in person without intermediaries. She is so tired of this condescending bullshit, not being able to actually speak to the board herself ever. And she's basically pulling a power move here. You know, she's got proof of reintegration, and you're damn well going to let me speak to them. What she's implying here, she's got proof. She has the receipts now. She has some kind of proof now, and she's Natalie. The board agrees, and will be available to meet with you at the Egan Family Gala next week. So, details to come. I love this. Like, God, she nailed this. Patricia Arquette is amazing in every scene that she does. She's so good. Just every facial expression, the intensity of it. As much as she's a villain and she's evil and she's a psycho, she's a cultist psycho. I love her.
The family event is different than the Friends of Lumen event, or are they the same event?
The friend.
She said that was next week, like the Egan family gatherings next week. So that isn't the thing that they're having. The Friends of Lumen or whatever that thing is.
Oh, I didn't catch that, but they must be two different things, right?
Which leads me to believe the board is the family then.
Yeah. I was always thinking it was the same thing, but yeah, the thing they're having is the Friends of Lumen. Okay.
Because I always thought that Helly was part of the board, and then now with all the Stepford Wives stuff, I think she's married to somebody in the board.
Yeah.
She's in deep. And I always think it might be Ambrose, because Ambrose was off mentioned, but I don't know how old any of these people are. Or she's like a young bride to some old dude.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good theory, you know, like could be.
Well, because the politician severed his wife, and then there's all these things about wives, like Mark's wife and all this stuff, and then Helly kisses Mark, and I thought she's got to be married to somebody on the outside, maybe somebody on the board.
Yeah, it's possible, absolutely. You know, Doc says, I agree, great actress. Miss Cobell is so creepy, right? Butcher agrees. Yeah, she's very creepy. Decipher says her stare would not intimidate me. Well, it would intimidate me. She's ice cold. Ice cold. Yeah, she's David Arquette's sister who was married to Courtney Cox. Yep. Could Miss Cobell get any closer to her face? Yes. Yeah. No, she could not. She was right up in her face. Yeah.
Well, it's just like anybody else when you're in a corporation, you know, it's like you've worked for that corporation for so long. You've given your whole life, you know.
Oh,
she just
God,
wants to help them too, and I can understand her level of frustration.
I can understand that too, and she's amazing. She steals every scene she's in. She's definitely my favorite character. Just absolutely phenomenal and intriguing, because we still have yet to figure her out, what her deal is with the Mrs. Selvig persona. And I mean, I think I understand her. Like, she's just a true believer in the cult of Kier, and the company has perverted Kier's message. She doesn't like that, but she's a hard character to figure out. She really is. But
oh, horns.
yeah, there we go.
I like all these graphics they printed out on the computer that look like they're from like the 90s.
I know, yeah. It's retro. It's retro looking.
Sorry, couldn't get that going.
Yeah.
Some punch.
Yep, they've got punch.
Melon party.
Oh yeah. Melon party time. Love it. Yeah, so that's Bert's melon party. So yeah, okay, this was the part I was remembering. Dylan said, so no one is in there in the security office. That's lax as fuck. And Mark says maybe it's enough that we think we're constantly being watched. See, that's the thing. Yeah, they can watch them at any time that they want, but they're not watched constantly. And they want them to think that they are, though. And by thinking that they are, they're self-policing. They're following the rules. So it's like that panopticon Foucault concept where you've got a prison where people are being watched constantly and they just police themselves. They do what they're supposed to do because they know they're being watched at all times.
So and the corporation saves money.
Yeah, and then they can have a skeleton crew, hardly anybody, one security guy. Like Cobell is like a manager. I don't know what the hell Milchick is. Like, what is his title? He's below Harmony, definitely, but I'm not sure what his title really is. Maybe assistant manager, something like that. And Helly says it's too bad nobody told you guys that everything here is bullshit. And so yes, like she's reading the protocol for how to do this, and Dylan has to remember this, all these different steps. He's like, I'm smart, that's why I have 3 times as many finger traps as you guys. I love Dylan. Him and his finger traps and his caricatures. I just love Dylan so much.
That's Waffle party.
He's he's the Jade of the show in terms of like getting the funniest lines, the wittiest lines. That's him.
So he's gone to more than one Waffle party, right? Because he knew the secret way out.
Yeah, maybe. How did he get out? Yeah, there's a way out that he. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I have the strength of 2 men. I need some of Dylan's confidence.
Yeah, that's what I like about him. I like his cockiness.
He is so cocky. I got the strength of 2 men. Yeah, no problem. He can handle this. No worries. Give me some of that, please. I need that confidence. So he thinks that he can hold open these 2 lever switches by himself, and they're designed to be done by 2 people at once. Well, he's confident he can do it. Now, once again, this is old as hell. Okay, a TV rolling in on a cart. That is so old. I mean, I feel old saying it, but when I was in school,
font is nice. This font is nice and old.
This font, bye bye Bert. So it looks cheery, but it's actually really dark because it's essentially celebrating the death of Bert, the innie. It's chilling, really. Goodbye, Bert. And they have a little thing up here that says "Bye Bye Bert" on the wall. And Irving shows up. Well, I'll have to get those doors looked at. Yeah, they already busted their way out. Nothing that they do can keep them in at this point. Seriously, like the break room didn't work. Locking them in didn't work. Like they're rising up now. They're revolutionaries. But yeah, this brings me back. I feel old saying it, but I mean, in school we always had a TV rolling in on a cart whenever we'd watch something, a big, giant old TV. Brings back memories. High school, yeah, we still had them. At mid 2000s, we still had the old TVs. even though everyone,
because schools don't get much of a budget.
That's right. Yeah, they're not going to update to something fancier that quick.
Yeah.
But Bert's speech was really good. Outie, Bert. This is great. Like, this is kind of strange, but a lot of things about this job are. You all know that better than me, I'm guessing.
I'm guessing.
And of course, I don't really know any of you, but the man standing there with you now does. He's worked with you for nearly 7 years, and I hope they've been good years. I don't know what they've been like, or what exactly I or he has been doing with you. But I do know how I feel every day when I come from being with you. I come home feeling tired but fulfilled. I feel satisfied. I come home feeling, okay, I read that. I must like you very much. And though today is my last day with you, I'm certain you will remain with me in spirit in some deep yet completely inaccessible corner of my mind. The impression you've left on me is indelible, though I'm unaware of it on this level, and I will never forget any of you, even though sitting here right now, I have no recollection of ever actually meeting you, and no idea of your names or any of your physical characteristics, or even how many of you there are. Anyway, I just want to say thank you all. And Bert, I see you. Congratulations.
Yeah, but he goes the wrong way on the TV.
Yeah.
But he says, "I see you," and then he goes to the side where Milchick's on.
He points at the wrong.
That part was funny.
But he's blowing it towards Milchick.
That's so great. Yeah.
Especially when he says, "I see you," when he goes the wrong direction.
He points the wrong way. I didn't even catch that. That was good. That was a heartwarming speech. Wow. Yeah.
My gosh.
I'm sure I'll miss you, though I don't really know any of you or any of your names. Or
even the dark recess of my mind.
Yeah. That was so the dry humor of it is so damn funny. The deadpan humor is so great. Like I'm sure I'll miss you. I'll never forget any of you, even though sitting here right now, I have no recollection of ever meeting you. It's so great. Yeah. Don't know your names or what you look like. Yeah.
Where did I see you? But on the wrong direction.
The wrong way. Yep. Congratulations. Good job, buddy. Like he's talking to a child. In a lot of ways, they are children. You know? Good job, buddy. That's what you call a little boy. Bert's been there 6 years, so he hasn't been there long at all, really. Not compared to Irving. Bon voyage.
Oh, yeah,
and then he blows the horn. Yep.
It just made it 4D for everyone.
Yep. It says bye-bye. It's so dark when you really think about it.
It's so hilarious, though. I laugh so hard at the show, and maybe other people are watching a different show than I am.
No, you're right. It is hilarious.
I think it's such a satire. It's just like so funny.
I know. Oh, it's fantastic. I forgot how much humor there is in the show since I watched it the first time. It's hilarious.
You smug mother bleep.
Yep. There's the bye-bye Bert on the wall with little rabbit waving. And he says, "You're all just gonna stand there and let him die? Are we being punished for defying the guidance of the founder?" It is like he's dying, you know, and Milchick says Bertie's outing is retiring. It'll happen to you too someday. It's like he's talking about death, you know. Gonna happen to you too someday. And gives a creepy smile.
What do you all take from that when he says he's just gonna let him die? Like, what can they possibly do if he's retiring? Well, I don't understand how he came to that feeling.
I guess the fact that they're just
Sorry, Jill.
I guess he's just kind of referring to the fact that they're just they're standing around and not protesting it, not saying anything. They're celebrating this at this party, and that none of them are speaking up. That's what I took from it.
Yeah. Same.
That's what there's nothing they could do about it. They don't have any control. But
or they'll go to the break room, and they don't want to go to the break room.
No, they do not. So
no,
I was wondering if he had some type of thought like that, like when they retire, they take them off somewhere and cancel them.
Something that's a thought. I hadn't thought of that, but it's possible. They'd have to be concerned if they have any idea that it's possible that people can remember anything or have something bleed over from their any life, then they might be worried about just letting somebody retire and leave. What if they remember something they shouldn't?
Oh, I thought it was beneficial to them to just leave the NEN in case they wanted to do the Indie Army. Just have the NE lie dormant.
Right.
Yeah, because my thinking was that too, Julie, like it was some type of bleed over, which we know happened with some instances. So that's what I was wondering if that was the case.
No, it's possible. I could see it.
What bleed over?
The any stuff. Like what if his memories from his any kind of come back to his consciousness when he leaves there forever? Like, what if he remembers something that they don't want him to?
But the board doesn't acknowledge that.
No, they don't. But I think they probably know that it's possible.
But the board doesn't acknowledge that.
No, they don't. But we actually we know the board's full of it because Petey was convinced that the company was after him. So they were after him because he was reintegrated for sure. Amy said, bye, Bert. Doc says I want to read that speech on my last day when I leave my job someday.
It's
probably true for some jobs.
Just got to find yourself an old VHS and an old cassette and just record yourself.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Yeah. His speech had me dying with laughter, said Doc. Right? Thanks. If you like the way I read that. Yeah, I was did a little dramatic reading of Bert's very emotional goodbye speech. Yes. Mr. Grant says Dylan's philosophy, it's not cocky when I am always right. Exactly. If it was done by two people, which two people flicked the switch? Right, exactly. When Dylan was woken up at home. That's the thing we don't understand. But Decipher said prisons don't accord, for the record. There's a whole system inside. Let's see.
Yeah, but I thought you were just talking about that philosophical prison.
Yeah. It's like it's the concept of the panopticon prison that Foucault developed. I had to read it in college, so
yeah, I understand.
Infinite seduces women with his voice, I bet. Decipher. Yeah, it probably does. I'm sure it's not hard either, and not difficult.
I'm innocent.
Love it. Amy says I'd finish my goodbye speech with goodbye, bitches. I gotta say, this was so satisfying when Irving finally broke free of the programming in this moment, the brainwashing, this conscientious apple polisher stuff that he's always done, and he just busts out. You never expect this coming out of him. You smug mother effer.
He was like such a model Keir employee, following the rules and everything and idolizing the leaders. And then he's just like, man, I had enough. You just gonna let him die, you smug mother. He had some of that
like,
Italian of his come out right there. The way he said mother. He said mother. He didn't say mother. Mother.
Yes, you're right. He did. He did. Great line read there. Oh God, that was good. That
yeah,
was just,
Livin seems to really be burning their bridges.
yeah.
I mean, they're people that truly believe in them. They're assimilated to the cult. They're just like making them.
It's
this smashing those bridges.
It's not smart. Really, it wasn't wise of them at all to do this. Like this, they shot themselves in the foot with this one.
You know what this teaches us, though?
What?
Can't have any fraternization inside the workplace. This is why we can't have fraternization. Look what it led to.
Mm-hmm.
A revolt.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All I'm saying is that card has to have like a good meaning, and it can't be just like a nothing burger, the one that Miltrek tried to get that started kind of a lot of this.
It's got to have a meaning.
If it isn't anything, it's just going to be like, well, what was the point of that?
Yeah, seriously.
Revolution.
Yeah, that has to mean something. The pictograph card, I think that's what it was called. I forget, but yeah. Irving, I loved Irving's little smile too. You smug mother effer. You're not severed. You walk out of here with your memories. You carry them with you home with you every night. No one can rip them away from you, snuff them out like they never existed, like you never existed. Such a great speech. Oh my God. It was a little one, but great line read.
We should reenact that scene. You should read it with the passion in which he said it.
Yeah.
I want to feel this moment again.
Yeah. I'll say it the right way too. I mean, I try to cut back on the swearing, but because I've heard, if you swear too much, your streams can get pulled. Have you heard that?
I think that used to be the case at a point where I think within the first 10 or 15 minutes you couldn't really swear too much.
Right.
I think they've taken that restriction off, although if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
I try to keep it cool too on my show. But I'll have a few guests to be like, bleep, 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 immediately curse. It's like, all right, calm down.
You just have them on after the 12 minutes. It seems weird in the beginning. Like,
right.
Blow a little horn or something at the 12-minute mark, and now it's a free-for-all.
Right.
Yeah. See, I love, I have a habit of swearing too much on streams, and I heard that, so I've been trying to cut back, but hey, well, maybe I won't bother now. I prefer to swear.
Oh, see, Cypher is saying it now. Decipher says that's old YouTube rules. They're like 6 months ago. So yeah.
Oh, nice. All right. Yeah. Good night, Amy. Good night, Amy. Have a good night.
Amy, what you wanna do?
Nice. So he says, "You smug motherfucker."
That's exactly how he said it. No ER at the end. It was an A at the end of that one.
Yep, that's what he said. It was so satisfying too. Out of him of all people, he says, "You smug motherfucker. You're not severed. You walk out of here with your memories. You carry them home with you every night. No one can rip them away from you, snuff them out like they never existed. Like you never existed." Yeah, how's that? A little bit more.
That was beautiful.
I was like, I just love that. Oh my God. It's powerful stuff. That was good. And the thing is, we don't really know. Maybe Milchick did have his brain altered in some way, though. I still think he did. Irving's assuming otherwise, that he's just completely normal. Who knows? Maybe Milchick doesn't just get to walk free. He's always in work mode and lives there. I kind of like that theory. But Milchick tries to make him leave, and Bert, convinces him to let him stay. He won't say anything more. It would be nice to have him here, and Milchick actually agrees. But he's like, only if you behave in a manner that brings no shame upon yourself, the founder, or his progeny. Okay. It's cult vibes, as always. I don't know what's gotten into you people today. Gee, I don't know. Maybe, Dylan finding out he's got a kid on the outside.
Yeah, maybe something you did. unless this is Milchick number 3 and Milchick number 5 was the one that talked to Dylan.
He's like, what's going on here? Right.
You wouldn't know what's going on.
Maybe. Hey.
Like I just showed up to work and you all just treated me this way?
Yeah.
No.
I come in on Mondays. The other guy came on Tuesdays.
Hey, maybe that's it. It wasn't that Milchick. It was a different Milchick.
Man, it's been bitten and cursed out.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he gives in, and they have a look. It's so sad. They look at each other. Let's all say goodbye to Bert. Says any retirement song. It doesn't say the artist's name on it or anything. It just says Lumen. It's I think it's a Paul Anka song though.
Paul Anka song, yeah.
Any retirement song. And Bert selected it, I guess. So the lyrics are fitting too. Like, good morning yesterday, you wake up and time has slipped away, and suddenly it's hard to find the memories you left behind. Remember? So very fitting to the theme here. Memories. Do you remember the laughter and the tears? Oh, look at them shaking hands. The shadows of misty yesteryears. The good times and the bad you've seen, and all the others in between. Remember the times of your life. Do you remember the times of your life? Now, that's the question for them too. Okay, is it possible to remember their lives in here on the outside? Can some of the memories bleed over? It's a fitting song choice. Really is. Put them away in your mind, for memories are time that you borrow to spend when you get to tomorrow. And then here comes the saddest part. The seasons are passing one by one, so gather memories.
Funny.
Wow.
This is Anka.
Yeah. As if we didn't know already. So gather moments while you may. Collect the dreams you dreamed today. So yeah, it's like Bert is dying, and this is, it's ironic too, because he's not going to remember any of this at all.
Mm-hmm.
The Audi version of him, he's not going to remember any of it. Oh, this was so great. I loved this line too. He has two of the best lines in the whole thing. Let's burn this place to the ground. Yes, hell yes. Radicalized revolutionary Irving.
Yes. A man lover scorned.
Yes.
So when Dylan flips the switch, he just goes and gets gasoline and starts burning shit down.
Well, no.
That's my theory, at least.
But this is so great. Like, the power of love, that's all it took to radicalize him. And he was so pious in his devotion to Kier and Lumen and everything by the book. Look at the journey he's been on from episode 1 to this point. It's amazing, really. And he was with the company like 30 years, and all it took was this short time falling in love with this guy.
Maybe he had been having like issues all this time. Like, that's the thing I was saying before when we talked about this with Mark. Some people read Mark wrong. They're like, oh, Mark is just kind of this goody two-shoe. Even Helly thought that. But when you pay attention to what was said, you realize he had revolted too at first.
Right.
He said he tried to kill the voice of the person he heard. You saw he was constantly abused when he would come home and things like that. And that voice we heard from Petey, that was a recording of Mark. That wasn't Petey.
Right.
That had went to the break room. So he had been through a break room several times, where they would break him and put him back into, I guess, compliance. So I think there might be the same situation with Irving.
Right. It might be. Yeah. It could be. It's been the same thing with him multiple times over. So, yeah. There are theories. I've heard a theory about him. I don't really believe it. I've heard a theory that Irving is possibly a mole. He was a mole the whole time. That he wasn't drunk on the Kool-Aid, but I don't personally think so. I don't think it really makes sense with what I've seen. But that's a theory that some people have had. And this is so great when he says, "Let's burn this place to the ground." They all just kind of give each other a look, like, "Okay, yeah, let's do this." They're all in. You got Mark,
it's time, yeah,
Helly, Dylan. It's time. Yeah,
both Helly and Dylan both have their eyebrows up, like, "Oh, you ready?"
Yep. Time to rise up. Yep. Let's do this. I love it. I love that they come together as a team. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like watching a revolution in progress. This is that college that Ragabi works at. Gons College. Gons is a made up college. It's not real. It's in a made up place in Pennsylvania, which I googled. Gons, Pennsylvania, and Gons means whole as in WHOLE. So I love how they did that. That's where they reintegrate people. In German, that's what that means. Yeah.
Guns.
Yep.
So is the point of, let's get not the point, but the town of Kier here and all of that. This is supposed to be in what state is it?
Pennsylvania.
It's really in New Jersey. That's interesting because that building where they're filming this at is really in New Jersey. But they're supposed to be in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Show. Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming because Gons is I googled it, and Gons is a fake town in Pennsylvania, so and it's gotta be. Yeah. So Kier is another fake town in Pennsylvania.
Nice.
Yep. I love how they did that. How they used the word Gons. It's fitting. So where that's the college where they can make people's minds whole again. So this
which kind of makes sense even thematically, right? Because you're going to college to get higher learning, expand your mind. So
yes.
It's like being made whole. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fitting thematically, absolutely, that they do it at a college. Very true, where you enlighten yourself, and it's like reintegrating. It's like achieving enlightenment. So then we had this scene, of course, where it's extremely awkward, and Mark is drunk as hell, and he's saying, "I'm sorry for talking about her," meaning his wife, and she says it's fine, whatever you want, and he's trying to get her not to leave, and he thinks that this is going to work, but I guess it's just because he's drunk off his ass, and he rips up the picture of his wife. By the way, it's clever how they did this, because the picture is facing the camera, but it's not in focus, so you can't see who it is yet. But it's revealed in episode 8 who it is. But yeah, I didn't catch that till the second watch through. And I was just thinking, sitting there when I was watching it the first time, like, no, don't rip up your wife's picture. No, you idiot. But he makes a funny face when he's doing it. Like, oof, there it goes. Yeah. Gone. He rips it into pieces. And it's so awkward and cringe. And he follows her out. Oh no, we can talk about Gemma. She was great. She was amazing. She just leaves. This was really this part was amazing. But let me just check in with the chat really quick. Let's see. Mark ripping the picture made me upset. Yeah, me too, Doc. I hated that. I was like, don't do it.
Julie, let me ask you, who did you think his wife was when it happened, though? Did you think? Because my thought immediately, I was like, oh, I wonder if it's Helly. That was my original, like I went straight to Helly.
Oh, interesting. I actually didn't. I mean, when I watched it, I wasn't even thinking that she was somebody that we knew. I wasn't thinking that at all. I was just caught up in, being upset that he's ripping up a picture of his wife and he's going to regret it, and embarrassed for him with the awkwardness of the situation. But yeah, I don't think I even considered that it could be Helly, but that's really interesting.
Because to me, it felt like it was such a moment, like they were building toward the reveal. So I was like, it's got to be somebody we know, like that we've seen, and who is this person? And then they had the picture, but it was blurry, like you said, and out of focus. And I'm like, that's Helly. It's got to be Helly. It's got to be Helly.
Right.
You can kind of see the chemistry, but between them kind of blooming here and there.
Right.
That was my thinking, but yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, I did when I saw their chemistry in the office, the thought crossed my mind that what if they are together on the outside? They don't know it or whatever. But yeah, I wasn't thinking that in this moment. Interesting. Doc said maybe I should do some sci-fi and politics streams. You should, Doc. You should. Absolutely. Yeah. You're braver than me if you attempt a politics stream, though. I not in this climate. I wouldn't. It's too scary. Scary people out there. I don't want to get doxxed or stalked or something crazy like that. Doc says I don't know the names of 90% of the people who work at my facility. Yeah. Golden Child is here. Hey, let's see. Mr. Grant says the lyrics are like a trigger word. Huh?
What was that Golden Child said? He said Snark's sister's house? What was that?
He said, what about the other brother at Snark's sister's house? Don't they act the same?
Snark. Who is Snark?
Oh, I think, did you mean to type Mark? It's got to be Mark. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay, Mark's sister house. No, the people you talking are you talking Golden Child? Are you talking about the people who were like, I don't know, understudies or whatever of Rickon? Because those are the only people they really showed at his sister's house or place, whatever, was those people, same people, the same guy who he had at the episode 1 where they were talking, and then the guy was saying all type of weird stuff to him, asking him about history and stuff like that. It's the same people.
Yep, same people. So yeah, I think that must be what he means. Yeah, they act weird. They all act really strange, like they could be severed. I definitely.
Yeah, something is off with them for sure. Like it's obvious. Even, well, I can't say that yet.
Yeah. We'll get there, but
yeah.
That's why you need to have the 9th episode watch party next week.
I know. I should have waited.
It was worth it, though. It was worth it.
Yeah. Mr. Grant said the lyrics are like a trigger word because Irving remembers aspects of his Audi's life. Love the choice. It was a great song choice. Perfect. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Mr. Grant says Helly and Mark are based off the concept of twin flames. Director Ben Stiller said that he was inspired by MGK and Megan Fox's relationship.
Of all people?
Yeah. Them, really?
Of all people? Megan Fox and MGK? Ben Stiller? What the heck?
That's kind of weird, right?
Of all inspiration, I wouldn't have thought that.
Me neither.
Wow.
Okay. I didn't think
Separation comes in all types of forms, I guess. Yeah.
I didn't think their relationship looked that deep to me. This is a deep show, so
Yeah.
I don't know, but okay then. Then it's interesting, Grant. Grant says becoming a father is an insane motivator. Yeah, it changed everything. Everything.
I was wondering how like fruitful Irving's life is outside, because he seems almost obsessed of doing the same thing over and over again.
If Ernie's out, he's what?
Like all he does is paint the same painting over and over again. Is that a worthwhile life to be your outie, just to paint the same thing over and over again? Like you're obsessed with it.
Yeah,
is that satisfying?
That's it's interesting you say that though, because it's like, what does his outie feel on that? Does he feel he's going through some type of mental breakdown or something if he's continuously painting the same thing over and over while blasting Ace of Spades?
Ace of Spades, yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason for that. I think it's like he's trying to remember more. Maybe he's trying to dredge up memories, and that maybe that's the only image that he can conjure up in his head. So he's just painting it over and over, trying to place himself in that space in his mind and remember more. It's the only thing I could think of as to why he'd be doing that. Like, it's got to be deliberate.
Yeah. And it's just interesting how that bleed over happens for him specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what triggered it. What's the trigger to have the bleed over effect happen for him? Because Mark hasn't had that experience. No one else has had that experience. Only him.
Right. And it's interesting because he's been there the longest by a lot, like 30 years. So it's surprising that there would be bleed over unless they didn't perfect Severance well enough in the beginning. But he has had so many years to be indoctrinated.
Good point. Or do you ladies think maybe it's linked by sleep? So Irving may have gone to sleep while he was in E, and that bled into his outie, and vice versa. While he was at work or in the washroom or something like that.
Yeah. I think maybe when they show him painting, I just thought of something. When they show him painting, it's nighttime and he's blasting loud rock music while he's painting these things, depriving himself of sleep. And then when he's at work, he can't help but nod off. And that seems to be what enables that to bleed over, falling asleep at work. So I think he's deliberately staying awake, painting these things at night, trying to jog his memory of work by painting that corridor, blasting that music to keep himself alert. And then he's at work. When he nods off, he has dreams where his outie self is bleeding in. I think he's doing that on purpose so he can try to make his innie remember more. It seems intentional. Deliberately sleep deprive himself.
Yeah, it's odd. Like if I started doing something like that and started just painting the same thing over and over, and had a living room full of the same paintings of this dark corridor, I would think something is wrong with me.
Right. It looks that way, like he's obsessed with it. And you can tell he's been doing this for a while. The room is full of those things. It's the same painting. Yeah. Doc said, "Oh, that's why he was nodding off and getting that bleed over. That makes sense."
I think sleep is it. Also, too, you know what? If you look at the opening intro, what do we see at the end of that intro? We see Mark, his innie, and his outie laying down in bed, as if sleep connects them.
Yes. Great point. I think sleep seems to be a key here. Yeah. And Doc says here, I've used sleep deprivation for magic and meditation before. This
nice. White magic, I hope, Doc.
Yeah. What kind of magic? Yeah, that's so interesting.
If it's black magic, then I hope I'm on your good side.
Yeah. Yeah, let's stay on your good side. It's so interesting. So that could be a key. Thanks, Dieter. Yeah, that could be a key. Sleep becomes us. Yeah.
He said something is very wrong with me. I accept this.
Yeah, he did. Decipher, you're a riot. Anyway, this last scene is amazing. The way that they did this, the writing of it was so good because it mirrored one of Mark's wellness sessions. The way Miss Casey would read from a list of mundane facts about their outie, and it's just these mundane, trivial things. He lists them the same way Miss Casey would list things about their outies. He says she was extraordinary. In the background, "I'll Be Seeing You" plays, which is another perfect song choice. And it's Billie Holiday, of course. But
go ahead and take it away, Julie. Go ahead and bless us.
No.
Scarlet, one of you need to bless us with the Billie Holiday.
I do not sing. Scarlet can sing if she wants to. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, you
if I wasn't eating a snack right now, I would. But I'm finishing up something.
Scarlet sings, although we might get a copyright strike. But
you're not ready.
Yeah. So he says,
for my songbird voice, neither of you are ready.
Oh yeah.
Blow your mind.
Yeah, we gotta hear this voice of yours. You actually have that ability. So he says she was.
You never saw Step Brothers where the Will Ferrell has the voice of an angel.
Oh yeah, I love that movie. Yes,
because Adam Scott tonight is crying because they're all like crying, having emotional reactions to when he was singing. It's like that. It's like that. You're not ready.
And Adam Scott's in that. He's hilarious. That movie is so good. Yeah. I can't say it was really an angelic voice, but they said that. Yeah.
I'll be seeing you. That's how she sang it.
Oh.
Very, very old school way. I like the old school approach to how, well, I'm going to say approach because that's what it was at the time. But it's just so interesting to hear how things were sung at that point until now. Right.
Right. That was beautiful too. You have just a voice like smooth as butter. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Go ahead, Scarlet. It's your chance now. Take over.
I think Scarlet's still eating.
She's eating. She's like, whatever.
I'm eating.
Yeah.
I'm putting my food in my mouth.
But yeah, I love that old school jazz. It's just beautiful. Classic. Love it so much. The song choice was just chef's kiss. Beautiful. So he lists her qualities just like in a wellness session. He says she was extraordinary. Well, I'm skipping through as he's where's the rest of it? I know I took screenshots of okay, he says okay, all right, let me go back. I'll read the lyrics too because it's fitting too. It says, "I'll be seeing you in all the familiar places, in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through, in that small cafe, the park across the way." Oh, and I'll note here too. Everything is so shiny in this show. They constantly want to show us reflections, and I love the duality of the imagery in the show. They're constantly doing that, just reflecting the theme of dual identities, severed selves. even just this, even a simple shot like this, I just think it's so artistically done. It's intentional because it's not, you don't see that in every show. Every surface he goes by or somebody walks by, it's got a shiny reflective surface. And yeah, he's putting together the pieces that he just ripped up. And so yeah, so he says, my wife was extraordinary. My wife was allergic to nutmeg. And when she sneezed, she always sneezed twice. My wife liked other people's dogs. My wife thought cardigans looked ridiculous. I loved all these things about her equally. It's just, oh my God, it's just so heartrending. It's so moving. These are just silly little mundane details about his wife, just like they read these mundane details in the wellness sessions. Miss Casey herself did that, and so I loved how they did this here, and it's just all these little things. You know, he loved everything about her equally, and in the wellness session, it's a little call back to that. You're supposed to react to every fact that's stated equally, and he would lose points if you didn't.
Yeah.
So
I love that part about it too, and it shows a deep sorrow for his loss, and it shows you how deep love is when you really truly love somebody. You notice the smallest things, and especially when they're gone. And I felt that. I'm sure you all have felt it. Just for losing loved ones, losing my grandmother or my brother. You know, it's the smallest thing, like the way they would have laughed, or their reaction to, you know, a joke, how they might look if you, you know, I don't know, say something strange to make them laugh, you know, just whatever it could be. Or if you surprise them, it's always the smallest things, you know, all other things that go with it too. And that's why music is so instrumental to us throughout our lives, because music kind of tells our story at that time. We track back music to moments in our lives, right? And that's why I like how they kind of put music to moments here in this show.
Right.
But also too, it's like just like how do I express this? Like, for instance, with him now saying "I'll be seeing you," with Billie Holiday playing right here, it's interesting. In Defiant Jazz, obviously they're going to be defying here. It's a jazzy number here with Billie Holiday. He's talking about "I'll be seeing you," and literally he's seeing his wife and does not know it.
Yes, that's amazing. Right. He's seeing his wife and he doesn't even know it. The irony. Yeah. Genius. Song choice. Just so on point.
I didn't even know it was her when I first saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even make that connection to It's so perfect then that they called this episode Defiant Jazz. They all are starting to defy Lumen now. He's defying it, his innie and his outie, and he is putting together the pieces and seeing his wife, and there's a jazz song playing while he's putting it together. Love that connection, Amber. Those connections you made. That's great. That's so spot on.
She's gorgeous right there, by the way.
It's beautiful.
I felt
but she looks totally different, and
she does, yeah. She's so robotic.
Her skin almost looks tanner, and she doesn't look as, you know, shiny, like Happy, and I guess she looks more shiny in Lumen.
She's just so robotic at Lumen. That's the problem.
And this is kind of like a 3/4 profile as opposed to straight on. But it took me into the middle of episode 8 to figure out it was her.
Wait, so you didn't realize it right here?
God, Jamie felt the same way.
Wait, so right here you didn't realize this was her at this point?
Yeah, I mean, Jamie didn't either.
You know, don't try to bring Jamie in on it. It started like it wasn't just me. No, but yeah, I mean, well, I guess I think that could happen. I was so focused on the show at this point, and I could also see her hairstyle, so it was kind of I picked up on it immediately. Plus, at the same time, as I was pointing out, I thought it was going to be Helly, so I was expecting them to show who that was. So when they showed her, I was like, oh, I was like, wow. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? She's
Right?
alive? Yeah. So that shocked me.
Yeah. Yeah. I unfortunately had that spoiled for me, so I wasn't as surprised, but the reveal was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah. And yes, she does look different in this state. She does look different, and she she doesn't look robotic. Even her hair looks fake in her innie self. It looks like a wig. It's so
It
strange
does. Yeah.
the way it looks from the back. It looks like fake hair on a doll, on like a little Barbie doll, like except not with brown hair, blonde hair. But yeah, but when he had his thumb over the picture, it's just like, oh my god, show the face already, show the face, move your fingers. Like, are they gonna show it? Are they gonna show it? And they
I was
showed it.
saying the same thing. I'm like, would you get your thumbs out of the way, man? I
Right?
swear I was thinking that.
Because you could tell they were building up to something. He's putting together very slowly each little piece, taping it together, and just move your damn fingers, man. There it is. Ta-da! It's his wife.
So many thoughts ran through my head. Like, wait a minute, how nefarious is Lumen that they have his wife and they Cobell and all of them know, and literally they're like treating her like some robotic employee to punish them, or at least I guess reward them in that case. That's a reward. But and that he won't know that his wife is actually alive, or however that case may be. It's still a mystery about how she's there, and if she really is alive, and how they're keeping her alive, or whatever the case may be. So much stuff we have to get answers for.
I know. That is the biggest, to me, like one of the biggest mysteries of the show. Like the biggest mystery is, what are they doing down there for work? Like, what are they really doing? What is the deal with his wife? How did they get her? Wow. Did they fake her death? Is she alive? Is she a robot? Is she some kind of experimental patient? They're keeping her down there. Like, it's just, there's just so many questions, and I cannot wait to see what they're going to do with this.
Same.
Oh, I need answers. I need answers. Yeah, and yeah, Grant, the Defiant Jazz was the name of the record Helly picked. Yeah, Helly picked that one. Yep. Mr. Grant says, after seeing the picture, it made sense why the candle was stolen and used in Mark's wellness session. Exactly. Because Harmony Cobell, she knows that reintegration is possible, and she was suspicious and worried that he was going to figure it out. And it's almost like maybe they have his wife. Maybe the whole point of it is to see if it's possible that love can transcend severance. Dylan said earlier in the season, well, maybe love transcends severance. And he was talking about something else, but maybe they want to see if it's possible. So they're doing an experiment and putting him down there with his wife, seeing if they'll remember each other. And yet, I don't know if it would be an experiment of that magnitude, because Harmony seems to be the only one who's interested in it. She's going rogue and doing this on her own.
She seems to be way invested. Nobody else seems to be invested like that. Clearly, you could see, for instance, Milchick is like, all right, see, now you can rest easy now. Even when she was attempting to go and spend time with him again, or at least have him go to the session again, he was like, again? He's like, really? Like, and she had to like stare at him all insane, and he backed down. But it's like, clearly she's so invested. That's the thing I want to know. Why is she so invested? Because it almost seems like she wants him romantically, but then it's not that. It seems like she wants to see if he'll overcome the programming of the chip or whatever. Because she looked so like intrigued, like, yeah, come on, you could do it. You could put it together.
Right.
When she was watching them, I don't know. It's really odd. I don't understand it, but I feel that at some point, Mrs. Cobell, Miss Cobell, she's going to help them at some point. It feels like to me.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible. I've seen theories out there about her, about what her personal investment could be in this. That it's possible Severance was done to someone she cares about, and she wants to see if it's possible to reintegrate. I've seen different theories going around. There's something going on with her mother. We don't know what's going on with who we think is her mother. The name on the hospital bracelet in her shrine. Something related to Lumen, possibly, because Lumen manufactures medical equipment, and she has a breathing tube in that little shrine with Charlotte Cobell written on it.
Oh, did I think Lumen got.
She's gone now.
I was gonna say Lumen got Julie.
I don't know what happened.
You flew too close to the sun. You flew too close to the sun, and Lumen took you down.
You went green for a second, then back to red.
Yeah, got too close to the truth. I got switched to my Audi mode or whatever.
The chat is like, they got her. Yep, they got her. They got you for a second.
They got me.
Julie's clone right here.
They got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took myself off the stage. We lost you. They got her. Yep.
You flew too close to the sun there.
How long was I gone?
It was
not very long.
Yeah, a few seconds. Not that bad.
Okay. Mr. Grant said maybe she wants Mark to break free because she wants to be the one to take them down. That's possible. Yeah.
I suppose, but I don't know. I don't feel like she has. I feel like she has some type of positive energy toward Mark, and every interaction, she's even offering handshakes. Handshake is available. When she gave him the congratulations of moving him up and as manager, or whatever you want to call it, supervisor or whatever in the department. She's like, handshake is available and all of that. Like and that was very awkward, by the way, her handshake offer, but
it was.
She has this sort of energy around her about him that makes him special in a way, and we just don't know what that is yet. But it's very clear she has some type of favor toward him.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, do we know for a fact that Charlotte was her mother? And it couldn't be somebody else in her family, like her daughter, for instance?
People think it's her mother because there's a date printed on the
date on it, yeah.
Thing that says it says 44. The year is 1944. Okay.
I was wondering because at the same time I was thinking how she was doing a little showing Devin how to nurse the baby and everything. Like, what if Charlotte was actually her daughter, and she's showing this because of how she, what she learned in raising her daughter. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I could see how you might think that. Yeah, but it's probably her mother, based on the date. Doc, it literally sounded like you got taken down for getting too close. Yeah. You all didn't know this is a radio drama. Too long. Decipher. I was gone too long. I had separation anxiety. Nice. Doc says, I'm not gone yet, but I got to start preparing for bed. Big day for me tomorrow. I'm so stoked for tomorrow's segment and nervous. No need to be nervous, Doc. You're going to be great. I know it. You're going to be a natural. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having you on the live with us for From Live is going to be at 10:30 p.m. tonight, and that's Friday night, and 10:30 Eastern, and I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Don't be nervous. I know it's easy for me to say. You get less and less nervous the more you do it. I was really nervous the first couple times, but everyone is so nice. You just ease into it faster than you think. You're gonna do great.
The more you do it, Doc, the easier it becomes. I will say I still get a little slight butterflies in my stomach when I'm about to go live on my podcast, but it's only because I want to make sure everything right. And I've had a few instances where OBS has changed settings on me, and the audience could not hear me, and I had to in real time fix that and get that corrected so they could hear me and my co-host. But other than that, yeah, I think everybody here. One thing I will say is that you have built a nice community around yourself, Julie, where everybody is just nice, decent people. And so, Doc, you don't have to worry too much because all you have to do is be yourself. And I don't think anybody's going to tear you down.
100%. Yeah. And thank you. The goal was to create a community of kind people. And that was what I wanted to do. Just a place where everyone feels welcome and accepted. All ideas are welcome. All theories are welcome, and all different types of people, no matter what your background. So, yeah. And if anybody came in who wasn't cool like that, then they would be out the door. I wouldn't put up with any bullying or anything like that. So, no one needs to worry. Not here anyway. No. Nice. Doc says he'll be on at 12:30. We're starting at 10:30. We'll get a little head start, and then Doc will join us at 12:30. And we're gonna dive into John Griffin, the creator of From, and I'm excited to take a closer look at him and how his mind works, and because he's From is his brainchild. So
what's the basis for tomorrow then? Is or tonight? I guess I should say, because now it's Friday technically, right?
Yeah.
Is the deeper dive into the one of the creators behind the
right
show? Okay.
Yeah, gonna talk about John Griffin and just his body of work, and I want to really take a look at the things he's said. He's done a lot of recent interviews too. I want to take a look at that and like what we can glean from the show, from him on insights into the show, based on what he's said recently. Some interesting stuff, and he's an interesting guy in general too.
Nice.
So yeah, and other than that, of course, we'll be doing our usual talking from theories, season 3, season 4 theories. Anything else we want to talk about too, in addition. So
okay, Scarlet, you going to be there too?
Oh yeah, she'll
yes, I am.
She was like, Scarlet's still throwing down over there. Yeah. Leave her in peace.
Yes. And Umbra,
I'm on the edge of falling asleep actually. So
oh, okay.
You'll hear from me for a while.
we better get into the next episode. We're gonna lose you, Scarlet. And Umbra, you are welcome. If you want to join, if you're free, you are absolutely always welcome too, in our lives. So
yeah, I appreciate it. I'll try to swing by if I can.
Cool. Yeah. So
here.
So
if I must,
let's get into this was one hell of a reveal. I absolutely loved it. And there's the caption right over it, but I'll be seeing you, and he's seeing his wife and he doesn't even know it. Love it.
I didn't even know it.
Yep.
I didn't know it until the middle of episode 8. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's what's Casey. That's fine.
But you've picked up on many.
But it's acting. It's acting. Genius. The actress is genius. I didn't even know it was her.
And yet, though, you've picked up on minute details in the show and in From too. You've picked up on minute details that I haven't picked up on.
That's not the huge details. Those are small ones.
Well, she does have a different. She does have a different looking face, Maybe you had a moment of face blindness. That's a thing.
Like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, face blindness.
Yeah, Brad Pitt supposedly has face blindness.
Does he really?
Yeah.
I don't understand how that works, but apparently some people have
Especially
trouble.
if you're an actor. If you're an actor, how does that work?
I don't know. That's got to be tough, right? Anyway, let's get into this before the sun freaking comes up, and we'll try to go through it a little quicker this time. And in the first episode, we got off on a lot of tangents related to the show, so let's try not to. So we're three. What time is it? We're over 3.5 hours in. Let's try not to do another 3.5 hours, and you're never gonna make it. And if you need to drop off and go to sleep, totally understandable, Scarlet. You do what you need to do, but so this was interesting. This is the first, I believe, this is the first time we see Irving as an outie. The episode is called "What's for Dinner," as in the little catchphrase, "Hey kids," or "Okay kids, what's for dinner?" Which is interesting. And there's his dog. I believe in the wellness session he was told that he loves dogs, or he likes Radar. I think
he liked the sound of Radar.
He loves Radar.
And he says, "All right, Radar." That's the dog. Nice little Easter egg there. It was the dog. So and this is what he painted. So that's the hallway to the testing floor. Very eerie painting too, and he does it in an interesting medium too. He doesn't paint it on canvas; he's painting it on pieces of wood.
Yeah, whatever he can find, really.
Fascinating. Yeah,
he has some kind of like plexiboard or something with holes in it that he does the next one on. So whatever he finds, it's really punk rock.
It's cool. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I like it. Very.
He goes to sell them at a fair, and it's just a bunch of these paintings.
They're all the same.
They roast you in a dark hallway.
Really creepy, nightmare-fueled dark hallway.
Yeah, very sinister.
Yeah. And the elevator down button is red too, like which is their Audi color. God, is there so many of them? The whole room is full of these.
I wonder if Irving's inner life is better than his outer life.
It seems like it probably is, to be honest. And this is the reveal that was kind of a letdown for me. Like, oh, the black goo was just paint the whole time.
Just paint the whole time.
Yeah.
It was going to be a goo monster after all.
By the way, that little sound effect they were making when he was mixing the paint, or at least, I guess, squeezing it out, was disgusting. I was like, why does it sound like that?
Right? Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I was disappointed because like those dream sequences were so unsettling. The black goo oozing through his workspace and down from the ceiling. So I don't know. I was just expecting something a little more exciting than a bunch of black paint. That's all.
So you don't think art's exciting?
Art is great, but
art is exciting, Julie. The art. Look at the art right here. Look at the glob of art.
But art's not scary. Like paint isn't scary.
It can be scary.
Paint's not scary though.
It can be scary. Look at it. It's scary. It's scary right there. It's like the blob.
I'm shaking over here. Horrified. Dieter, what did you do? You made a Julie B Deep Dive Snow text. Oh, neat. I'll have to check that out. Should I make a page? What are you talking about, Dieter?
I have no idea what Dieter's talking about most of the time.
Trace says off topic, but some new great shows coming up. Great shows coming up. Oh, which shows? I need new shows to watch, although I never have time to watch the current show list I have, so maybe I should just focus on that. But I mean, I guess maybe we should just find it exciting that, okay, this means that his outie self is bleeding into his innie self, and then hence the black goo. But I don't know. I just wanted to be something creepier than paint. but
That
there it
hurt.
is. Yeah, it's not creepy enough for me. And he's blasting, what is it, Ace of Spades?
Yeah, Motorhead.
Yeah, yeah. So who would have thought, like, this buttoned up, conscientious apple polisher Irving on the inside would be this badass on the outside blasting rock music, and, like, staying up all night. I never would have guessed it, but there it is. We got them all coming into work. A little shot of each of them in the elevator. I love the effect. I can't show it because of copyright, but I love the effect. It looks like their heads all kind of swell for a second when they transition. Yeah. And then they show her pressing the 4. I don't know if there's any significance to that. But yeah.
It's the Asian number of death.
Oh, okay. Maybe that.
Yeah, the word for death, and I think in Chinese, the word for death in Chinese is close to the word for the number for 4.
Oh, okay. Interesting. That's so cool.
And in some Italian dialects, like I was telling you before, 4 means coffin.
Oh,
like
interesting.
The Italian word for coffin is close to the word 4.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, there's more people afraid of the number 4 in the world than the number 13.
Wow, I did not know that. Maybe that's why From uses so many 4s. Maybe that's why one of the reasons for the 4s. But
yeah, like there's a lot of places won't have a 13th floor, but in Asian countries they won't have a 4th floor.
Interesting. Look at this shot. This is such an interesting shot, and I'm not quite. I don't really understand.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. I actually went past it like right before we came on because I wanted to see it, and I was like, "Wow, this is shot really well."
Now, what the hell are we looking at here? Because that's Mark's hand as he's talking to them.
Yeah.
But I don't see a mirror anywhere. What? How are they? What is this? Like, he's over here talking to them. There's his hand, but I don't see a mirror. So where's this coming from? I don't understand, but can you tell? Like, what are they doing with this? It's not a mirror.
Behind the mirror.
Yeah, it's not a mirror. It's just they shot it really weird so that he's mirrored for us. I don't know. But I thought it was interesting because, again, duality of the selves and all that. More mirrored stuff. They're like, is she gonna make it? Is she gonna make it? I love how Irving says, I just wonder if it might be helpful for us to stand behind her and perhaps chant her name. And I'm thinking, what the hell are they talking about? They're hoping that she'll make quota. And it turns out it's not that they give a shit. They just want her to make it so that they can win a waffle party. And then that'll be their chance. That's their end for they can execute their plan. So now we know this is creepy as hell. Not only are there cameras everywhere, but there are even cameras like somehow in the computer monitor, buried in there somewhere. So they're watching Helly looking right into the computer on camera. That's some serious surveillance there. And they're all like, these two are so like hyped up about this. Is she gonna make it? Like, she says, Seth, I know this has been a trying quarter and you have availed yourself well. Mr. Grainer sits with Keir now. And I imagine they're both very satisfied with you. So I guess he does. He seems like he's all cool, like cool as a cucumber, but he does get stressed, apparently. He's not completely a robot, as you might seem. He's kind of stressed. And yeah, so but I think they're both brainwashed in terms of the Keir stuff. That's why she says that. And oh my god, I freaking loved this so much.
Oh, this is great.
As a 90s kid, I immediately thought of Oregon Trail game.
Yeah.
Because Oregon Trail had these really, I'm sure there were plenty of other games that you probably saw from the retro games that were all pixelated like this. It's so pixelated and old looking. I love it. They're all happy. She made it 100%. And it's Kier up on a cliff. He turns his head and he comes and says, I knew you could do it, Helly R. Even in your darkest moments, I could see you arriving here. In refining your macro data file, you have brought glory to this company and to me. Kier Egan. I love you. That's fantastic. It's so creepy and weird and hilarious all at the same time. And then he says, but now I must away, for there are others who need me around the world. Like he's some kind of Superman, I guess. Goodbye, Heliar, and thank you. And he takes off from the cliff. And he flies like a bird. So good. He flies around. He's off into the sky. Like absolutely genius. This is just comedy gold right here. I loved it. And it was as a 90s kid, it brought back memories of like the old pixelated games like Oregon Trail, and before we got all these slick graphics. Now video games look ridiculously perfect, and I feel like they've lost all their character. So they look like kind of like this, or at least a little less perfect. But that was so good. And again, more old tech, more old stuff. It's everything in here is old except the chips in their heads, apparently. So they're relieved. They don't give a shit about reaching quota. They just wanted to do this so they could get the Waffle Party and execute their plan, of course. There's this really weird, awkward scene where
it's like laughing scene where they're just laughing.
They're cracking up laughing. Yeah, both of them. It's so strange and off-putting, but I mean, they're both like so relieved. Oh, they made the quarter. And she said, yes, and spending half of your time farting around the halls. And despite a staffing shakeup, they made it. And they get to pick who. I guess I found it weird that they all made quota, but only one person gets the Waffle Party. They get to pick who. So
there's not enough room in that bed for more than one person.
Yeah, I guess not. So it doesn't really seem fair, They should all get to go to the Waffle Party.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's always more room at the Waffle Party.
Yeah, why not? No, making already it's probably an orgy, so with a few more people. But she says, you can choose yourself or anyone but Dylan. I'm not sure why anyone but Dylan.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why did she say that?
She doesn't know that Dylan bit Milchick. Milchick didn't tell her, so I don't know. But he said it's more his thing, and he really worked hard, so that's his pick. And she wants to drop by wellness again. Yeah, right. Having all department heads do it. Yeah, sure, Harmony. With all this stress and Mr. Grainer retiring and everything. Yeah, so they're lying about that too. They didn't tell them he died. And
permanently retired.
Permanently retired, yes, indeed. But yeah, she says, all sarcasm aside, thank you, Lumen needed this. So she actually seems genuine in that moment. She really does. For once, like she's actually appreciating him for something and not treating him like a peon. So yeah. There's that quote again, let not weakness live in your veins, Kier Egan. And it's up on the wall in the wellness center. Now this is wild. This is now we know as the audience that that's his wife, but he doesn't know. So as the viewer, we have that knowledge. It makes this scene even crazier. Miss Casey. Oh, and Scarlet, remember you were thinking like, well, maybe she's a Mrs. on the outside because inside it's Ms. Casey and inside it's Ms. Cobell, but on the outside she's Mrs. Selvig. So you were right. She is somebody's Mrs. His. That was a good catch. I hadn't thought of it when I first watched it. But yeah, she's somebody's wife.
What I liked about this scene was there's an exit and entrance door right next to each other.
Yep. I liked that too. Right? Like, why?
You don't need it. You can just go out the same door, but there is an exit door.
It's completely unnecessary, but again, they have to make everything dual. Everything is duality in this show, so of course there had to be two doors for that imagery. So yeah, he comes in. The tree. Where'd the tree go? So the tree's gone. I think the tree was really only in there for his benefit, trying to see if he'd remember that his wife got in the accident and hit the tree. So yeah, he's wondering why everything's in boxes, and as she says, Lumen's been blessed with a new wellness director, saying this very robotically, like she doesn't care, but she definitely does have feelings, as we find out in this episode. She's not a robot completely. She says that she'll be retiring. It's not retirement. She's been fired. Clearly, they literally just told her a moment before. That sucks. And she's just going to go ahead with this. I swear that looks like a wig. Her hair is way too perfect. That looks like fake doll hair. Is what it looks like.
It probably is a wig, to be honest. I've seen her outside of that, and I think she has like that trimmed side, like fade on the side of her head.
Right.
So that might be just that. Also, it's interesting that she's Aussie.
Yeah.
I wonder if she has the accent and all that. She's like, yeah, good eye.
And in Dollhouse, she uses it a few times because they don't download personalities into people, and a few times she's Australian, and she gets to use her accent.
Oh, okay, so she really does have the accent there. She's like, yeah,
but most of the time she has a lullaby. On that show, at least.
Yeah.
Nice.
So she goes ahead with the session and says, you've successfully led your department to meet their quota and are thus eligible for this special augmented wellness session. Yeah, sure. This is bullshit that Harmony dreamed up just to test him again, see what he can possibly, if he remembers anything, that she's his wife. And he tries to just talk to her like a human being as she's reading from the script, because he feels bad that she got fired and feels responsible. She starts reading from the list. Your Audi is kind. Your Audi has brightened people's days by merely smiling. Your Audi makes time for people even when, and he cuts her off. Hey, let me talk to somebody. Maybe there's something that we could do. And I really liked this. She said, like, this actually was the first time she showed humanity. That she actually, not the first time, because there was a sliver of it when she found Mark and Helly, and she said that she was worried about them. So you got the sense that maybe she actually does have feelings.
She was scared. She said she was scared.
She was scared. Yeah. Even though she said it in an emotionless way, I believed it for some reason. And she says here, I really liked being in the office with you all that day. This is so sad, actually. She says, really it's tragic. She says, I know I vexed you. I know I'm strange. So she knows that there's something wrong with her. She's aware of it.
Yeah. She knows that she's not normal, with the parentheses and the quotation fingers, should I say.
Right.
But definitely is it's a desire there for her to connect. Even when she offered a hug before and denied my boy Dylan. He's like, oh, I'll take you up. He's like, I'll take you up on that. She was like, no. He's like, well,
Yeah.
I can help you get those. I can help you get those notebooks.
Yeah, right.
Shut him right down. Yeah, he shot his shot, but it wasn't gonna happen. Yeah. It's interesting that she's aware that there's something wrong with her, that she knows she's strange. I found that fascinating. So, and this is so sad. She says, "My life has been 107 hours long. Most of that has been these half-hour sessions. For me, my favorite time was the 8 hours I spent in your department watching Helly." Hang on, I heard something. Oh, hold on. We got Grow and Thrive. If I can trying to add her. And it's not. Come on now.
So her time is even less than the normal Annie's.
Isn't that awful? Oh my god, I'm trying to add Grow and
Just her going from session to session to session, pretty much, and nothing in between.
Apparently, and so she's only there in half-hour sessions, and her life has only been 107 hours long. That is so sad. So her favorite time was the 8 hours that she actually got to be there awake for 8 hours and be there with them, and felt a little bit of a connection with people. That's so sad and tragic. Like, wow. Imagine that, because otherwise she said it's the longest I've ever been awake. Other than that, she was only awake for half-hour sessions, and then they put her back into cold storage or whatever they do.
Storage. That's what I was gonna say. Cold storage.
No way, really?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of Westworld. I was thinking of Westworld because they put some of the robots in cold storage.
So yeah, we're in each other's heads a lot. I haven't even seen Westworld, but I still thought of that term anyway.
Yeah. Well, you might get some from my brain. A little bit of that out of my brain.
Yeah, maybe I did. Hey, Grow and Thrive.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Well, doing okay. I'm in pretty rough shape, honestly, but I'm hanging in there. How are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in too.
Yeah.
I hope you feel better, Julie.
Thank you. My pain is bad, and I have a headache on top of it, but I'll get through it. Mr. Gregory said 8 more hours. Yeah, right. I should probably get up and move around for a few minutes. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
And drink some water also.
Yeah, I'm not drinking enough. I'll do that. Yeah. What are your thoughts? Grow and Thrive. What are you thinking? What's on your mind?
Well, I really enjoyed the episodes tonight. I was glad that we saw the last one too.
Don't say anything about it.
I mean, I know we're not discussing it. I know.
Let's get that right out straight. I didn't want you to lead with, and I was so surprised that this happened. And that was
no.
And I'll be like, no.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to talk about it. But I actually forgot a lot of it because I saw the show like 3 years ago, and I loved it. But then if you don't see it for 3 years, you forget a lot of what happened. So I was surprised. I was surprised because I had forgotten these things. But I really like the show a lot. I think it's amazing. I think it's really, the writing is great. The characters are great. I can't believe Ben Stiller is the one who, put this together. It's amazing. So which episode are you doing now?
8.
That is episode 8. So the second to the last, the one right before the finale.
Okay. It was interesting. When I forgot the name of Patricia Arquette's character. Well, anyway, when she went home and she was angry and she was yelling and throwing things, right? Did you notice that there was a hospital bracelet? She was holding a hospital bracelet, and I think you said in the chat that it was her mother's name.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're assuming, because the date on it said Charlotte Cobell, so she shares her name, and the date, the birth date, it ended in 44. So it could be her mother if she was born in 1944, maybe.
Yeah, because right. It's interesting though, because that I think is a hospital bracelet, right?
It looks like it. Yeah. And a breathing tube. I believe there's a breathing tube too.
Ah, yes. So she may have saved that from her mother's hospitalization.
I think so. Yeah.
But I also wonder if she was hospitalized because she definitely has psychiatric issues. I mean, we see that. I mean, she was like tearing her place apart. She was screaming, banging on the walls. You know, I mean, I understand she's upset, but she's, you know, the way she acted was really very irrational. So I think she has psychiatric issues. And you can even see like her face is so like dead when she's speaking, you know, her inflection. She has no facial expressions, you know. So I think there's a lot going on with her that we're going to find out.
Yeah, I was wondering with her mom. I wonder if her mom died and then the kid, here, adopted her, or some of the family, maybe because she was an orphan, put her into that school.
Ah, maybe. That's a great theory. I mean, she was definitely an orphan, they said?
No, her mom was probably alive, but now I'm thinking of all these things that, maybe, Lumen or Kerr could have done, some experimentation on her or something, and she passed away. And
maybe.
Then felt obligated to take care of the daughter and indoctrinate her.
Yeah. And she has such a flat affect. That's what the word I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she shows no expression on her face, which is very scary. I mean, you know, she could laugh. That scene where they were laughing, and yet her face is so cold. You know, and so she there's definitely something going on with her. And also with that scene in Kira's room with those people that were dancing and they had masks on, it was very, very cultish. Really bizarre.
Well, we'll get to the waffle party. We're gonna get to it.
Right?
I mean, it down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna get to it, but anyway, yeah, that was weird. So.
I don't know. It's a fun Friday night at my house.
So why do you think Corbell? Why do you think she wanted Mark to see the wellness therapist again?
I don't know. I mean, maybe one last hurrah to see if he identifies her as his wife.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But why are they letting her go? Is it because?
Well, for one, I don't know if they're actually letting her go. I think they're just putting her in cold storage.
Maybe it's because she liked being with them.
Yeah.
And Corbell saw that, right? She saw that there was some bleed through.
Yeah.
So I guess that they want to examine her, I guess.
Yeah, take her back to the testing floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wild. Okay, yeah. So please, you know, if you guys want to go on with the next scene.
Okay. So let's see, where do we leave off? Yeah, I definitely think that she's still trying to test Mark, especially after the last time he was in a wellness session. He was asked to sculpt something to represent his feelings, and it was a tree, which made her even more suspicious. She, I'm sure, is aware that his wife died crashing into a tree in a car crash. So I think that's why she's doing this. Because one last time, you're gonna get a glimpse, see if he remembers anything, and this is so sad. She's like, yeah, I suppose it's what you'd call my good old days. Her good old days that she's looking back on in her life is just that 8 hours that she spent. Wow. And she kind of smiles almost in a normal way too. She doesn't look as robotic. Like some more realistic looking emotion comes through in this episode, I think. Which is cool. There's still a human being in there. Whatever they did to her, which we don't know, they did something to her clearly that's different than the others. But But and you can see like there's emotion on both of their faces, and it's so cool, like watching this, knowing as viewers we have more information than the characters do. We know now that's his wife, so we can look at the scene through that lens and see the emotion on their faces, and like, and wonder, okay, like, is there some part of them deep down that might remember, like, you know, why does he care so much? You know, did I miss that part? I think a few of the pictures that I uploaded didn't show up, but one of the things that she says is, why do you care what happens to me? I think I missed that. It must not have uploaded, but she says, why do you care what happens to me? Because he's saying like there must be something we can do. We can talk to somebody. He doesn't want her to get fired. And why does he care so much? He also tried to go to the break room for her once, and, you know, on her behalf. And when they sent her, she says, why do you care so much? And you feel this sense, like somewhere deep in them, maybe love transcends Severance on some deep level. Like Dylan was saying in a silly way, maybe love transcends Severance because he's into Miss Casey, and he picked out his outfit. Like, yeah, they like, you didn't even know she existed when you picked that outfit out.
I picked this shirt out just for her. I wore it for her just today.
Yeah. But it's interesting because he's the comic relief, but he said something that actually has a deeper meaning to it. Maybe it does transcend Severance on some level, because they feel this pull. He cares about her and he doesn't seem to be sure why, but you can see it on his face that he does care. And she's wondering why he cares what happens to her. And there's emotion. Like, she doesn't look so robotic here. You can, they both did a great job acting this scene. You could see in her eyes, maybe there's some little bit of herself still in there. His wife is still in there. I loved that. Thought that was so well done. And yeah, so he, that was a little out of order, but Milchick comes and he takes her to the break room, and he never has any emotion when he does this. It's like this kind of stuff. He's just like a sociopath, or either a sociopath or his brain has been programmed to do this stuff and not even care.
Yeah, he was way too cold right here.
Oh, this is what it uploaded out of order. This is where she said, why do you care what happens to me? But anyway, yeah, he was way too cold with all the stuff he does. So after she said, why do you care what happens to me? You know, he's sitting there and he's like, he doesn't say anything. It's like he's not really sure either. I think there's some deep part of him, this vestige of his outie self in there, that's making him be concerned for her. And here again, Harmony was watching, of course, watching to see if there's some kind of recognition in him. This is important. Yeah, I'm glad I found this. I didn't miss it, because this is an important quote. He says, he cares because we're people, not parts of people. Even with what little they gave us, these are our lives. No one gets to just turn you off. And she says, you're nice, Mark. So I loved that, you know. Even her, she's a part-time innie, as they say. So it's crazy. She's only been alive for 107 hours, and mostly in half-hour intervals. But even in that little bit that they give her, he's saying, you know, we're people, even with what little they give us. We're people, and they don't get to just turn you off. Like, they should have rights as human beings. This place has taken away all of their agency completely. They have no rights, and they're going to just turn her off like a machine. So really nice, really interesting lines. And yet they are still people. They're still people. Like, unlike what Helly, the outie, said, when she was on the video talking to Helly's innie, saying, I'm a person, you are not. I make the decisions, you do not. And so it gets into that philosophical question, you know, like, are they still people? Of course they are. They're still people. They're just a different version of them, a severed version of them, but they're people and they should have rights. She says, you're nice. She says you're nice, Mark, and there's this like warmth to it. It's less robotic. It's cool. So I think that even in her, there's some tiny part of her that's still his wife in there. And they have this long look at each other. And then she goes and, then she says, your Audi is kind. Your Audi can set up a tent in under 3 minutes. More silly, mundane details. Your Audi knows a beautiful rock from a plain one. Like, I wonder if that means something that we wouldn't expect, just like you like the sound of radar for Irving.
Yeah.
Maybe it means something more than we think.
It's some special rock that him and his wife had, that they picked up from someplace and have in their house.
Some kind of special rock. Yeah. I wonder, but
like you're gathering rocks off a beach or something,
Yeah, maybe, then she starts saying your Audi likes giving, and then they just cut it off from there. We don't hear the rest. The scene cuts off at that point, but Harmony's watching this just completely transfixed by it, and she doesn't really seem that happy because Milchick is saying it's good, right? That they don't remember each other. It means the chips work. So apparently there is some kind of doubt as to like whether or not these chips might work as well as they want them to. And he's aware of it, at least. I don't know if the board acknowledges it, but I think they're probably aware that they might not. He says it's a win, but she doesn't look that relieved. And there are some theories. There's some theories about that. I've heard a theory that she's not happy about this, that he's not remembering because she actually wants him to remember for some reason. That she wants him to remember that's his wife.
She found that candle too. I think she's trying to trigger something.
Yeah, so maybe it's not a test because she's worried about this. Maybe she's trying to trigger this, trying to trigger him to remember. Boo, will you get out of my plate? What the heck? Sorry, my cat is trying to eat my food here. So I think looking at this again with fresh eyes after rewatching it, I think she was trying to get him to remember for some reason. There are theories that she might have a personal stake in this, possibly a family member who she wants to get reintegrated. I don't think it could be her mother because her mother probably died.
Does she have a dead husband or not?
I don't know. She said she did, but
yeah,
I don't know. So people think that she might have a personal stake in this, and that's why she wants this to happen.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe her husband's somewhere if she actually has a husband.
Yeah. So maybe, or someone that she cares about. Some people think maybe there's something wrong with her, and she wants to have her brain fixed. Maybe they did something to her. I don't know. But she says take her back down to the testing floor. So that now we get to this. I had it out of order a little bit. And yeah, he takes Miss Casey in cold as ice, and this is such a cool, like, chilling image, her walking down that long narrow hallway, and she stops and asks, do you know if I'm happy up there? He says, of course. She's not even up there at all. He's such a liar.
Yep.
Such a liar. They freaking abducted her, apparently, keep her a prisoner down there. He says, you do all sorts of wonderful things. Sure. And she stops again. Oh, and there's a tear coming down her face. So this is the first time we really saw, like, definite emotions. So she is not a robot. She does feel things. Like, the tear was powerful. And they have the light kind of hitting her face just to highlight that tear, so you can see that. Also, the pin, again, you can see the pin that she's wearing, the Lumen logo. But I liked how they did that. They have the light framing her face perfectly, so you can see the emotion and the single tear. As she stops, and asks, "Could I just?" And he's just like, "I'm sorry, I just have so much to do today." just her right, yeah. Before he basically is essentially killing her, sending her down there to be deactivated or whatever they're going to do to her, and that's it. On you go. On you go.
You go now.
God, I'm telling you, he's either a sociopath or he's a cultist or maybe even a robot. Who knows?
Or a clone.
Or a clone. Yeah. It's so sad, what's happening with her. I really hope that they do something about this in season 2. I don't think we've seen the last of her at all.
Yeah.
But look at this is what I'm talking about. Her hair, that's got to be. I think they deliberately put a very fake looking wig on her because they have a big budget for this show, and I think they want her to look artificial.
Yeah, that's kind of give it a Stepford Wives kind of look, right?
Totally. Look at that fake hair. I just saw someone in the chat earlier. I forgot to highlight. I highlighted the comment, but I forgot to read it. It said that this show had something crazy, like a $200 million budget.
Oh,
sure.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that earlier.
What in the hell? What did they
season 2 got a really big boost as far as money? Is that what they're saying?
Apparently so. What in the hell did they need that much money for to make this? Is what I don't know. But that's nuts to me. They're just making this in an office building mostly, and I know they use some CGI stuff, of course, but it's just crazy. I don't know.
Christopher Walken demands the big bucks.
I know they probably overpay the actors for sure, but the imagery of this is so beautiful. Did an amazing job shooting this. You got the lights at the top mirrored on the floor. She turns around. Look at that. The cinematography in the show is just so beautiful to look at.
It looks like that painting. It looks like Irving's painting.
Right here. This is it. This is Irving's painting. When the door closes and you got the red down light, that's his painting. Yep. So cool. Yeah, so he's been down there. Irving's been down there. It's bleeding through somehow. He's got that memory in his head. Just fascinating.
Hopefully it's something so traumatic that it's bleeding through because of that. Like something worse than the break room.
I think, yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what they do, like what the testing floor is like. I mean, they must, I don't know. That must be the area where, remember on Petey's map, there was an area that said some people live here, ? I'm thinking that's the testing floor. That's where the people quote unquote live, but they're probably in some kind of, they're in this state where they're frozen or whatever they do to them, put them in a cryogenic chamber. Or I don't know what they do, but deactivate them. They're probably not conscious down there at all, I'm sure. So
is this the next scene after? Like it's like really contrasty because it's opening on him in the white as opposed to the dark.
I was just going to say, isn't this well done the way they had the doors close on her in the dark? And then here is her husband who doesn't know he's her husband. And the doors are opening. This is the immediate next scene. It's light and the doors are opening for him. So a nice mirroring of the two. I liked that. Kind of thing that you only notice. I only noticed this on a rewatch. I didn't notice that kind of stuff. But so he tells them about the wellness check, and he's like, I'm over her, but I
still want to be friends.
He's wondering about Miss Casey, as if he had some kind of thing with her.
He had a whole relationship with her inside his head.
In his dreams, maybe. Yeah, the poor guy. I mean, think about it. How many people are even down there that he can interact with? Like, she was like one of his only chances to maybe get with somebody.
So had to go to optics. There's some optics.
More options at optics, sure.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's Miss Casey or Helly. That's it. Helly's not into him, clearly. So yeah, he tells them that she got fired, and so is everybody sure they want to do this? Like, this is big. Well, what they're about to attempt. But first we get another party, and Milchick is this toothy grin. Let me see. Oh, Matt Gilbert's here. Hold on. I'm just gonna check in for a minute. Matt Gilbert said that scene with the heli video is kind of the thesis of the show. The owners of capital, the ruling class, do not see workers as people. 100%, Matt. Oh my God, yes. I feel like they're really trying to make a statement in this show about, corporations and the way that they view people, and it's so good. Yeah, absolutely. And
it's kind of like modern serfdom.
Yes. 100% it is. Yes. Oh, sorry, I missed this. Just Trey saying good night. Good night. Well, good night in case you listen on the replay. And please, we've got 30 people. We have more people. How do we have more people watching now than we did?
I'm gonna do this.
How do we have more people listening now or watching now than we had a few hours ago? And it's 3:48 a.m.
I believe it's Milchick. It's Milchick's mustache is bringing them here.
It's bringing them here. It's got some magnetism to it. Look at that.
They're waiting for the waffle party is what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. The best part.
They heard about the waffle party, and now they're here.
Yep. Yeah, they're here for the waffle party, so let's get on with it. Yes. Yes, hell yes. Yeah, if you could, anybody that's listening, watching, if you're just joining, please like the stream if you haven't already. I'm trying to get the word out that I'm covering Severance, and this isn't just a From channel only. So I want to try and get some awareness out, so people know I'm covering Severance too. So if you like the stream, helps people find me with the algorithm, and subscribing, sharing the video, that all helps immensely too. I would very much appreciate it, because I am going to be covering Severance season 2 all the way, just like I did with From, weekly, not 2 lives though, one weekly live, one shorter live, technically 2, I guess, because it's one shorter one we're going to do as a pre-game. Before the episodes drop at midnight, we'll do a short live to kind of pre-game before it, and then hopefully midnight watch parties, if I can make it happen, if I can find a way to make it work. Fingers crossed. I want to do that in the Discord, and then Monday nights we're going to do a breakdown of every episode, and I'll do scripted deep dive video breakdowns every week. So yeah, if you like the stream, that'll really help trying to get attention onto this so that people know that I'm going to be covering this show, and I would appreciate it. So let's see. AA says, have you watched before, or you follow along with Julie? Okay, yeah, just asking Decipher. Yeah, seriously, it's definitely worth watching for sure. 100%. Yes. Decipher said, I don't have Apple TV. Oh, so have you not watched the show, Decipher, and you're hanging out with us anyway? I just love to be in the community with Julie and Scarlet. I have fun here, and hopefully don't interrupt the serious dialogue. Oh, not at all. Not at all. You are welcome here. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. You're a lot of fun, and had very interesting comments to the chat. So you are welcome here. So I highly recommend watching the show. And you're in my Discord, so I can't really say it here, but I have other ways I can help you out with watching the show if you if you need it. Wink, wink. Wink, wink. Yeah. It's because we're almost done with the watch party, so it's too late to join that. We only have one more to go, and it's the finale. AA said Julie and her cats need a reality show. Seriously, it's a zoo over here. We got 3 cats and a chihuahua, and it's quite colorful. Yes, and there's a pecking order. I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but there's a pecking order. Yeah. So there's a distinct. I swear it is ironclad too. So at the very top is the littlest one of them all, my little 6-pound tortie named Boo. she has so much attitude, and she is the only girl, and she is at the top. Nobody screws with Boo. And she hardly even has to do anything. And she is at the top of the heap. And she came in like she owned the place. She and I moved in, and she walked in immediately, just took control. Like, that's how much of a boss she is.
I have a tortie also, and that's exactly how they are.
Right? That's a tortie thing. They have a big personality, and they're very loud and vocal too.
And they're dominant. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. So and every time my mom would watch her when I was on a trip, she would terrorize my mom's pets so much. But I keep her in my room mostly so we can have some peace in the house. But anyway, she's at the top. Then it's Timmy. That's my mom's cat, and he will just, assert his dominance, chase Henry off of his own like sleeping area, just chase him out, take over, chase him away from the food area. I had to break up a cat fight during my live stream one night that he instigated. Then it's Henry, and Henry asserts his dominance over the lowest one on the totem pole, which is the dog, ironically. Henry karate chops the dog. So, yes. Luckily, Henry doesn't have claws. His previous owner declawed him. I don't believe in doing that, but he doesn't have claws. But at least that means he can't hurt Paco, the Chihuahua.
Dog, is that your mom's dog?
Yeah, Paco is my mom's little Chihuahua. And ironically, he is at the bottom of the heap. All the cats rule over the place, and the dog is on the bottom. And that's my little tangent on the pecking order.
Yeah, at torties, they also sometimes they don't like other cats, and they can be very, very moody, extremely moody.
She hates all other animals. She loves people. She loves any human being. She will absolutely love all over you, but she hates anything with fur, any other animal. She loathes them. Loathes them all. So anyway, sorry for the tangent, chat. I appreciate your patience. But
they call that tortitude, by the way.
My mom told me that. Yeah, she said it's tortitude. I love that.
Yeah, because I had a tortie, I had a black cat, I had a tabby, all at one time. I had like 4 cats once, and the tortie just made it known that she was the boss, and she was very temperamental, and she didn't like the other ones. So I learned firsthand that was really rough. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. I do have 1 cat left, also a tortie, by the way. But she's very sweet, very sweet. So who knows?
Nice. Anyway, Matt said I've posted a couple of Mark's adjacent analyses of Severance in Julie's Discord so far. I'm the only one posting anything there. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna start like responding. I've been dying for people to talk Severance with. So I will absolutely get in there and look at your posts, and we can talk Severance, and I hope we can get conversations going with other Severance fans in there. So especially when season 2 starts, I'm hoping we can really get some conversations going, and I'm going to definitely make time for that for sure. And Decipher, I'm so glad that you enjoy this community and you're comfortable here. Where did I see that comment? This is just an awesome space. Thank you for that. That makes me feel good. That's what I'm aiming for. I found some really awesome spaces when I joined the From fandom that welcomed me and accepted me from day one, and I just wanted to do the same for other people, and just that's it. So hopefully I've accomplished that, and when I see that makes me feel good. Matt Gilbert says Julie is a show dealer. Yeah, I'm trying to get you hooked on other shows. I'm your show dealer. Absolutely.
I'm trying to get Julie hooked on Yellow Jackets, but it's a hard sell.
Yeah. She's trying. T-Cypher said
not for the reason you're saying. She thinks it's a good show.
It's a good show. I just have personal issues with it that I'll try to get past. But as far, I'm trying to. The thing is, I love the Fromily fandom so much that I am becoming a show dealer. I'm trying to recruit fans, all Fromily fans, to watch all the other shows that I'm into, so we can stay together and talk together about them. It's so much fun. So I'm happy it's working. And Decipher says I stay here for both of their laughs. Oh, you're so sweet. He likes our laughs, Scarlet. That's so nice. Anyway, let's get back to it so we can get through this thing. So I gotta take a drink. I'm so thirsty.
Yeah, I gotta get a drink. I'm gonna go on my stairwell and get a soda.
Okay, we'll be here. Okay.
I literally will be back in 30 seconds.
Okay, cool. So he what's his name? So Milchick, I can't even remember things anymore. My brain is fried. Milchick says Dylan's waffle party will commence at the close of day. Everything is so it's spoken so formally in here. I think it's so funny. It's like, why so formal? Why is everything so formal? It's it's all this pious culty Kier stuff. I think that makes them all speak the management. And well, I mean, Harmony doesn't really, but in some cases she does talk like that. And definitely Milchick, Irving, all the most pious ones. So yeah, he's got the pre-waffle party egg bar social. Of course Dylan is thrilled. Any kind of perk like this and he's happy. Pay dirt. All of you deserve this for reaching quota. And a very special gift for a very special Dylan. And we don't see what it is until later. A man whose mind is as sharp as his incisors.
That's a great line.
Yes. I guess he's forgiven him for the bite already. How about that? He's a forgiving guy. He might have had to get a tetanus shot after that.
Or else this is Clone 5 and this is Clone 6. Like Clone 5 get bitten.
Maybe he is a clone. Honestly, how is he so okay with him already? It's weird. And this is the biggest smile I've seen him do yet. Like, that is an all-out grin on this dude. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe there's something to the clone theory. What did you say, Scarlet?
Oh, I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he wants to know.
I've been doing arts and crafts while you've been talking. I've been weaving. I've been doing some weaving.
Oh, nice. So he says, he asks if Dylan wants to show everybody his gift. Dylan says, I bet you'd like that, fuckers, but my prize, my eyes. Dylan with the best lines. Mm-hmm. He is the Jade of this show in terms of wittiness, for sure. It's not the same type of humor, but he's the one who's got the funniest lines. It's like Sawyer from Lost and Jade from From.
Well, there's a lot of different types of humor on the show.
Oh God, yeah.
He's got the stars, and then like Christopher Walken gets the the satire.
Yep.
Like with his speech, his retirement speech.
Yeah. True. So yeah, he wants him to show them, and Dylan does show it, but we don't see it until the end.
They look happy with it.
Yeah, so they see it, but then we don't get to see it till the end. Yeah. He says, let's switch up the vibe in here, and he turns on some cool mood lighting, which was really beautifully done because it's red and blue, the two main colors of the show. Got red and blue lights. This was Mark's special gift that he got, and we don't know why he got it at some point, but it's not one of the perks. We know that it's I guess it's only given under certain special circumstances, and Dylan just got one. So yeah, I don't know why Mark got one, but
does it say Allentown on it too?
Notice the red punch, of course. What does it say?
Allentown.
Where are you seeing that?
At the bottom of the cube.
Oh,
it says Mark S. Allentown.
Oh, I can't see that, but okay.
It's on other shots of it, like earlier on in the series.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Allentown. Yeah, I hadn't noticed. So yeah, the
I
devil.
thought maybe Allentown, something to do with Allentown was why he got that. Like he 100% at Allentown or something. It was a file.
Maybe, yeah.
It was at his French, because they said he had a freshman like Fury or something, or freshman something, that he got that for that, like a freshman. God, I can't remember the phrase. He did something good his freshman year at Lumen. It's like called the freshman something. And I thought, well, maybe that came for his freshman thing, his freshman run.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, not sure about that, but yeah. So, like, there's the red and blue. I love how they did this with the red and blue lighting. As their innies and their outies, it's almost like, yeah, like we don't know about all of them, but Mark's outie is starting to rise up just like his innie at the same time, and yeah, and now you've got this red and blue imagery. It's so beautifully shot, and yeah, the egg bar is coveted as fuck. He's taking pictures, of course, and with a very old camera, I might add, old looking camera, like everything else here. He's always taking pictures. I'm just gonna say that. Maybe there's a reason for that. Just saying, it's weird. Why is he always taking so many pictures all the time? And so then, Helly is saying that maybe she should be the one to stay behind, because he might want to see his son again. And Dylan is the MVP. I'm telling you, like, in the finale, like, wait a minute, I heard a little beat. Oh, Scarlet dropped off and came back.
Yeah, it was called his freshman fluke. I looked it up, and every time I look up something, it kicks me out of StreamYard.
Okay, gotcha.
Lumen switched her out. Don't believe her.
Yeah, Lumen switched her out. So let's see.
But there are theories about what his freshman fluke is, and I think the freshman fluke has to do with him getting that for whatever he did.
The freshman fluke. Okay. Yeah. Wait, where did you hear that? Where did you get the freshman fluke thing from, though?
It was just in passing in one of the episodes. They said, "Oh, this is just like his freshman fluke."
Oh, I forgot about that one. Okay.
Yeah,
I missed that. Interesting. Matt Gilbert said, I was reading up on what AI trainers do, and some of it was eerily similar to what the MDR workers do. Utterly disconnected from the work. It's essentially a black box project. Ooh, that's creepy. No, that's super creepy.
That sounds like some of those creepy like IT government jobs. Where you're making like one part of a super drone, but you don't know which part you're making, but you're just making one part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
or killer robots.
Or killer robots.
But you're only making one piece. You're only making like, the antenna or the arm. You never see the whole thing.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Matt Gilbert says Dylan is the MVP. Yeah, he really is. Like, what he's volunteering to do, stay behind, even though he knows he has a son.
Yeah, he's pretty stand up here.
He really is. He's showing that he has depth and he's not just comic relief for the show. This revelation that he has a son and the visceral emotion that brought out of him. I like that. We don't want a character who's only comic relief. Like, he needs to be a three-dimensional person. Just like we found out Jade was not just comic relief in From. Jade has depth. And we discovered that more and more. So Dylan, of course, has that too. I love that. You never want a flat, one-dimensional character in a show, especially a show that's this great. So I like that. He's not just the clown. It's not just a clown. And having him stay behind and play such an important role, they really cemented that. Decipher says, "Oh, y'all, my baby mama got so weird last night. One of you said Abby, and she tail spun because her old friend Abby still chills with a Paris. I don't know what that means, but okay." AA said a lot of things are very 70s. Melon parties, deviled eggs, Milchick's haircut. Yes, Milchick's haircut. Some of the office style, etc. Yeah. Turtleneck. Absolutely. There is a reason, said Matt. Remember when Dylan said he had impressive deltoids? That comes into play in the finale. Right. And we can see at the end of this episode, he needs to use those deltoids. And I didn't buy it at the time. I was thinking, yeah, right, sure, Dylan, but no, he proved himself. Absolutely. Anyway, back to the breakdown here. So, so the lights keep flashing blue and red, the two main colors of the show. Beautiful. And Mark and Helly, they're totally into each other. It's so obvious. I wasn't surprised at all by the way the episode ends because of that. You could see it, the chemistry. Like I can just tell. But they did it in a way that was not too cliche, even if it was a little predictable. So, okay, so this was interesting. So Natalie shows up with images of Helly when she was trying to hang herself in the elevator, and apparently Harmony didn't tell the higher ups about this. She covered it up, which is a big deal. Can't say the word, but that on the screen there. But yeah, she attempted that, and she's like, "How could you not tell us?" So that's pretty big. She's doing a lot of stuff that's rogue. The stuff that she's doing, spying on Mark, is going rogue. She's covering up this major thing with an employee trying to hang herself. And Harmony says, "Did Milchick give you those?" So maybe Milchick is a rat. Maybe he ratted on her. I don't know. Who gave her the pictures?
Yeah, Milchick 100% ratted her out.
I think so too. Yeah. He was very cold in the way he dismisses her coming up too. She says, "Am I speaking with the board?" And Natalie goes, we also know that you've been spending time at the home of Mark Scout's sister. So again, this is confirmation that she was going rogue. That was not something she was directed to do. So she has personal stakes in this. Either she's doing it because she's a cultist, true believer in Keir, or she has some other personal stake in figuring out if reintegration is possible, or if Severance can be broken in some way, if memories can bleed through. She has a personal stake in it, or she's just a cultist of Keir and just doing it because of that. That we don't know, but it's fascinating to find out for sure that she did that all on her own, all this crazy stuff, and yet remember back a few episodes ago, after she let herself into Mark's house and snooped around, she showed up to work with the book, the UUR. She handed it to Milchick, and Milchick said something like, "How did the check go?" It sounded like she was supposed to be doing that. Like this was something she was directed to do.
Yeah.
So maybe she was supposed to spy on him, but she wasn't directed to infiltrate his family too. So they don't like that.
Yeah.
That she went too far with it. She was at his sister's house. I just find that weird. Okay, like we want you to spy on Mark, but not his sister.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's already invasive enough, breaking into Mark's house, and not breaking in. I mean, she had a key.
Yeah.
So, peculiar. It's peculiar. But clearly the board doesn't like it, and she's fired. Her reaction is fantastic. Like, it's nice to see her like with the shoe on the other foot, with the way that she treats her employees, and then just to see her get a taste of her own medicine. It's pretty satisfying. Even though I love this character, she's an amazing villain. And just to see her go off, like, because she was always very subservient with Natalie because she's underneath her, but now she just snapped. Fuck off, Natalie. That was great. No, is the board even there? This was super creepy. There was this yes, just one word coming out of the speaker. This one yes.
I think Patricia Arquette's performance in this show is really amazing, and she definitely should win an award for it.
Oh, totally. I'm pretty sure she's been nominated for Emmys for this. I don't know if she's won though, but she's amazing. She's my favorite in the show. Her acting is amazingly on point. Like, just owns this character.
Yeah,
absolutely slays it. But sells it, and it's like it's almost like she's two different characters because the way she acts as Mrs. Selvig, it's a completely different persona.
Yeah,
basically playing two roles to perfection, I might add.
yes.
But the timing, the way she can go from cool and calculated and just eerily calm and icy in the way that she's talking, and then all of a sudden snap and scream at someone or throw her mug or whatever it is that she's doing. It's so good, the timing.
Where they were laughing and her affect was the same.
Yes.
And she's just laughing and laughing, and it's like, what?
What are they yeah, it's like, what are they laughing at? It was an awkwardly long amount of laughter.
But this next scene that you're coming to, I mean, her performance was great. I mean, she was really off the wall.
Oh, it was so good. Yeah. And I love how the board just said that one creepy yes. So, there are people actually there listening. And she changes her tune immediately. She's like, I'm sorry, that was rude. I can explain everything to the board tonight, please. The board has concluded the call. She's just shut down again. So great. The way that they treat their employees is just, this is how everyone treats everyone on different rungs of the ladder. So, Milchick treats the innies like this, just shuts them down. On you go, off you go, or whatever, sends them to the break room with no emotion. Harmony does the same thing with people underneath her. And she's got her own overlord treating her like this. And it does seem like it's like this show is kind of, I can't think of the word right now. It's sending a message against corporate culture for sure, and the way corporations operate and view people as not even people, really. They're just cogs in a machine. They're, that's all it is. It's just cogs in a machine to make them money. So yeah, her reaction is so good when she hears that this is it, she's fired, and she's like in shock. And then this was fantastic right here. Irving staring lovingly at Kier, at least you think so. He's not anymore. It's not Reverence anymore. He's so done with the brainwashing. And the way they've lit his face here too, there's blue around him, but his face is lit with a reddish tone. So it's like more of his outie energy is coming through here. He's kind of breaking free of the brainwashing.
Well, and also the door behind him, like escape route, is also red.
Yes.
Where he could leave is red.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. And yeah, he takes out the compliance handbook, at least one of them. There are a lot. This is the whole set. He opens it up. It's like, it looks like the edges are even like gold.
Gilded, yeah.
Gilded. He opens it up, and it's kind of like their Bible, really. That's how reverent they are about it. And it's written in a very biblical sounding way. So like, endow each swing of your axe or swipe of your pen, the sum of your affections, that through me they may be purified and returned. And he keeps going. No higher purpose may be found than this, nor any higher love. So they're not allowed to just, even though the original, I think in the original version of this, it was okay because Kier met his wife apparently working together, but in this version of the text in the handbook here, they're not allowed to have love apparently, and this is trying to indoctrinate them against it. This is like, endow each swing of your axe or swipe of your pen the sum of your affections. So your affection goes to your work and to Kier, and that's it. There is no higher love. You don't get to have love here. And so he wasn't allowed to be with Bert. They made sure they got him away from there, separated them. And that's just what made him snap. He's now radicalized. This is a great scene. He's just kind of staring down here, like completely done, and puts the devil egg in the handbook. And again, it's like they really drag this out. Looking back at his face, looking at Kier, it's like he's staring him down, like, you motherfucker. And then slams the book shut. That's what I think of your sacred Kier handbook now. Smashes the egg in there.
That's gonna smell after a while.
Right? It is.
Rotten egg. Right.
Yeah, it's gonna smell nasty. And there's a little hint of a smile after he does it right there. Satisfying to watch Irving becoming enlightened and rising up, getting radicalized. It's so satisfying. It's great. And the lighting of this was gorgeous. I noticed instead of red, this room looks like it's tinted pink in this scene. And it's Mark and Helly, who are clearly into each other now. So of course that they use mood lighting in this show so well. Just how, like, the way Mark's apartment is so dark too. It's the darkness of his mind and his depression. The way that they use lighting in the show to evoke emotions and the state of mind is just brilliant. Helly says the goats, I figured it out, the goats lay the eggs. It's like, oh my God, you got it. Notice all the behind him is all blue. He's entering this pink space where maybe love could transcend Severance a little bit. It's pink. He and Helly are together in here. He's exiting the blue room. They talk about whether they're scared about, and this is like such a little kid thing. He says, I'm scared of getting caught. Sounds like a little kid who's about to do something that could get him in trouble. And they are like children. And she says they left us unattended and thought we'd be too dumb to notice. They won't see this coming. She's got so much more confidence than him. She really does. And even though she's brand new, she's the newest one there. To me, I think it's got to be that they bring part of their outie in with them, despite the lack of memories. It must be like there's part of them that you just can't wipe away. Like, she must have a fiery persona on the outside that she brought in with her. And so, you see that distinct personality difference there.
Or somebody that's really cold on the inside but's dying to get out.
Yeah, it could be that too, like something repressed in her nature.
That's repressed is a good word.
Definitely.
Like a wife, like a Stepford wife.
Right. I guess, maybe a Stepford wife.
I thought for a half second that Helly and Melchick could be married because he gave her flowers, but I didn't think that was right.
You thought that she might be whose wife?
Melchick's, because I think she's somebody's wife, but now I think she actually might be somebody in the family's wife instead of Melchick. She went from Melchick to the board to like the family in my eyes.
Oh, gotcha.
She's gotten raises. Yeah, maybe gave her the flowers, but it makes more sense for like a flowers to be given by like a husband to a wife. You know?
True. Although they weren't, I noticed, like, it was interesting. They weren't red roses, which kind of
Yeah.
evoke a romantic feeling.
Yeah.
They were white. They were white, which
Yeah.
maybe meant something. I don't know, but
yeah, it's true.
but
That's what you think, maybe.
right. And I think he says that he's worried maybe they won't wake up. Is that what he said? I don't remember the context of it, but we won't wake up.
Well, maybe they'll get caught, and then their innies will just be turned off.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about with the ending, because I haven't seen the finale. Like, what if it doesn't completely work? What if Dylan's like holding on to him and he gets distracted, or somebody comes in and he can't hold them, you know?
Yeah, it's a huge risk that they're doing. I was nervous for them,
Yeah.
really nervous watching that. It's tense. I'm still concerned about what they're going to do to them going into season 2 as a result of what they're doing here. Matt Gilbert said, I call it bourgeois coldness. It's how they survive the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't really be themselves.
Yeah, he said, I see Milchick as the company man in his bones. Yeah, like bourgeois coldness he has. Definitely. And he said, I see Harmony as a devout, a true believer, but she might also have personal stakes. I completely agree with that. 100%.
Yeah, with her mom. I think her mom has something to do in there.
Yes. Yes.
It just has that feeling of her being in the hospital and something, happened. Could go a number of ways.
I think they focused on her mother's bracelet for a reason. It's got to be significant, and I can say that there's nothing to spoil because we don't know. They didn't reveal anything. So,
and she was in the hospital too, and
right.
Cure makes healthy things, so they could have come across each other, of course.
Yeah, totally. It's possible, but oh wait, Matt said it's worth noting that the factors that helped the innies to their solidarity all involved some kind of human warmth. Yeah. That Bert, Irving, getting falling in love with Bert, and Dylan finding out he has a son. Mark, and with Mark, it was like, I think what happened with Helly, seeing that situation go down, her almost dying, and also like the biggest thing was losing Petey as a friend, having him disappear with no explanation. Human warmth right there. And with Helly, well, I mean, she just wanted to get the hell out of there from day one. So absolutely. Yeah. Let me see what else. Interesting how they all tried to rebel or buck the system as individuals. Didn't work. It only works if they do it together. Yes, Matt. Yes, it didn't work. Helly was hell bent on getting the hell out of there, but it didn't work. Now she tried so many things. She was completely fixated on nothing but getting out of there, and yet nothing worked. But when they work together, well, maybe they can make a difference. When they're executing the plan together, the four of them. Let's see. Mr. Grant said, me and the wife went for a walk. Not surprised you were still on. Love the commitment. Thanks, Grant. Yes, Dieter. I'll take a few drinks of water right now. Yes. And decipher. Yes, I will. Hold on. I'm gonna take a drink.
We're all assholes out there, he says. They could be. I mean, they don't know as much about their outies as the outies know about the innies.
Yeah, I love that line. I love it. Yeah. Maybe we're all assholes out there. The levity mixed in with the drama of the show is just so on point. It's perfect. It's a perfect balance of mystery, drama, humor, like a psychological thriller, like philosophical, like the philosophical points that it brings up and the psychology of it. You know, it's a deep show, and yet it's also hilarious. So it's amazing how it's got a little of everything. So he says that I just hope it turns out I have things I care about, like for real. She said you pretended to care about me pretty well. Of course, he wasn't pretending. You're easy to pretend to care about. Clearly he does care. He's a caring person in general, but they always seem to click from the beginning. He was looking out for her, even when she was, fighting back and blasting him for it and looking at him as like the boss man. But he was just trying to protect her from the start. Clearly they're into each other, and so
this is the second time the party's over in one episode.
I know. This party's already.
I guess the DV and Janice one happened because I watched them together. It almost seems like a whole episode. But in the last episode, they had to stop the DV and Jazz party, and now they're stopping this party.
This party's over already. Too. That was quick. Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed your eggs.
Yep. It's over. Okay, I might have to get up and feed the cats. Hold on.
Not done.
Wait, hold on a second. I have to mute myself just a second.
Okay. So Malchek here has to go see a management issue, which I'm pretty sure is Harmony. Harmony needs to be escorted. Yes, I'll be back. Oh, he's gonna escort Dylan. He's doing a lot of escorting. He's gonna be escorting some people around. And this will be right before the most perfect part of the whole series, the aforementioned Waffle party. And I think that'll be the time I'll advertise our things for our lives. So on Friday we're having a live, and the topic will be specifically the life and times of John Griffin. So if anybody wants to show up there, it'll be 10:30 EST tomorrow night. If you can dig up any information about John Griffin, about past shows he's done, or interesting interview clips, and bring them with you. We can all discuss them. That's the way Fridays are going to be. They're kind of going to be like a FROMacademy, where there's a topic and everybody can add stuff to the topic. And then we're going to have the final Severance rewatch party on the 9th, and that will probably start at like 9 p.m. probably, because there's only one episode and it's really short. And then we'll have a live after that. And we'll still be having our From lives on Wednesday at 10:30 EST. And we usually talk about the current issue of From we're watching on Rewatch, and this will be episode 6 that we're on right now. And we do a very long deep dive where we discuss the colors of scenes, the metaphors, and anything that we've seen that is like crazy foreshadowing. There's so much crazy foreshadowing in the first season until, that leads into the second and third seasons. So we'll be doing that on Wednesdays. And then when Severance starts up, which will be the week after next Thursday, we will be doing what would you call it? A warm-up party? A tailgating party. We'll call it a tailgating party. We'll call it Severance tailgating party. That will occur maybe an hour before midnight on Thursday. It will be like midnight on Thursday, but actually it's Friday at midnight, but it'll be like we say Thursday night, because the pregame party will be probably an hour and a half before that. And then we will, at 12 o'clock, watch Severance, hopefully, if Julie gets Apple TV, and can broadcast over Discord, and that will be in Julie's Discord, which is listed on the ticker tape. And let me see, I have absolutely nothing for myself to promote, and I should probably start doing that, but I'm probably not going to later on. I'm kind of trying to get Julie to do Yellow Jackets lives, and trying to get her to rewatch, but she does have her own personal issues with those, which I understand. But I also would like to, at least in the Discord, get a Yellow Jackets group going, because I think the Yellow Jacket fans are very kind of from adjacent, and I think that there's a lot more Yellow Jackets fans, and maybe we could get the Yellow Jackets friends to start watching From as well. It kind of works both ways. It kind of works when you have From and you're getting Severance fans, and then it kind of works with those Yellow Jackets, and then you can lead those Yellow Jacket fans right into From. That's my idea of world domination. So let's see this scene. Okay, we have poor Harmony here. She has how the mighty have fallen. We'll see her later on. We'll see her later on having a full-on meltdown, and I'm trying to get I'm trying to get Julie to finish Yellow Jackets, but she's got a little personal issue with it. You know, I don't know if you heard on the other live, but you know, she used to have a little problem with cannibalism. She tasted of human flesh, and now she can't watch it. You know, so I mean, what can I do? I tried to get her over her trauma. So anyway, but I talk Yellow Jackets all the time. I heard somebody else on here talking about Kurt Vonnegut. I used to have a book club. It would be funny because it's Yellow Jackets. Like, there's a book club? Yeah, there was a book club, but it was in California where I used to live, and we read a couple Kurt Vonnegut books. Cat's Cradle. I've read Breakfast for Champions is really good. Slaughterhouse-Five, of course, classic. And it's got the same kind of satire that it's definitely like kind of could get linked to Severance. I've been doing a book club thing for From, but I haven't really been doing anything for Severance except taking photos of lyrics and giving them to Julie.
Oh yeah, which we haven't even gone over yet.
No. I just advertised everything.
Nice. Promoting. Good promo.
Yeah.
But what was the song that you sent me, the lyrics? I forget which one you sent me.
Oh, for this episode?
Yeah, wasn't there one from this one that you sent me?
Oh, it was just the Paul Anka one and the Motorhead one, because I didn't know that you were going to do closed captioning.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, for this one I always do.
Yeah, okay.
It just makes it easier because I didn't have time to take enough notes for these, so I put the closed captioning on so I could just read it and know what they said.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing episode breakdowns for this right now, so I don't need perfect screenshots. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Yeah, now Malchuk here has to step away from the party and do his duty here with Harmony.
Yep. And it's cold as ice. You know, it's wild. You know, the shoe's on the other foot now. Now she's getting the cold treatment, and God, might I add, like, take a look at Dylan's profile here, standing sideways. He's got some, let's call them assets going on. Holy crap. Look at that. Wow. Damn. He wears some tight pants, this guy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying. But like, he's standing there, and again, everything just looks so perfect. His hair is all, I swear to God, like, something is up with him. He's not normal.
He looks clone-ish.
I think he could be a clone, but everything about him is too perfect. But like, I see he gives her stuff, and there's just no emotion there. Completely flat affect. I don't see anything there. Like, I mean, do you think he looks sad in any way? Because I don't.
Have you ever been fired from a job and the people that you were just talking to also treat you really cold like this?
I mean, not in that situation. Like, I mean, he works underneath her, so it's and he's the one sending her off. So it's very, very odd, you know. Like, he's under her in the chain of command, and he's seeing her off, and now he gets the on you go then she gets the on you go then treatment. So it's pretty wild. And she's like, the rage in her eyes, shooting daggers out of those eyes. Wow. It's got to be kind of satisfying for him if she's ever kind of kicked him around, and you know, I didn't really see her mistreating him in any way, but I mean, she's his boss, so she probably did. I wouldn't be surprised. Imagine like getting to help fire your own boss, like handing her her stuff and like sending her off on her way. Oops, hold on. I dropped a plate. Oh damn! I dropped a plate right into the fresh water I just gave my cat.
Oh god.
Yeah, now it's got stuff floating in it, and I have to fix it. Hold on, 1 second. I don't want her to drink. I don't want her to drink that. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and nice that you mentioned Gus Fring. Nice. Let's see. Let me look at the chat for a little bit and see what's going on. Let's see what's going on with the chat. Okay, let's see here. Little bit chats. Let's see. Tread cats. Yeah, I'm gonna pregame. That's all right. Yeah, that's right, G Cypher. We're gonna party it up.
Oh, the pregame. Yeah, you told them we're gonna do that before the midnight watch parties. If I'm able to do them, fingers crossed. I hope I can do them, but if I can't, we can still do a live before it drops. But I think I'm pretty confident. Hopefully, we'll find a way. I'll figure it out. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be fun. Like I thought that was neat how Jeremy would do pre-games before the From midnight premieres, get everybody hyped up for it, and then watch together. Okay. So I think that'll be a good time, and it'll be a new experience where we actually do a live that can't be 7 hours. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, sometimes we do less. We do 6-hour lives a lot for this, but this one will be.
You know what? Matt Gilbert's talking about what we do in the shadows, and I love what we do in the shadows so much that I've been savoring the last episodes, and I haven't even watched the finale yet because I want to find the perfect day to watch the last what we do in the shadows.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that.
It's cool. About vampires. It's funny.
Oh, okay. What time do you want to do the pre-games too? Like we didn't like. Did you suggest a time? I don't remember. Like, what do you think?
Oh, 10, when you were gone, I set it up.
What did you say?
I said an hour before, hour and a half before.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, because you should have brain. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd say no more than an hour and a half before. That should be enough.
Yeah.
That should be enough because then we'll do the midnight, hopefully midnight watch party if we can do it, and then we can voice chat about it after in Discord. I think.
Yeah.
Just do that. I mean, or we could come over here and do it. We'll have to figure that out, but.
Yeah. Or else I have to act it out with finger puppets because we don't have access to Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, you could act it out with finger puppets. I mean, and we also can never show clips, which sucks. So maybe you should act it out for us instead. Because I hate it. I like showing pictures like this, but sometimes there are things like I would love to have shown a clip of the music dance experience. The Waffle party coming up.
Yeah, that needs to be shown in motion.
God, I have no idea how much I want to show clips of that, but I can't. Damn copyright police! Because this is that show that if you even show just a few seconds of it, the video can get taken down. That's all it takes. So, didn't you tell me that?
Yeah, because Hex Dogma, blah 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 blah. Hex Dogma is a channel that has like a lot of subscriptions, probably like 60K subscriptions, and he said he couldn't get away with showing more than 6 seconds of it, and he had, much like you, had to resubmit his season 1, like he's done a few videos about each episode and stuff, but one of them, I think it was the first episode, he had to keep for like 2 weeks, he had to keep sending it to YouTube, and they kept rejecting it.
Oh my god, that's insane. So even
and
if
he doesn't show a lot of clips, sometimes he'll show things, or he'll like make it, show a little bit of like public domain footage in there and stuff, or funny little graphics and things, so it isn't completely clips.
That's ridiculous. So once I'm going to start figuring out how to put clips in scripted videos. I'm not even going to bother trying with this then with season 2, because that's bullshit. I don't want to deal with that. Stupid. Anyway, he almost looks like, as she's going out the door and he's standing there watching, like maybe he does care. I don't know. He's hard to read. He's a very tough character to read. Maybe he cares and he was just putting on a stoic face for her. Like he doesn't care, doesn't give a shit. I don't know. He fascinates me. But so they're talking about their plan, and so Mark is saying don't mess with the other departments and don't raise up the severed army. like you were. Just imagine if there are thousands of them. That would be pandemonium.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's like, okay, look, I'll be fine. I can do this. And Mark says it's likely we'll all wake up around people. This could be dangerous. They could wake up suddenly driving or skiing, whatever we do up there. I don't know what you could be doing. It's wild.
Well, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy if he like connects it when like somebody's driving or somebody's doing something.
I know, right? Like you could get yourself killed. Like all of a sudden you're driving and you're not expecting it. You're disoriented. Crash the car. You're suddenly skiing down a mountain. Like you don't know what you could be doing. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Be ready for anything as you go up the elevator. So that's pretty cool. I mean, and what we see at the end of the episode, it's unfortunately that there isn't anyone that's from what we see in this episode. No one's skiing or doing anything crazy. Too bad.
And the innies probably don't know how to drive too.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Like, do they remember how to drive? How much did they take with them in terms of knowledge? That's unclear, right? So Mark says the important thing is find someone it seems you can trust and tell them everything. It's just not so easy. How do you know you can trust them that quickly? They don't have much time. Because he's got to hold those buttons open by himself. Helly says we don't know how long Dylan will be able to give us, so we can't get distracted digging into our lives. He's got to hold those 2 buttons all alone. He can only do it for so long, and he could get caught too. So they don't have much time. How do you find someone you can trust in that amount of time? I don't know. It's a tall order. The mission is the priority, says Irving, and Mark shows the book. He admits that he kept the UUR, and I love this. Like it's the book is so cheesy, but this is kind of cool though. I like it. Our job is to taste free air. Your so-called boss may own the clock that taunts you from the wall, but my friends, the hour is yours. I like it. His book is a bunch of cheesy platitudes, but it's kind of cool actually. Though it's nice. Like your job doesn't own you. Like you're a free person, and I like how it said earlier in the season. Your job needs you. You do not need your job. Like the show is definitely trying to send a message about the way corporations think they own you and you're not a person to them. But it's nice. It's just written. The book is written in a cheesy way though, but that's unintentionally. And I like how Dylan chimed in. He actually chimed in with the last line, "My friends, the hour is yours." Page 197 slaps. Love it. Yeah, Dylan's been reading it too. We saw that. Love it. So they're all revolutionaries now, about to embark on a revolution, rising up. It's just like it's like, again, I've compared this to like Marxism before. It's like the proletariat rising up against the bourgeoisie. And the funniest thing is that book of saccharine platitudes is what radicalized them all and just enlightened them all.
Just an accident, a happy accident.
Yeah, of all things, like, this is the thing that blew their minds and enlightened them, brought them out of Plato's cave, basically. And Irving brings back his favorite little tagline, "Okay, kids, let's find out what's for dinner." Like, normally he says, "Okay, kids, what's for dinner?" That's like his cute catchphrase.
He's gonna find out this is gonna be the first time he eats dinner.
Right? That's right. He literally can. So they never get to eat dinner. They have lunch, then they go home, and that's it, you know? Okay, kids, like, I love how they turned that around. This was a catchphrase from the beginning of the show, and now it comes full circle, and they're gonna find out, you know? Let's find out what's for dinner. I loved that line. Yeah, that's the title of the episode, "What's for Dinner?" You know? It's not literally about that. It's like they're gonna go find out who they really are. It's just a huge moment. Never gotten to see a glimpse of their actual lives before. And these two have a little moment here, and they were wondering if, like, what if we're married on the outside and maybe it's each other. That'd be a hoot, like mid-argument over car wash coupons. Yeah, that's funny. Like, and yeah, of course, you know, they have that chemistry, and she starts to leave. And I knew that was coming. Yeah, I figured, you know, like, most shows have some type of little romantic subplot. Not always anymore when you have only 9 episodes in a season, like 9, 10, 11 episodes, whatever it is. I like that shows don't always have to have romantic subplots anymore, but I didn't mind this. It's cute. They didn't make it, I like that they didn't make it too much of a focus in this show. It's just a little, it's a little thing simmering in the background, but it's not like central to the show at all. So, and I like that because it's not necessary, but it's cute.
It's intense longing and aggressive hand holding from Urban Burt.
Right. Yeah, honestly, like, I like that.
It's better. Like a Victorian novel.
Yes. I actually like that better. I thought that was adorable, but this is cute too. But honestly, though, this is messy now.
Mm-hmm.
This is messy. This is messy because they have a thing. Like, they were wondering if they might be married, and little does he know he is married, and she's right down there with them. So now she's on the testing floor, of course. But, you know, like, yeah, kind of messy. He's got feelings for her. He's gonna find out, you know, what if he finds out the truth? That he's going out there. If he finds out he'd find out that she died. But who knows what they're gonna uncover? So yeah, things could get real messy real fast.
And Helly doesn't know where her background is either.
No. And essentially, you know, even if he does, like, he let's say he finds out he has a wife. Well, on the inside, he doesn't remember her. All he knows is he has feelings for Helly. So this would really complicate things for him a lot and get him very confused. He doesn't remember his wife. Even if he finds out she's alive, he has feelings for Helly. So it's like, it's going to be complicated. But she says, in case we don't come back, or in case we do, what they're doing is really risky. Like, who knows what could happen? This company was hunting Petey down to do who knows what to him. They
Mhm.
probably do cavity searches on people when they try to smuggle out notes. So honestly, seems pretty ruthless. There's probably not much limit to what Lumen is willing to do to people.
Mhm.
So yeah, we get so many overhead shots in this show. Like it's visually just a treat to look at. Oh, I love how everything is mirrored too. Got the two chairs facing each other and everything.
The doors.
The doors, and everything is the three main colors: the red, blue, and green. So Dylan is kind of trying to remember how to do all this. Override lever, and he's looking for Dylan, like, oh shit, he didn't disappear again, did he? It's like they cannot keep these people on a leash. They're constantly going off and running when they're not supposed to. But Dylan is just out I think he's in the storage cabinet or something, the storage closet. More aerial shots. I love how they do this. Yeah, he's kind of, again, it's like the inside of the building is a lot like the brain, all the winding corridors and stairwells and whatnot. And they're getting ready for this this gala event, or is it gala? I never know how to say it, but
you can say it either way.
I think it depends on how rich you are. If you're really rich, it's like the gala.
The gala, yeah. It seems like the more frou snooty way to say it.
Yes, please. Catch me some more wine. I grow parched.
Yes. But only
at this gala event.
But it'd have to be like a nice aged Merlot or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Nice
only the finest for us here at this gala.
Yes. So this is the moment we've been waiting for. I've been waiting to cover this part. I was so psyched for Scarlet to see it the first time, because you're never gonna forget this when you see this scene. It's the waffle party, and there's that quote again: "The remembered man does not decay." Right on the wall. That's who said that? Is that Kier that said it, or someone else? Like it might be some other Egan. I'm not sure, but Dylan shows up at the replica of Kier's house, which is so impressive to me. This maybe this is partly why the show costs so much money.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is part of the budget right here.
Right? Damn, I can't imagine that cost a fortune to make. Huge. He gets in here. He's got his waffles.
Waffles. Oh, it's a waffle party. Amazing. Waffles.
Yeah. Every time I see this scene, I want some of those waffles. Oh, those are the good kind, the Belgian waffles. But you need, that's not the way to eat it. You need whipped cream and strawberries. That's how you eat Belgian waffles.
It's not that type of waffle party, Julie.
No, it's not. It's not really about the waffles at all.
The strawberry budget went to other things.
Yeah. So yeah, he eats his waffles and oh god, the next scene. But yeah, I just want to point out too, the whole floor isn't checkerboard, but this is like very fitting with the eyes wide shut type of Illuminati sort of vibe that
the special eating waffle spot.
Yep. This was hilarious. Oh my god. I wish I could play this clip so bad. Like, fuck her goddamn soul forever into hell. Filth and fucking fire until she fucking dies. Fuck her and her fucking fake smile. Oh my god. Fuck her goddamn soul. Damn.
She was upset.
Damn. Oh my god, I don't want to get on her bad side. She's terrifying. Jesus. My favorite part was filth and fucking fire until she fucking dies. Oh my god. Wow. Like horrifying. Oh my god. Once again, Patricia Arquette slaying it as always. Amazing. Fuck her goddamn soul forever into hell. Yes. Oh man. Ugh. She's unleashed. They've unleashed all of her fury and rage, and I mean, this is serious for her. This isn't just a job. Clearly, I mean, this is. I mean, yeah, you'd be upset. Anybody would be very upset about being fired, but she is so wrecked by this. As we're about to see her trash her own house, like this is deep for her. This runs deep. She is a true believer. She is a cultist. No question about it. And Dylan, I love how Dylan's eating his waffles. It's kind of like he's being watched by this bust of Keir. This creepy bust of Keir is watching and looking on at what's about to happen too. When he finishes the waffles, it says, "Go now to the founder's bed."
They should merchandise these plates.
They should. Oh my god. Yeah, they should totally do that. They could have a whole bunch of marketing opportunities. Actually, they could market the masks, sell
Oh yeah.
the goat head, the jester. How about a cat of nine tails? You could totally do that. Those crystal things with their heads in them, like they could sell those.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Finger traps. I mean, come on.
Finger traps, yeah.
All of that. They need to get on it for sure. This is so freaking creepy and weird. Like when I first saw this, I was like, "What the actual fuck am I watching?" I never in my wildest imagination expected this.
You need all the calories from the waffles for what comes next.
Yeah.
You got to get those calories in there so you can work up an appetite to swing that cat of nine tails around.
I guess so. So there's the Keir mask, which is pretty impressive too. It's like a full head mask. It's not just the face, and right next to it is the cat of nine tails, and on every one of them, aren't there? What are they? The 9 principles, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
On each one of them, yeah. So, those are the things that I believe that's what Harmony was reciting earlier in the season, I think.
Mm-hmm. So she has around them banners around her house.
Yeah. Vision, benevolence, humility, tilting my laptop so I can even see it. What is that? Wiles, nimbleness. I don't remember priority being one of them. But I see priority. Yeah. But yeah, those are like the core 9 principles of Keir. One on each whatever these things are, the tails, I guess you would say. Cat of 9 tails. Yeah. What's crazy? I didn't see that on the first watch. I totally missed the cat of 9 tails. That makes it even creepier, knowing what they probably would have done there.
It's in the painting. They're reenacting this painting.
I totally missed that part, and it never occurred to me. Well, I didn't see this, so I didn't even think. So as a result, I didn't see it. I didn't even think, oh my god, he left early. What would have happened if he had stayed? Oh my god.
Part 3.
Oh my god.
He gets to smack the tempers with the 9 truths or whatever they are.
That's right, because each of them represents one of the 4 tempers. He's taming.
You gotta smack those tempers.
His motto, Keir motto, is "Tame thy tempers."
You gotta tame them, yeah.
That's how you tame them, with the cat of 9 tails, with the core principles. Oh my god, that's crazy. I missed See, I missed that on the first watch. That's even wilder. That's even kinkier than I thought this was. Shit. So he's sitting there on the bed with this creepy ass gear head on, and these answers come out. I'm sitting here like I was sitting with my jaw dropped watching it the first time. What the fuck? And the first shot you see is mirrored, which is cool. That's a cool effect. But what the fuck? We got a jester here doing a very seductive dance, and I don't know what the hell she's supposed to be. A bride? What is she? No, not a bride, but I'd have to compare this to the painting, but she represents one of the people in that painting.
Well, she is wearing white, so I guess it could be a bride of some kind.
In the painting, I don't remember seeing a bride, but I don't know. Maybe. I just remember sitting here like
just metaphorically, I guess. Maybe.
The thing I still don't understand is, to this day, I still don't understand why the lingerie. Why is that part in there? I don't understand.
Not lingerie?
I don't understand that. Like,
why not?
I mean, like, I understand the whole tame thy tempers thing and using the cat of nine tails, but why did they turn it into a kink fest? Like BDSM.
All better to smack the tempers around with. I don't think you understand.
They could do that without lingerie. They could make
it's better with lingerie, though.
They could also do it without the dancing, the weird seductive
I love the dancing. The dancing's the best part.
Oh, I think it's hilarious. I just don't understand why they're doing it. That's all. I wouldn't change a thing. I think it's hysterical.
I would have been creeped the hell out. I'd have been like, all right, that's enough of this. You're all dancing around with these masks.
And they're dancing the same part, so somebody took that table away?
Yeah, I guess so. A good point. I didn't catch that. I guess they did.
I like how they were all looking around, looking like, huh? Where did he go once Dylan left?
They did.
They were in the spirit of the dance. The dance took them away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have been.
They became the tempers.
I would have been creeped the hell out too. This is not my thing. I don't do this weird kink stuff. No, I would have been out of there. No thanks. I'm all set. I'm good. Waffle party over. Jesus.
Right. Seriously.
This is a very seductive dance. Like, look at this one. This shot here. It's
the entire room was creepy, from the mask that was left for him to put on of Kier to the message under the pancakes to the house being in this isolated area inside this big building.
Yeah.
To the lighting and everything. It's like, nah, I don't want this gift. You all can take it back.
You can have it. I don't want it. I don't want any part of this. No thanks. Oh. You keep your kinky eyes wide shut. Shit. I'm all set. Oh my god. But he just sat there like, wasn't he? The thing is, he wasn't even like, he didn't even look like, what the fuck? He didn't, when he walked up to the mask, I didn't see him react in any way. He just put it on and sat there. I mean, we couldn't see his face once he had it on, of course. Maybe inside he was thinking, what the fuck? And looking at it like, what the fuck?
It's probably not his first rodeo. I don't think it's his first rodeo.
Oh, you think maybe he's had Waffle Party before?
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
Oh, well, that could be. That may be. Because he didn't seem like, in any of this, he didn't seem like confused or anything as he was moving through the room and going up to the bed and stuff. I didn't see any sign of that. So now this was really hard to get good shots of. So hopefully I got some decent ones, because it was a very fast action scene, cutting back and forth between the Waffle Party and Harmony destroying her shrine. Next to impossible. As a matter of fact, I might just go to the video and not play the clip, but just skip through the stills, because I think these are going to be blurry as hell. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So on the wall, she's got all the 9 principles, and they're put up just like it's a little kid's school. That's what it looks like. Very
like banners. Yeah.
Isn't it? Like very childish, like it's a school. See that? Yeah, like it looks like construction paper.
Like felt.
Felt, yes.
Yeah.
So you can see nimbleness, cheer, all the virtues. I think they're virtues. The 9 virtues is what they're called. So it's cutting back and forth. This one, I think it's supposed to be a guy, but I think they're all women dancers.
No, the goat's a guy.
Oh, the goat's a guy.
The goat brings it at the end.
That's right. But maybe the other 3 are women, but I couldn't tell if that's a woman mask or not.
I thought there was 2 women in the painting. The jester seemed kind of ambiguously like genderized, and then the goat was male.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just wasn't expecting them all to I think 3 of them had women's. Yeah, there were women. Dressed up as them, but anyway.
Well, Harmony here used to be the jester.
Right.
Yeah, the jester mask on her shrine.
Yep. So yeah, it definitely represents her, the fool. That's a great point that you made earlier. It fits.
She was down in the lingerie for a while at these parties.
Yeah, maybe she was. So she's ripping it apart. She's ripping everything off the walls and screaming, completely flipping out and having a meltdown. And I like how this was edited together. It was really, really well done. Just cutting back and forth between this, the frantic ripping apart of the river shrine and the tempers, the 4 temper dancers dancing, very chaotic. She's losing her shit. And I mean, she's got to be enraged out of her mind to actually trash her own shrine. I mean, you built a shrine to this guy. She's worshiping him as a god, clearly, but she's enraged to the point where she's trashing it and staring up at him, smashing the thing. And there's that carnival thing you were talking about right down here. Ticket to the carnival.
I want to go there.
I didn't catch that when I watched.
Something like this. It probably has waffle parties all over the place at the carnival.
Probably. But yeah, it's probably a giant eyes wide shut affair. Yeah. I bet.
Mirror house. You go into the mirror house.
Yeah. So I didn't catch that, by the way. I didn't catch that when I watched it, the carnival. That's so great. That mask is creepy as hell. Is that the person's real teeth through that? It must be. Those look like real teeth.
I don't know. I think it might be just a mask.
Oh, it's just a really
that's the budget. That's why they got the big budget. They got to get some good masks.
Very, very impressive, I gotta say. Yes. Yeah, that's Harmony screaming why. And there's this little house that she breaks. So it's like a little, kind of like a dollhouse looking thing. She smashes that. They're all very childlike. She's childlike in a lot of ways. The house certainly is.
Oh, she has a checkerboard stuff on her floor too.
She does. So that's actually, it makes it even more visually fitting that they cut back and forth between the waffle party and this.
Maybe she's had her own waffle parties in her own house.
Maybe she has. I mean, and in the waffle party area too, it was lit in a similar way, I think, wasn't it? Let me see. Was it like? I have to go back too far now. I took so many pictures. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, yeah, it's lit in a similar way too. It's got I think those are electric candles, but still, in her house, it looked like actual candles. So she really shouldn't be ripping things apart like that. It looks like a fire hazard. Go back down. So right here, she smashes that little house. That's the house smashed into. And then here is, she grabs the breathing tube. That's the breathing tube she had in the shrine, along with the hospital bracelet that reads Charlotte Cobell. Now I couldn't get a clear still of that. Oh my god, I couldn't get a clear still of that, but it does say Charlotte Cobell.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we're thinking her mother, because the date said 1944. Yeah. Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. He's the closer.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. This is
something for the ladies.
They threw something in for the ladies. It wasn't all women in lingerie. Damn. Okay. This is some kinky shit. Oh
I'm
my
surprised
god.
you didn't remember this.
Yeah, it's all it all happened so fast, honestly. Like I didn't catch
You
this.
really can't unsee this once you see it.
You really can't unsee this, no. But it all happened so fast, and it was mostly women dancers, and it cuts back and forth between this and Harmony. So, I just missed this part. I was taking stills really quickly, so that one was unintentional. I just happened to grab that. I didn't do it on purpose, but yeah. Believe it or not. But Harmony grabs the breathing tube. Now that's kind of the last thing she does. When she finishes trashing everything, she grabs the breathing tube, clutches it, and is just crying, sobbing with it, laying on the floor. So yeah,
it's sad. That's sad if that's the last thing she has of her mom's.
I know, right?
I mean, it looks like an adult breathing tube too. It doesn't look like a child breathing tube.
No, it looks like an adult breathing tube. So I would say that's her mom's, especially with the hospital bracelet nearby, very likely to be her mom's. And she's got it in there. I mean, so yeah, there's a lot of theorizing around that going on. Like what is the deal with that? Why is she keeping it in the shrine? What does this have to do with her mother? And some people think like, oh, maybe she wants. There's a theory out there that I've heard, which is interesting, that maybe Lumen could be trying to, with all their research and the stuff that they've done with the brain and Severance, maybe they're trying to bring people's consciousness back who died. So like maybe she wants to bring her mother back, put her consciousness into, like, maybe they have like people who died in cold storage somewhere, and they're going to try to bring them back, like her mother. And I've also heard the theory that they could be trying to bring Keir himself back too, which is interesting.
Wow.
It's interesting. I don't know. I hear these things. I'm not really committed to that theory myself, but like one way or the other. I don't know if I'd say yes or no at the moment.
But her mom probably is integrated in some way with Keir.
Oh, definitely. There's got to be a significance to this whole thing, to Keir. I would have to say her mother was probably like. There's also the theory that Lumen manufactured that breathing tube, and perhaps it was faulty, and so she blames the company for her mother's death. Maybe it's peculiar that she would keep that thing. So, she has allegiance to Keir that seems genuine, but maybe not Lumen itself.
Maybe the old school Keir instead of the Lumen Keir.
The old school Keir, yeah. So there's a lot to think about with this whole situation and her. I think it's one of the biggest mysteries of the show, Harmony and her backstory, what is going on with her, that I'm really fascinated to see more about in season 2, for sure. What the deal is with her mother. Like, is there some kind of a cult that she was indoctrinated into from a child? I think definitely yes. I can't commit one way or the other to a theory on her mother because we just don't have enough information.
Her mother was the first jester and then handed down the mask to her.
Maybe. Could be. No. there's just not enough information. We'd just be taking shots in the dark, but it's fun to speculate. But I have no idea, like, where it comes to that. But I do think we have enough information to say that there's a cult and she was indoctrinated from a child.
Yeah.
Based on what we saw in her house.
Probably because her mom was sick or dying in a hospital.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So certain things we have enough information to say. I'd say that's a theory I can commit to. But
the finish.
Finish. Yes. The big finish. There it is. Charlotte Cobell. Date of birth, March 17th, 1944. So, and then there's a number underneath it, but
yeah.
It fits. Patricia Arquette, I don't know how old she is, but she looks about the right age for her mother to have been born in 1944. I would say. That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me too.
So yeah, that's it. As much as she's a villain in this show, you can also the characters are so well done that seeing that and knowing it's probably her mother and seeing her cry like this, you can even feel sympathy for her.
I like how her hair is around her eye like that too.
Yeah.
Like a mask. Like a mask.
Like a mask. Yeah, I can see that. So I feel sympathy for her, even though she's kind of a monster at times in the show. I definitely feel sympathy for her as a character. The pain that she's experiencing, and even though she acts like a psycho at times, I don't think I like that she's not a cartoon villain at all. She's a really well-developed, interesting character with feelings and things that you can sympathize with. But this is, I liked the ending. They get into the position of the painting. See, it's like they're about to be hit with the cat o' nine tails, and in the painting,
part 3 is about ready to start.
Yep. In the painting, all 4 of them are in this position, holding up their arms like, no, don't hit us, right? It's the same position.
Oh, I'm going to hit you with the cat of nine tails.
Yeah.
You're going to like it.
So, oh my God, I so did not realize this on the first watch, but this is what was supposed to happen at this point. They were in position, getting ready to be hit with that thing.
Oh,
and then they all, nothing happens. They all turn and look. They look.
They're looking at him like, "Aren't you going to come and whip us?
We're ready.
Come and whip us. We're here."
Oh my God, that's crazy. I can't believe I missed that on the first watch. That's hilarious. Wow. They're looking, and then they all cock their heads like, huh? Where did he go?
I wonder which department these people right here in masks are from.
Good question. I mean, really, like, what? Imagine having that as your job. You have to go dress up in lingerie, like.
If you're like an innie, it's your only job and you're activated to do the waffle party.
Oh my God, what a shitty job.
I'm 40 years old and all I've experienced is just a bunch of waffle parties.
All right, guys, this is not a drill. Get oiled up. Got lingerie and negligee on.
Yeah, and then they get hit with the cat o' nine tails. Nice job. Oh my God. That's crazy. Because I can't imagine that they would hire outside people to do this. I mean, they're so secretive. These people might be severed too. Who knows?
Exactly. It's got to be. I don't think they would bring outsiders in to do that.
That's crazy. Oh, it sucks for them.
The Department of Theatrics.
Right? Yeah. Oh man, that sucks for them. I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe they have a fetish and enjoy it, but I imagine being activated just to do this and then go back down. Go back down and get shut off again. Wow. That's their whole life. Shit. That's crazy. But he's gone. And they look, they're like, okay, why are we not getting beaten with this? And he's gone. Yeah. He went out the side door. Apparently there's an extra exit here.
That's why I thought I thought this wasn't his first rodeo. I thought he knew about the side door because he'd been a waffle party before.
Maybe, because honestly, he's very much unfazed by the whole thing. He doesn't look like, what the fuck was that or anything. He's so chill. It's like, I guess he's seen all this before. I guess. It's a good point, you know. He didn't have any reaction whatsoever. He's just walking down the hallway like it's just another average day at work. Yeah, no big deal. Just watch a bunch of kinky people in masks doing a seductive dance in lingerie and waiting for me to beat them. Okay, yeah, nothing strange about that at all. But Harmony here hears the door, and she immediately has to kind of collect herself, but she looks like hell, and Mark is asking if she wants to come to Devon's with him, and she says, I'm not feeling quite myself this evening. That's an interesting thing to say. Not feeling quite myself. I mean, is there something wrong with her? Is there something wrong with her brain? I wonder about her. They've done something to her. Lumen did something to her. It's an interesting quote to say. Made me wonder. Because I wonder about her anyway. But he says, I mean, it's not a funeral. So, yeah, he says, you know, you don't have to call him. I mean, it's not a funeral. And she starts laughing randomly, and maybe I could drive my own car, and that way I could leave if I'm uncomfortable or afraid. That sounds like something so childlike to say. Like I mean, like it's a childlike sentiment. Like
it was also a very awkward laugh.
Extremely.
Also, by the way, Lumen must have some type of control where they can fire them and not fear that they'll go out and tell their business.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, what would happen? Yeah, that's true, because she knows things. She knows things, and they just fired her. So, yeah, that's a good point. She knows stuff that they wouldn't want getting out. But yeah, this is a very childlike sentiment, or a sentiment of someone who's experienced trauma. She feels safer going in her own car so she could leave in case she feels uncomfortable or afraid. She's definitely, I think, experienced major trauma, something to do with her mother. So she agrees to go. So we get a little glimpse of Audi Irving again here, just drinking some coffee. And Rickon being weird as usual. The elusive Mark, this weird smile. I don't know why he's elusive, but it's like, I've never thought of myself as elusive. Okay. The reading starts in 8 minutes. Mark doesn't have his own copy to follow along.
Yeah, he's like, oh.
I left it by my bed.
Oh, you could go back and get it.
Right. He's like, oh, it's a 15-minute drive back, so, you know. Oh, no, it's fine. Unless you want to. He's like, unless you want to, though.
Baby's first party for daddy. That was a great line. That was one of the funniest lines of the episode. Weird. Baby's first party for daddy.
I know, right?
He's so self-centered.
He is so self-centered. Baby's first party for daddy. Yeah. He's childlike too, honestly. He really is. Look, she's so drunk. Their perverse humor. I love their humor. Like, him and his sister have the best dry humor. It's so good. And how about this? There's someone at the party named Rebecca.
Rebecca. It's not Rebecca. It's Rebecca.
Even their names are weird. Even their names are weird.
Well, yeah, it's Rebecca, but she's going to call herself Rebecca. Of course she is.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Of course she is, right? Yeah. Love it. I should ask her directly, or she might be offended. Yeah, she may be willing to share her copy with you. Yeah. Yeah. I love the sister and brother here. He says you're a good wife and mother and stuff. Oh yeah, all glory unto Devin. All glory and screw you. They're so great. I love their scenes together. They're the only two on the outside who actually seem normal, really. Just them. Everyone else is bizarre. Well, and that woman he dates, she's normal too. He says he's been pondering a decently sized life change. So he's thinking about quitting. And who shows up but Mrs. Selvig right at that moment? This time she didn't invite herself. She was actually invited. For once, she's not barging into his life. So yeah, Dylan's going into the security room. So this cuts back and forth a lot now. Really interesting way of editing it all together. I liked it. And our Irving's painting yet another hallway. I mean, I guess this is the only flash of memory that he's had from his any life, so he just paints it a gazillion times. I don't know, maybe he's hoping he'll recover more memories if he keeps doing it. And the entire room is full of these things now. One of the most depressing paintings ever, but, keeps doing it. And yeah, there's that different thing that he's painting it on. It's not wood this time. It's some other thing. He uses like different media to do it. Mrs. Selvig apologizes for being so tense, saying she just had a bad day at the shop, and she looks like she's been through it too. They made her look rough for this scene too. After that whole meltdown, she looks haggard. Actually, she's actually gutted by what the company did to her. Clearly. And he says, work's just work, right? She's like, yes, sure, yeah. To her, it's not, clearly. That job, it's like everything to her. It's not just work. So it's all about serving Keir. She told Mark, we serve Keir, you child, when they were at work. It's not just a job. It's serving Keir. It's part of the cult for her. So it's clearly not just that. So here, this was a reveal of what Dylan's special gift was. How cute. This is the thing he requested too. It was the picture of the four of them in crystal, in a block of crystal. So sweet. I love that. Because he could have had anything. He could have had just him. And he's very egotistical. So actually, this kind of shows character growth, because Dylan is very cocky and egotistical, but this showed like he actually cares about his coworkers so much that unlike Mark, Mark actually was more self-centered, and he got a one of just his head in crystal. And Dylan wanted the four of them. Sweet. Very sweet. And he's looking at it like remembering what he's doing this for. It's for the four of them. They're working together. He is the MVP. Starting with this and continuing in the finale, because he's still doing this for them. He is the MVP. Staying behind, even knowing he has a son and he could have more time to see him. Like, that was a selfless move. Now, this scene, I took careful screenshots. I'm hoping I got like some decent shots of the screens, because there's some stuff to look at that's significant, that's provoked a lot of theorizing in the fandom. Although I do want to wrap this up soon, because it's been a lot of hours. Let's see how long has it been? We're almost to the 6-hour mark. So I want to try and get through this quickly. Okay. Let me see. So we've got Dylan was looking through the different people here, looking for MDR. So Let's see. I don't see any familiar names. Nothing really of note here. Then there's okay, so there's different modes: administration mode, directory, view, and then he goes to manage. It's very you have to put in prompts kind of like an old-fashioned computer, actually. System functions. Like, this is not very modern, actually, considering the tech that they actually have there, but and there's a whole wall full of names, but I can't really make anything out. It's blurry. So he goes to MDR, finds them so that he can switch them on or off or whatever you want to call it. And let's see. Yeah, it says like each person's name. You cut to Irving painting again. Back to Dylan.
Was there anything in here I had to look at?
There was really nothing. It was mostly like blurry.
There was something secret, like some kind of secret knowledge in these.
Well, not really secret knowledge. Like, I thought I heard there might be something that we need to look at, but I don't know. I think it might have been like fans who thought maybe Harmony's severed, but we already debunked that. You did. So I don't think there's anything that earth-shattering, but there is some interesting stuff to look at coming up. It doesn't like reveal anything, but it's interesting. So, because there are other functions other than just their normal mode, and we don't know what the other functions mean, but I'll show you. We'll get there in a second. So he's following the instructions, and there's only a short time where he can do each thing. He's got to like hurry up. It'll say like he has 30 seconds to do this or 20 seconds to do that or whatever. So he's rushing, and this line out of her is rich. I don't mean to be nosy, but this is the nosiest person ever. Seriously. I don't mean to be nosy, but I heard you say to Devin something about a life change. So she's fired and she's still invested in this. Clearly it's personal for her. He says, I was going to have a talk with her about my job. Actually, I was going to tell her I'm thinking I might quit. And her reaction is like shock. Like, what? Quit? What is this word, quit? Like, quit? Okay, so this is interesting right here. So this is one of the things I wanted to point out. System functions, beehive, branch transfer, clean slate, elephant, Glasgow. So these seem to be different things that they can do to them based on what they put in their head, the chip in their head. Clean slate, I would say, wipes their memories.
Beehive, I would say, gathers them together.
Right. Like a hive mind kind of thing. I don't know how that would work. Like give them all, like they'd all have the same consciousness shared. If you did that with a group of people.
Yeah.
I have no idea what
hive mind.
Exactly. Branch transfer, like obviously that's pretty obvious. And they're switching to a different branch, then like I guess they'd switch something in their head. But elephant, I have no idea. What?
Stampede?
I have no idea what elephant could mean. No idea. Freeze frame. Freeze frame. Freeze frame, could maybe that mean like that's where they put them in cold storage, so to speak, like they
or they have the ability just to freeze them. Maybe they have the ability to freeze them on the spot.
Maybe
if they wanted.
Maybe, yeah, just completely like, you know, like make them paralyzed, like they can't even move. Stop if they need to like completely stop them from doing something immediately. That would be a handy thing. They could make them stop. Like their brain wouldn't even allow them to move. I could see that. Glasgow, any guess? Because I have no idea.
Termination.
Termination.
Like a Glasgow necktie. Totally dead.
I never heard of that. Glasgow necktie.
I won't have you look it up. It's kind of gross. It's when they dead somebody.
It's when they what somebody?
Dead someone.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's a gangster. I think it's kind of like a gangster thing.
Okay. Never heard of
Glasgow necktie.
So yeah, maybe it can remotely kill them. Like
maybe.
Oh, that would be crazy. Just remotely. Oh, wow. Yeah, because I wouldn't have any clue what the hell that could mean. I never heard of a Glasgow necktie. But clean slate, I think, like, after they do this, after they execute this plan, if they get caught, this is what I was thinking watching this. If they get caught, they could get, like, their memories wiped completely. Now, like they could learn stuff on the outside that, you know, would make them a problem to the point where they'd have to like Dylan just found out he had a kid. It completely was a game changer for him, and now they could find out all kinds of things, and the company could choose to just wipe their memories
or retire them.
So it's pretty wild seeing these, that there are other things that they can do to their brains remotely. So what is it that he picks out of that list? Does he pick something?
Beehive.
He says oh, there's more.
Lullaby.
I forgot there's more. Goldfish and lullaby. I don't know what that could possibly mean. Lullaby. Put them to sleep. Make them go to sleep, I would say.
Yeah.
Make them go to sleep. Goldfish, I don't know. Goldfish. The only thing I know about goldfish is they have like a very brief memory, and then
oh yeah, okay, knock out the memory a little bit.
Right, like I'm pretty sure goldfish, like they have extremely short-term memory, and that's it. And they don't have any long-term memory. So if you switch to that mode, maybe they'd only remember really short spurts of time and then forget everything. So that would be my guess on that, actually.
Well, there's even more.
There's even more. Jeez. So there's open house that's just appeared there, and overtime, which is what he picks. Overtime contingency. But open house, I don't know. It's fun to think about what these could be. It's actually really fun.
So they have the testing room and they have an open house so people can see how the experiments are going.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, because I just can't think of what open house could mean, but it's fun to think of what else they could do to these people. I really hope in season 2 we actually get to see some of these in action, because that would be fascinating. I don't want to see them do this stuff to the main core characters. I love them, but I would like to see some of this in action. It would be really interesting. Don't just tease it and then don't show us any of it. I want to see some of this. If they have this ability, like, I want to see it. Maybe bring in other people and show us that. Like, add some. This is a small cast. They could add a few more people. I think they might have added more people actually to the season 2 cast. But she says, "Are you serious? This Severance." He says, "This Severance thing, I'm not sure I need it anymore." And this reaction I was not expecting, and I'm still confused by it. She hugs him and Dylan is engaging the overtime contingency. She says, do it. She says, do it. And okay, Dylan is activating it. She says, get away from them, Mark. And she seems like she means it in this moment. She really seems like she means it. So I don't understand that. She's a true believer. And I know she's angry at them right now, but I don't know. I just find this very odd. That's all I'll say on that. But yeah, like, that's the last thing I expected to hear out of her. And it seemed very genuine, not her usual weird Mrs. Selvig shtick. Came out sounding genuine. He looks surprised too. And Dylan, okay, now here we get a very brief glimpse of something. Did you catch this when you were watching it?
What, the glimpse of Helly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you get of her backstory. So she's at something fancy. She's got a glass of something fancy. She's probably at that Lumen thing, that Friends for Lumen gala.
Yep. She's probably at the gala.
Fancy earrings.
Yeah. And I will point out that out of the four of them in MDR, she is the only one that we've never actually seen in her outside life. The only thing we saw was when she got the chip put in her head and on the video, but we never actually saw anything about her life outside of work.
So it's going to be a big reveal.
That's what it seems like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fancy because she looks fancy. She's somewhere fancy. She's at the fancy gala. Guaranteed.
Well, it looks like.
Maybe married to someone. Yeah, wife to somebody.
Yep. She's got a champagne glass. So she's definitely dressed up. They give us only a brief glimpse, but it's enough to see that she is at some kind of fancy event.
Updo.
Yep. She's got an updo. Yeah. I like how
I was actually surprised they showed anything because I was like, I guess they're just not going to show anything of her until the finale.
Right. I know. They held it back. So you know some kind of big reveal has to be coming when they do stuff like this.
I mean, the only other thing we saw was when she walked in front of his car and he almost hit her. And the flower thing. And that was it.
Yep. So yeah, it's I like how they just stuck this in really quick. It's so quick that when you're watching it, you have to go back and pause it to really take a look. So just a quick tease, a quick little flash, and that's all you get. It's her laughing at something and having a good time, and yeah,
being bourgeois.
Being bourgeois, yes, yeah. So yeah, your theory, looking more and more accurate with the, maybe she's a wife of a board member, she's somebody important.
I keep hoping that she's the wife of Ambrose, because Ambrose is like the black sheep of the family or something.
Yes. Yeah, the black sheep.
Like the black sheep is like, you must do this, wife. You must get severed, so bring power and glory to us.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, but yeah, you were saying early on, like, yeah, maybe she's somebody important. She's got the flowers that they gave her on her first day. And
well, it's because I keep mishearing stuff. I keep mishearing, like, the first episode. I think I misheard something about the board not having a voice. So I thought they were saying somebody from the board to be any. And then I misheard the other thing and this later episode, because I thought they were going to have an Egan family gathering at this night instead of the Friends for Lumen. So I thought that she must be part of the family because of the Egan family gathering, but that's next week and not tonight.
Right.
But it still planted the seed in me that maybe she could even be part of the family, like Mary did.
Right. Well,
if not that a board member, if not that somebody paid a lot of money, to make sure her Annie stays in.
Right. All good theories, and it's more than I was thinking. I early on, like, I wasn't thinking anything about that kind of stuff. When I saw her with the flowers, I wasn't really thinking that much about it, and then like.
Well, you're making me think about the flowers now, because I was thinking, oh, the flowers would be something like a husband gives to a wife. But then you said they weren't romantic, like red. Now I'm thinking, okay, we would give white flowers to somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just an observation, It's like, well, they're not red, which is more romantic. So maybe, yeah.
Sign of purity.
Yeah. White is like a sign of purity for sure. And the way that they just fired, they were not happy. The board was not happy that they, what's her name? That Harmony didn't tell them that she tried to hang herself. So it does give you the sense that maybe she's an important person again. They were not happy about that, and Harmony covered it up, possibly because she didn't want to get in trouble that this happened on her watch. So,
but then Hallie herself must have covered it up, because I think she had makeup or something around the bruise around her neck, or did somebody put makeup on her?
Right. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing too. Yeah, she must have covered it up herself. She could have told somebody.
Yeah.
So,
but she didn't.
It's odd. When I was first watching this, I don't remember how it happened, but I accidentally spoiled it for myself. So before I got to the finale, I already knew about her. I spoiled it, but not too early, at least. I didn't spoil it too early. I think it was around this episode that I might have, like, maybe right before this episode, I spoiled it. I was so mad. I don't like spoilers anymore. I used to always want to get spoilers. I couldn't wait, but now I hate that. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, the only thing I've been watching on it is the Hex Dogma, like episode by episode. I'm only watching the episodes I've seen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be surprised and like theorize. I mean, I could have watched the finale tonight, but what's the fun in
that? Yeah, the chat has been cool. No one has said any spoilers, so it's good. Dylan, and look at Dylan here, MVP Dylan, like he's like a superhero, stretching his arms out, holding that. He's gonna have to hold that the entire time that they're out. Imagine, like, how is he supposed to do that? It's crazy to me.
How long can they be out? Is there a time limit on the overtime?
I think it's as long as he can hold those buttons, really.
Okay.
I think it's as long as he can hold those buttons. So, I mean, he's going to have to be like superhuman, superhero strong to be able to hold that position for this amount of time. He doesn't look like that tall of a guy, like that he'd have long enough arms. I don't know how he's doing it. It's crazy, but he is the MVP for sure. I'm going to check back in with the chat before we sign off, because it has been over 6 hours. I'll just quickly.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to do any spoiler things, and I could just like, I didn't know if Infinite Number wanted to talk spoilers. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we were going to, but it's already been over 6 hours.
Yeah, understood.
I should get off. I don't know. I might have to get off, but let me check back in with the chat. And Matt also thinks Dylan has already had a waffle party, and elusiveness is a gift. Don't forget it. Decipher. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there were no pigtails on Harmony that time. Yep, on Mrs. Selvig or whatever. Matt said, I think Irving may be trying to communicate with his innie on an unconscious level, drilling that image over and over. Yeah, if so, it's kind of working. I think so too. He's doing that for a reason, painting that so many times. Definitely. And the sleep deprivation. Definitely. Matt said I would call Dylan cynical. He thought he was the cynical realist who saw through Lumen's bullshit, but it turned out he wasn't. He was just as captured as the rest. He needed his friends. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In the end, he did care about them. He needed his friends to achieve a bit of class consciousness and rebel against the system. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Thought she was severed, but it's not necessarily true. Thinking maybe you're talking about Harmony. Clean slate sounds ominous. It does. I worry about that. I don't want to see them get clean slated and have their memories wiped, any of them. Umbra said Gemma was definitely clean slated. I would have to agree, yeah.
Which is very interesting because she was clean slated on Dollhouse as well.
Oh, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they call it the Tabula Rasa. They actually do call it the clean slate.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the tabula rasa? Oh,
tabula rasa, I'm sorry. It's early.
Yeah.
My tongue's stumbly.
Yeah, I'm getting a bad headache myself. My pain is getting bad. It's hard to think straight.
Yeah.
Umbra said freeze frame could be what I was saying they do to them in the elevator out, where they search to make sure they're not taking any contraband out or in. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Umbra was saying that maybe, like in the elevator, we might not be seeing everything that's actually happening. That maybe in between them switching from innie to outie, they could freeze them so that they can search them for anything with writing on it, and that there is no electronic code detector. They just search them. So I like that. I like that idea that Umbra said. That makes sense. He had said he had to step away for a bit. I wish it hadn't been so many hours already. He said next week he can't make it because I think he has a gig or something when we're doing the live that night.
Yeah, but then nothing will be spoiled for me, so we can just do all the things. Right.
Yeah. I wish I could hang around and talk to him when he gets back, but I'm not in good shape. Matt said goldfish are supposed to have very short memories. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm thinking too. I just thought of it on the spot. I couldn't think of what it could mean before, but that makes sense. Like they swim around the bowl once, and as far as they're concerned, it's always the first time. Imagine that. That's crazy. I think in Finding Nemo they did something with that. That was funny.
Yeah.
Open house could be so anyone can come in, like different subjects. Anyone can come in. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my headache is like making me not be able to think.
I was gonna say it sounds dollhousey.
Oh, really? Are you understanding that? 'Cause I'm not.
No, anybody can come in. Sounds like when they like download a personality into one of the dolls in the dollhouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like any different. Yeah. Okay. So they could like have another persona or another person's consciousness come into the different body. Interesting. And like
it
they'd
could be
forget
like Harmony wanted her mom to do with her mom.
Yeah, maybe. Like they'd have a completely different persona and different set of memories. Wouldn't remember it once they're switched out. That's cool. I like that. 6 hours. Holy cow. Yes, holy cow, Matt. My head is starting to pound.
Yeah, but 6 hours plus your watch party.
Plus my watch party, indeed. Yes. And I played 3 episodes, but I was also, at least I wasn't talking the whole time. I was chatting, so it's not like I was live for that many hours talking. But T Cypher said we should all get off.
Shall get that waffle party going, and I'll get off.
Yes. Yeah. Catch you later, Matt. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it, and looking forward to starting next week. We can talk all the spoilers. We could talk about the whole season. And I know Matt's been psyched for that. Matt is a huge fan of the show, and he has such interesting ideas about it. So I want to get back into the Discord and start talking about the show, and it's going to be fun covering season 2. Matt's got completely. I think Matt's in Australia, so completely different time of day. So it might be tough for him to make the Severance lives, like our normal season 2 lives. But if we're on for 7 hours or so, maybe he'll be able to come. Who knows? Decipher.
And with Grow and Thrive, she asked which dollhouse am I referring to? I'm referring to the Elijah Dushku, Joss Whedon show, Dollhouse. They aired a while ago. That's the one I'm referring to.
Yeah, sounds like a cool show. I wanna check it out.
It's pretty well done. I mean, a lot of people don't like it because it was kind of like a monster or story of the week, but I kind of liked it because it had stuff to say within those stories of the week. I mean, there was a bigger story. It was one of those things that you could watch an episode and get something out of it, but there was an outer story too if you wanted to get into that. But you could also enjoy just that regular story arc within one episode.
Gotcha.
Because they're getting a new personality downloaded each time. It's going to be these little, episodic things with a bigger core around it.
Oh, I love that concept. That's so interesting. Yeah. I gotta see this show. Yeah, I really love that concept. So yeah, like we should, like we can even do a watch party for it. That'd be fun.
Yeah, if I could do it, I have it in my app, in my Amazon app, but I don't know if I can run an app through an app. I would have to try to figure out some other way to do it.
Oh, either that if you can't, and I can find it and we can watch it. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Grow and Thrive said my feed was severed, but I'm in the chat going to bed soon. Yeah, I was wondering what happened. Grow and Thrive. Well,
her green light turned to red.
What did she say?
Her green light turned to red, and she was gone.
Yeah, we all have our
Glasgow.
Glasgow, yep. We all have our tech issues. So, but thanks for joining Grow and Thrive. Thanks for being here. And let's see here. Just gonna quickly go through. AA says, oh wait, let me go back a little bit. Let me go back. Matt said when she's Selvig, she wears pigtails, just like the photo of Charlotte. Oh, so you think the photo is Charlotte, not her, not And actually, that kind of makes sense because that photo looks really old. And Harmony, the actress who plays Harmony, let's see, she's 56.
She's 58.
Okay.
56, 58. That's where it was. Yeah, 56.
That
58,
photo. And yeah, that photo looked really old. Like she's younger than my mom, and my mom was born in 1962. No way would a photo of my mom look like that in grade school. So actually it does make more sense for that to be her mother, but she wears pigtails kind of to connect to her mother. Like Matt is saying here, it's like the photo of Charlotte. It's like she's play acting as her mother. And she says that integration is definitely possible. The clue is in the name.
Well, you went way too far back, Julie.
What? What?
You went way too far back. You were almost at the end of the chat. Now you're way, way up here.
I know.
Why? Why do you do such a thing?
Because I wanted to see what I missed here. Man, I missed some good stuff. Matt's got some great ideas here. The clue is in the name Harmony. Harmony. Interesting. You gave me something to think about, even though I can't really think straight right now. But it's like, does she want to bring her mother's consciousness back? Maybe she's play acting as her mother. I really like that. I like that. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm back way up near the Waffle Party. So Teeter had said, "Why the dude though?" Hey, look. I mean, if I have to look at those,
the dude.
If I have to look at those 3 chicks dancing around in lingerie, at least they can throw in one dude for us, right? Come on, throw us a bone here. I mean, really.
I feel like the Jester's androgynous though. At the same time.
Yeah, I think so too. Definitely. And yeah, anybody that's still watching, if you could like the stream one more time, I'll say it the last time I'll say it, but if you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream and maybe share the stream. I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to get the word out that we're covering the show, and I'm kind of it's more of an uphill battle because with From, I had already made a really strong presence in a lot of From circles online, so a lot of people knew me. When I started my From content, I had more of a built-in audience, but with Severance, I really have to. I'm starting from the ground up. I don't have a foothold in the Severance fandom. That I lucked into that with From. I never intended to start a channel. I just got knee deep in the fandom, like just deep diving down, if you will, into the fandom, and then I just was like, I need to start a channel. I'm spending way too much time in the Discord writing about it, so it just worked in my favor. But with Severance, it's going to be a little harder to get a foothold in and get people aware of my content, but I'm going to try. And even if we only get a small number of people watching, that's okay too.
I think Infinite Umbra's back. Are you back?
I am. I was going to say that that Jester thing. I was going to say I don't think he was for you guys either.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know even why he's on the other team.
Maybe.
Yeah, true.
maybe I should go so you guys can talk spoilers if you want.
I mean, I need to wrap up in a few minutes, but I mean, we could talk for a few minutes if you want to head off. Yeah,
yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. You guys have fun talking spoilers. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thanks for being here.
Guy. Thank God for the goat guy and waffle parties. Take it easy, everyone. Talk to you tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on tonight.
Yes. Good night, Scarlet.
Good night.
Have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
And you're welcome, Grow and Thrive. Thanks for being on the panel. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Yeah. So. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome getting to finally talk about the whole season. Next week we'll do a whole live. I know Umber, you're tied up that night, but we'll have a whole season to talk. I'm gonna do lives every week.
The thing is that you do these shows after the show or after the watch party anyway. So by the time I'm free, I'll be at work at that point. So I'll likely be able to join in on the stream. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, it probably works out either way.
Nice. Yeah.
Since you go on for about 5-6 hours or so. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll probably, we'll do hopefully watch parties if we're able to find a way to make it work, and then maybe go live on YouTube and talk about it. And I'm thinking Monday nights we break down the whole episode, because that'll give me a chance to get screenshots, get notes together, and we'll break it down on Monday nights. I don't know what your schedule's like on Mondays, but we'll be doing that too.
Are you talking about for the second season?
For season 2, yeah.
Oh, okay, nice. What other shows would you want to try to do watch parties for, by the way? Because I know it's a few you haven't seen. And I know it's like, by the way, did you see Breaking Bad?
Actually, no, I've never seen it. I've heard it's amazing. That's just what I've never happened to see.
Breaking Bad is a masterpiece. Breaking Bad is my favorite television-based show of all time. You have to see that.
Yeah.
Like there's, I know some people are like, well, you can't tell me what to watch. No, I'm telling you, you need to watch Breaking Bad. Okay.
Yeah.
It's that damn good. Like, if you want to do breakdowns and stuff like that, this would be the show for you. It's that good.
Nice. All right. You've sold me. I've heard great things about it over the years, and I will definitely put that on the list. And I'm open to suggestions for watch parties too. we could do watch parties for that in the Discord. And I freaking love the lead guy. What's his name again? What the hell's his name?
The plays is Walter.
Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, Bryan Cranston. Yep.
I love him. I loved him in Malcolm in the Middle, and so
this is why you have to see it, because now you have that memory of him from Malcolm in the Middle, and I did too. Well, most of us did who saw it. We're like, it's the father from there. Just wait until you see Breaking Bad, though. Like I have to see your reactions during these.
Well, I would definitely want to check it out because I do love him, and it'll be weird seeing the transition from him as the goofy dad in Malcolm in the Middle, who's so funny, my favorite character in the show, to a drama like that. So yeah, I'm curious to see it. I know he won Emmys for it, so
well deserved.
I'm sure, but Scarlet was pretty. Scarlet's pretty close to with her theories, the stuff she's been saying about Helly. She's good. She thinks maybe Helly is married to somebody on the board. She figured out pretty early that Helly's probably somebody important. She clocked that before me, but yeah, she didn't guess that she's an Egan. but she was more on point than me in terms of guessing who Helly might be, actually. And she also guessed that her name is really Helena too, which fits. I mean, what kind of a name is Helly? It's got to be short for something. So she was good. Scarlett did good with that, and I'm looking forward to talking more about it now that we can talk about the whole season, and we'll do season 2 lives on Monday nights, and we'll do lives on the night that it airs. So that'll be fun. We can really dig deep into that.
When does the show air anyway? What day is that?
So it'll be like, Thursday night, technically Friday though, because it'll be midnight. That's when all the shows drop for Apple TV. So that'll be when it drops. Yep. And I'm hoping to do watch parties. We'll see if we can actually pull it off. If I can find a way to do it, I will do it. That's been the plan. But then Heck had some trouble trying to do it earlier, trying to show Apple TV stuff. So hopefully we can find a way to do it. I'm going to do the best I can.
Yeah. All right.
But
sounds good.
Yeah. And if you're ever free on Mondays when we do our Severance lives, you're always welcome. Just like on the From lives, you're always welcome to join. So
yeah, I'm definitely going to try. Monday I'm free typically, as far as like I have to work on Mondays, but I don't have any obligations as far as podcasting or anything like that. So I should be good for that.
Nice. Sounds good. Hold on a second. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna wrap this thing up. But yeah, well, what a fantastic series. I really enjoyed rewatching it with everybody and digging into it. I wish we could have done one episode at a time, honestly, because it's really, there's so much to analyze and discuss, but I think we did it justice. Every week it's been 6 hours. This was 6.5. So
oh yeah, for sure.
I think we did it justice.
And season 2 starts what day? What was that?
17th.
The 17th. Okay.
17th. Yep.
So it's approaching. Yeah.
I believe that's so
2
like
weeks from now, right?
2 weeks. Yep. 2 weeks from now. So that's exciting. I'm really excited to finally get a resolution to the cliffhanger. She's alive. What a way to end it. Amazing. I mean,
crazy way to end it, right?
It was crazy. Yeah,
she's alive. And I'm like, when you watching it, were you like hoping, like, please shout it out, just shout it, so say something, do something?
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. I was on the edge.
What if they'd have shut him off before he had a chance to say it? I would have been so pissed.
I would have been so pissed too. Where I was like, when he saw that picture, I mean, that was amazing. I was like, yes, okay. He saw the picture. And then, you know, so I'm waiting. Like, is he gonna say it? Is he gonna say it? And oh God, and it's just like the way they shot it was just heart pounding, edge of your seat, like to the very last moment. And he runs out, and the very last line is "She's alive," and then it just cuts. Oh my God, the drama of it. They slayed that with that finale. They knocked that out of the park. What a cliffhanger. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. And
Wow.
I'm so grateful that I only just watched all of this last month at the end of the month, instead of like having to suffer from watching it when it first aired to now.
Oh my God, like 3-year gap. It's been almost 3 years.
That's terrible.
It's crazy. And just imagine, I'm glad I just watched it last spring, so I didn't have that long to wait, and then I dove into From, so I wasn't thinking about this so much. But I if I had to wait 3 years, I'd be going crazy. Like, come on. What a way to end it. The masterful cliffhanger, and they gave just enough answers in that finale to be satisfying, to, you know, give you something to hold on to. You find out Helly is really Helena and she's an Egan, like some huge reveals, and yet it preserves so much of the mystery, which is important to keep you hooked. You don't want to learn too much too soon. I thought it was perfect, and I think that finale may have been nominated for an Emmy and possibly won. I forget, but I think it was actually. It was that finale was nominated for an Emmy in multiple categories and won, and deservedly so. One of the best finales of a show I've ever seen.
Definitely one of the better ones. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. By the way, you haven't seen Game of Thrones yet either, have you?
No, I've never
Yes.
that.
Oh yes. We got some watch party nominees right here, Julie. Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones. Now, Game of Thrones was great up until the 6th season, I would say. Season 7 is also acceptable, but it was a lot of continuity issues as far as how things were happening. But season 8 is where it was ruined, unfortunately.
Right.
But I would highly, highly recommend that as far as a show to watch party. You're gonna love the first 5 seasons at the very least. First, I would say 6 seasons.
Okay.
Yeah. Masterful show.
Right.
Up until season 8. Then it goes to shit.
Yeah. I've heard things about that. The fans were really pissed about that.
Yeah, I was one of them. I was like, why? Like, all I could do was ask, why did you do this? So unnecessary. Anyway.
It's terrible. Yeah. To take a show that you love and then just you fail to stick the ending and just screw it up right at the very end.
Yeah. Like all of that time building, doing all of this so great, masterful, and then at the end it's like, whatever.
Sucks.
It sucks. Breaking Bad, however, is the very opposite. From beginning, it builds a slow build up until you understand what's going on, and the ending is so well done. You couldn't ask for more. I just cannot wait for you to see it.
Nice. Oh, that's going right near the top of my list. It's past time for me to check out that show for sure. I'll check it out. And like David Agiel just popped in the chat. Hey David, that's a good question. You know, is she alive or resurrected? That's the question for me. If they're trying to resurrect Keir, then maybe the wife was a test. That's a theory that I've heard, that maybe they're trying to resurrect Keir, and so they're testing it out on people like Mark's wife. Maybe they brought her back from the dead. Something's wrong with her. Clearly, she even said she's strange. She seems robotic. Maybe they brought her back from the dead. You know,
maybe her consciousness was transferred into a clone body.
Yeah, that's the thing. I love that mystery around that. The way that they revere Kier, the way that they hold him up as a godlike figure, it's possible that maybe this is what they're trying to do. So I love that theory, David. Yeah. I just loved how they did the finale. I loved how they spliced together all of their experiences on the outside. The entire thing was just nonstop intensity, tension, suspense, just all of this buildup, watching, knowing they had so little time, watching Dylan being the MVP, struggling to hold those two levers the entire episode. Amazing. Just amazing. And then, and when he yells, "She's alive!" You kind of hear an echo, and then it just ends right there. It's just epic. Epic is the word for that. But also extremely frustrating as a viewer. I remember just thinking, this is it? Seriously? Gonna end here? Damn.
Yeah, I understand. It's kind of like The Sopranos. Have you ever seen The Sopranos?
No, actually. No, never saw it.
That's another one you need to add to your list. I can't say anything then because that'll ruin it. So I'm going to be quiet. But it happens in there too. Where you're like, what? That's all I'll say. I'll be quiet from there.
Yeah, this happens a lot in my streams. People are talking about all different very popular shows and movies, extremely popular ones, and they'll say something about it. I'll be like, I didn't see that. And they're like, what? Are you serious? You haven't seen this either, or that? Have you seen this? People can't believe it. I've got apparently a lot of catching up to do with popular culture, movies and TV. I spent too much time rewatching reruns of shows and rewatching the same movies, and I've missed out on a lot of stuff. I gotta catch up on.
I was gonna say, well, were you a busybody or something, or was that the case? Like you didn't watch too much TV at the time? Or?
I've always watched a decent amount of TV. It's just that I spend an awful lot of time watching the same reruns. I'd have DVDs of entire series that I love, and I'd rewatch them many times over instead of watching new things, watching, a variety of things. So that's why I'm just behind the curve.
Okay.
I've never seen the original Star Wars movies. I've never seen a lot of popular stuff. So got some catching up.
You got some catching up to do. I mean, the good thing is that you can binge so much of this stuff now. When you get to it, you don't have to worry about, I gotta wait for the next season a year or two from now or whatever.
Right?
You just binge everything. It's a beautiful thing.
Very true. Yeah. One show I want to watch from start to finish too is the X-Files. It seems like it would be up my alley. I want to watch that. And Twin Peaks. It's another one. There's a lot, and I'm in the middle of Lost too. I still need to finish Lost. Grow and Thrive here said Irving's Audi seems to be investigating what his innie is doing. He had a list of coworkers and Bert's address. Yes, he did. He did in the finale. Yep. So he's definitely doing some investigating. Okay. Oh, and I got to get out of here too. Bye, Dieter, and I got to get off of here. Get something to eat. Do a little therapy walk. And it's been a lot of fun. Thank you for coming to the watch party and joining the panel, Umbra. It's always great to have you here. It's always so much fun. I appreciate
it's always
it.
A pleasure. My pleasure. Always fun to come and kick it with you guys.
And what's going on with your channel now before you head out?
So for me, we were going to do something. I thought about doing something this week for the show, which is why I wasn't sure if I would be able to join this week. But my co-host, he had plans with the family, and it's the new year, so I was kind of thinking we'll probably just go live next week. It's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening next week as well, so we'll be discussing a lot of things then. Yeah, so we just decided to wait. So next week, Thursday, will be our first show of the year. Yeah. So, and that's at 8 o'clock Eastern for us, which is why I said it would collide right when you guys are doing a watch party.
Oh, okay.
That's fine though. I've seen episode 9, so all I need to do is jump into live after the fact. So it's all right.
Well, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'd be great if you're able to join the live. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you again for being here, and thank you, Gothic Chick, with the flowers. That's sweet. Night with Alice, and thank you for coming to the watch party too. And good night to everybody else. Good night, David. Thank you all for being here. And the next live will be for From tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we're gonna have Doc joining us, and Umbra, if you're free, you are always welcome. And yeah, then next week we'll dive into Severance, the finale, in the watch party next week. So if you're listening on the replay, the Discord link from my Discord is in the description of the video. And the watch party next week will probably be, I think, 8 p.m. Eastern. I think I'll keep that time for the finale, and then we'll do the live around 10:30 p.m. next Thursday night. We'll dive into the finale and the trailer for season 2. So it'll be a good time. And so everybody have a good day or good night. Appreciate you guys. And until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together.
Later, guys.